welcome to the Red Bull Solo Queue 2021 World Finals weekend. My name is Sjokz and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to BMW World here in beautiful Munich for our Red Bull Solo Queue World Finals. As an ambassador of Red Bull Solo Queue for a few years now, I am incredibly happy that we get to bring you this show. And because two hosts is always better than one, here's my co-host, Masterplay. Hello.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. Just a little hop on stage, but a big deal for me personally to stand here next to you.
Oh.
It's so cool, and I'm really excited for this tournament. We had more than 40,000 players around the globe battle it out for their national championships to be the best of the best, and now we have them. 19 players ready to compete in the championships solo queue. It's crazy.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing, and it's such a wonderful opportunity for the players themselves also to show themselves to the world as well, get some experience to play on a stage, because you can't get that anywhere else.
Yeah, so many of them told us in the past that they want to be someday a professional player in League of Legends, and this is their way to show themselves to maybe possible scouts in the future.
Absolutely. This is only the beginning. As said, we have 2 days filled with action, so let's take a look at the format explainer.
With over 40,000 players going through the qualifiers, now only the best remain. They will battle it out at BMW Welt to find the true solo queue 1 vs 1 champion and claim the €25,000 prize purse. But wait, how exactly? At the beginning, each player is allowed to ban 3 champions. Out of the remaining, they can pick free of choice.
Captain Timo on duty!
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
Proceeding, they fight in a perfect 1-lane 1 vs 1 map, so there's no extra help from teammates. The key to victory is either to farm 100 minions, take down a turret, or draw first blood, which makes every little mistake a possible last move. Apart from winning, it's also important to be consistent. In the group stage, a match will be decided through a best of 3. In the playoffs, a best of 5. And to make it extra exciting, the finals will be a best of 7. So buckle up, Summoner, and dive into the world of Red Bull Solo Queue.
Oh my goodness!
Really the pinnacle of League of Legends, you know. You can always flex in solo queue and be like, oh, I would have beaten you in a 1v1. Well, now they get the chance, and it's on Howling Abyss, which makes it extra fun.
Yeah, this is, I think, the ultimate change and the ultimate challenge for every player. Most of them are top laners, mid laners. They have to fight the 1v1 in early game, and now they can change everything.
I'm really happy because we can always track like which role is actually the best at 1v1s. We'll see who the winner, which lane he plays in the end. But we need our casters for our event as well. We'd love to cast, but maybe, you know, if the event goes super long, we can jump in. But we have professionals for that. So let's meet our casters. First up from Greece, our color caster and analyst. Here is Trouble Inc. Yes, there we go. You know what I love about this event also is that you actually, as a caster, get a grand introduction.
Right?
That usually doesn't happen. Are you excited to be here, Trouble?
I'm so excited. I've seen 2 Katarina players.
Yes.
And there's 1 Greek player. That's 3 in my bag.
3. Yeah, we'll talk later maybe about strategy. I don't know if Katarina's actually that good in 1v1.
Nah,
but
trash.
Who knows?
It's fine.
She's trash?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's like one
they're gonna
secret
want to prove
strat.
you wrong.
There's one secret strat, but we can talk about it later.
Okay, we will.
Yeah, we have another color caster in our line, and we are very excited to welcome him on stage. He's a well-known league personality, and he will give us the pros eye view. Let's welcome on stage, Hikaru!
Woo!
Hello.
If it isn't the Analyst of the Year at the Esports Awards, I am just humbled to be on stage with you.
Yeah, it's a massive event. It looks amazing.
Yeah.
40,000 players, 19. That's great.
I know that you particularly really love one-on-ones. You even love to play them.
So, okay, long story. I played a lot of 1v1s in my career. So I've got a few tips and tricks that I know of to win out on these ARAM kind of maps.
Cool. Well, let's see. I'm very excited for you to casting as a color caster because it's a very interesting type of game.
It's there's so many minute things you can do to maximize the performance. When you watch kind of competitive games, you're playing for the team. It's all about yourself now.
It is. And we also need someone who can shout and bring us the hype. Here is Medic.
Woo! Medic!
Let's go!
Come on, guys.
Yay!
Thank you. The talent has arrived.
Yeah,
There it is.
the talent has arrived.
You're
True.
such a big man.
Since you are the hype man, later we have the opening ceremony where we're going to see all the players. Can you give them like some tips so that they can make those 5 seconds on camera more interesting?
Well, I think you have to look at people like Armut who just stare into the camera.
Yeah.
Like, you have to find your niche. Snoopy was great at it. Armut was great at it. Kazi does his funny faces. Like, there's a lot of different options for you to be exciting. I did the hair to hide most of my face, and I found that worked. So
I did 3 kilograms of makeup to hide my face. You know, it's
it
all the
majestic.
same. Yeah, for sure. But Master Play are casters. They're amazing. We have amazing players. What are you most excited about for the weekend?
I think the most exciting part is that the players actually meet each other. They are here next, face to face. Most of the time they were online qualifiers, they could not see each other, and now they are here and they can see in the face of the opponent that there is fear if they win the first matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that. Final note from anyone before we dive into
I think the cool thing is like pro teams scrim each other in a tournament. But I guess these guys have been playing 1v1s against each other.
Yeah.
So some people have some different kinds of metas,
Yeah.
which have kind of evolved throughout the tournament.
That's a great point. They have a decked out player room, so they have been practicing. And as said, the talent is kind of important, but the real important people here today are our players. So let's take a look.
So of course it's a big deal to be here. I'm really happy to see all the players. It's really cool to put faces on players that you don't know about. And like Munich is beautiful and the BMV world is insane. So I'm really happy when I can visit it, maybe later. But it's really impressive and I'm really happy to be there.
There is really good players. Being between 20 of the players around the world who qualify to this tournament.
It's an amazing experience. I could say it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And I'm really glad to be one of the best amateur players.
I was surprised it was Howling Abyss coming into Germany, because in the qualifiers we played in Summoner's Rift. But I actually really enjoy Howling Abyss. I think it's really exciting for the viewers, especially the games will probably last 7 to 8 minutes maximum. So it's going to be really enjoyable for the viewers, and there's going to be a lot of outplays and fun kills.
Compared to the normal 5v5, then in 1v1 you need to really focus on trading, and then you like screw up the wave management, then you can completely like lose the tempo and the game.
There's no vision, so you don't need to be careful about the jungler. It's only one lane, so you just have your opponent, it's straight up only your opponent, and it's 1v1. Only mechanics are important, it's pure 1v1, pure skill.
I'm not nervous, and my goal is to win it, 1000%. There's no nerves. I've talked with everyone here, like everyone's nice and stuff. You know, there's a bit of like league talk, but at the end of the day, I came here to win, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Well, I'm going for the championship. I'm going to try to win it all, but we'll see after groups. Maybe I get surprised, maybe my tactics don't work, but right now I'm very confident that I'll at least be in the finals.
My goal is to win the entire tournament, of course. I was really confident coming in, but these new rules and changes make me a bit less confident, but I still think I will win.
Fantastic introduction video and a lot of ambition. I love that many of them did not shy away from saying that they would make it to the final or were going to win it, because you don't come here to lose, don't you?
Of course, they will do everything to come far and to represent their country, and I think they are ready, they are hyped standing here in this beautiful dome of the BMW World, Munich, Germany. So I would say, let's give them a warm welcome in the chat. Here are your players! We start off the players from Argentina. It's Mexico, 25 years old. He's playing Aurelion Sol. Next in line, all the way from Canada, 21 years old, playing Zed. It's Doxa. Our representative from Hong Kong is HK Warmboy, 20 years old, and his favorite champion is Nar.
Next up, our first player from Romania. It is Hikaru, 21 years old, and mains Jinx. Love him already. Next up, also from Romania, we have Shakara, 22 years old, and this will make Trouble very happy. Our first Katarina main. Next up, from beautiful Switzerland, we have Arno, 24 years old, and he mains Camille.
The banter is already real. You met, bro? He's from Greece, and he is playing the victorious Victor. The Lebanon Flamer from Kuwait, 25 years old. The justice is him, he is Kale.
Let's go.
And next in line we have Potatis from Sweden, 21 years old. He is playing Kha'Zix.
If you've been a long-time watcher of League of Legends and the EU LCS, you might remember Godbro from Denmark, maining Echo. I love the attitude. Next up, also from Denmark, but can I say the most illustrious Danish name, Mats Mikkelsen, but his nickname is Viggomopsen, and he mains Malphite. Next up, we have from Egypt, Hamboli, 18 years old, almost the youngest contestant, and he loves to play Yorick.
The representative of France on the way to the top of the French League of Legends League, it's Lingui, 22 years old. His favorite champion is Camille. Next up, we have the German representative. It is the brother of evil. It is Roon, ready for Jax. His name is Bont. Antonio Bont, coming from Spain, 23 years old. His main champion is Yorick.
Two people who main Yorick.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that in action. Next up, we have from Turkey, it's Hulk Smash, 22 years old, and loves Zed.
Last but not least in the line.
I think we have a couple more, I believe. From the USA. He has some big words already in the opening video. Bradley, who loves Akali. And secondly, also from the United States, Dark Wings, who loves Katarina. Two Katarina mains. What a great day to be a Katarina player.
Last but not least, I'm so hyped and so fast they have to come down. It's Arnax from Lithuania, 23 years old, and he's playing Jace.
I think that was it.
Yeah.
Jumped the gun a little bit. It was so exciting.
It's okay.
I get it. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Now, we've rehearsed this a couple of times to be completely fair with the players, and they were a bit calmer at the start of the day. But now that they're getting into it, we get a little attitude.
Yeah, they are ready, and they know that now is the time they have to perform. All the last and past days were practice, they could feel comfortable here, but now they are on stage. Now they have to deliver their best.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about the challenges they're going to face, because now we've basically told their competitors what their mains are and what they may look to play in their first games. How important is the champion pool depth in a tournament like this?
I don't know. The problem is, of course, you have your main champion, your main character, but the problem is all of the 19 players know each other. They have researched them, and I think you will not be able to play your main champion every time. So you need a big champion pool. You need to know which champs could be really good in 1v1, and then you pull them off.
Also, we saw in the video that some said, okay, my regional qualifier, I was still playing on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
Now I'm playing on Howling Abyss. What particularly is different about that? Because you still play on one lane anyway, right?
Yeah, the cool thing is that we have the official 1v1 tournament mode. So there are some summoner spells deactivated. You have the Mark spell where you can gap close or escape out of fights. You spawn with level 3 and 1,400 gold. So many different things compared to the Summoner's Rift. And you have more minion waves.
I believe at some point they were also playing through the top top lane, which is of course longer, which completely changes up the vibes for top laners especially. So we'll see. We also have some very special guests that are able to give us a couple of tips to succeed in the 1v1. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, it's Targamas from G2. I'm here with Flackhead at the BMW World for the Red Bull 1v1 solo queue tournament, the World Finals. And as you guys know, the 1v1 tournament is really different from 5v5. So if I had to give a tips to the players, I think for this kind of tournament, preparation is really key because it's played on a different map with different rules. And I think the players cannot practice as much as we do in the 5v5 environment. So I think all the scouting parts and the preparation parts, knowing what are you going to play, I think this is really important for players.
True. I can agree with Targamas with the preparation part. I think you should pick a champion that you like and that you know that you're good with. But as well, your champion maybe either you need a bit of push or you need a bit of sustain or you need to be strong but 1v1. But I wouldn't pick something like, like Yumi or stuff. I would go for some stuff like Lee Sin or Olaf or Yasuo, something might be a bit skilled, but they're really broken in 1v1s.
Okay, so that's it for us. I wish best of luck to all the participants in the tournament and may the best player win.
Amazing. If you missed the big announcement, of course, of G2 Esports yesterday, the new bot lane, we have Flackhead and Targamas, and they're also in the building. They will, in fact, be playing a couple of 1v1s, I believe, tomorrow. Trouble is now joining us here at our little analyst table. What did you make of the tips they gave, and what tips do you have for the players going into their 1v1s?
I feel like there's two strategies. One is the more sneaky one. The other one is like the upfront one. The upfront is obviously you pick your Yasuos, your Zeds, your Dariuses, your Dravens, your Jaces, anything that can go all in and win the trade or straight up kill you in a 1v1. And the second is the more sneaky one where you have the push, you poke your opponent to the point where they have to back, which means you win on CS, you win on experience, you technically have one level up, which means more HP, more stats, so you're stronger in that 1v1 when it comes to it, and the map closes down.
A couple of things maybe to take into account. You get some gold starting off, actually a bunch of gold starting out, and there is the Circle of Death, the firing.
Yeah, that is a really, really crucial thing because that is absolutely new to the players. After 7 minutes, there is a big circle of fire, and this circle is closing out to the middle of the lane, so they have to fight at some point. It's closed at 8 minutes, and then they have to battle it out.
Okay, I like it. I hope that maybe will make us also see a bit less of the
sneaky tactic?
Yeah, the sneaky tactic or the farm matchups. We never like that. As we said already, there are a bunch of players here, 19 to be exact, and they are divided into 4 groups, so let's take a look at how the groups play out. Starting with Group A. Yeah, we see Lingui, I see there, for instance, a great player from France immediately. And this looks like a pretty stacked group.
Yeah, I would say maybe in World's Group Show, this is the group of death. So there we have to work it out. Hulk Smash is a very strong top laner. Arno, also we will see them in the future. So they are very strong players.
Yeah, let's take a look at Group B as well. It's pretty hard to predict, of course, before we've seen anything. We have one of the Americans in here, Bradley, as well. But Georgia, 4 out of the 5 players out of each group advance. So on the one hand, it's kind of comfortable because you think, okay, I'm certain.
What are the chances, right? 4 out of 5.
Yeah, or it's super stressful because you're like, well, I don't want to be the one person that doesn't make it out of the group. As we take a look at Group C.
They both sound really big, right? Because you're like, I have really good chances of making it out, 4 or 5 players. But then you're like, what if I end up being that one sole player that doesn't make it?
This is a group with Roon, of course, the brother of Power of Evil. And we're going to stop saying that because he's just his own person as well.
He's his own evil.
Yeah, is he good at 1v1s?
I suppose he's good. I hope so, because I'm really, really excited to see what he can bring on stage, and also to mention Viggomopsen. He is the platinum player, and I think that this is the chance for every, I would not say low elo, but just average elo player around the world are cheering for him and say, let's go, you can do it.
Platinum players unite.
Yeah, exactly.
Platinum average. I'm sure that the people who are actually platinum will be like, no, we're actually in the top whatever percent.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
So that's how that works. So as we have the full groups, as said, the last group actually only have 4 players. One couldn't make it here because of COVID. That means everyone will go to the next round, but they will still also play an elimination round at the end of today. We're going to kick things off very logically in alphabetical alphabetically with Group A. So let's take a look at what we've got in store for the first matches. As we see there, of course, in Group A, we have Hulk Smash versus Arno and Lingui versus Hamboli. And we will actually be taking a look at Hulk Smash versus Arno.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting matchup. Hulk Smash with Turkey, one of the biggest regions in Red Bull solo queue. He had to fight a lot of opponents to be the best. Arno, Switzerland, a little bit slower, a little bit smaller, but he is there to fight. And I think
Switzerland slow?
Small.
Oh, small.
My eyes fall straight onto the Greek flag. I'm sorry, guys, we're biased here. But
There's only one, so.
It's only one, so I hope he smashes everyone else. I'm sorry, it's just my bias is coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. So as said already, we'll be taking a look at Hulk Smash versus Arno, our very first match. So let's meet Hulk Smash.
I'm Hulk Smash, I'm 22, I'm from Turkey. Maybe the biggest qualification stage was in the Turkey. The most number of players was joining from Turkey. So I must say that I am aiming for the first place. And it is never easy, but I am sure that I have it in myself. I am playing better at stage. So I am aiming for the first place.
Actually, a great point. Turkey as a region is a very difficult one to qualify out of. We also see that also every year just in the Turkish league, but also the teams that make it to Worlds. There's a big player base and they are really good at League of Legends. So yeah, great by Hulk Smash to make it here in the first place.
Yeah, he can be very proud of himself and already achieved a lot, but it's more like we have to prove we are better. We can go to day 2 where we have 8 players left. This is the goal. And I suppose a big and a great matchup between him and Arno.
Yes.
I think a lot of the eyes fall on him right now, right? Because he said, I'm coming and I'm aiming for that first place.
Yeah.
Anything else is just not good enough. So I think all eyes fell on him because I guess he's our first favorite.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe Arno won't be happy to hear that. So let's take a look at what he has to say.
My name is Arno. I'm 24 years old and I play for Switzerland. So of course it's a big deal to be here. I'm really happy to see all the players. It's really cool to put faces on players that you don't know about. And like Munich is beautiful and the BMV world is insane. So I'm really happy when I can visit it, maybe later. But it's really impressive and I'm really happy to be there.
We stand corrected, not Arno. Arno.
Arno.
Yes, it has to be correct. Switzerland, a beautiful country, and really excited to see that first matchup. We saw them on video, but we want to see him in real life. So let's get Hulk Smash and Arno onto the stage. Fantastic introduction and Trouble. What an honor, but also probably a nerve-wracking affair to be the first to play on stage.
Also, remember how we talked about 2 tactics, the direct and the indirect? I saw Zed, I saw Camille. I'm like, these guys are gonna go all in. It's gonna be so much fun.
Let's absolutely hope so. Let's take one more look at the rules for the 1v1. I know if you've played 1v1, you're probably familiar with them. First Blood, creep minion score to 100, or the turret. Take down any last pointers. What should we look out for?
I suppose that First Blood will be the most common one because fighting against each other, even when the circle's coming in, is the most obvious way to play. If you go more slow, you can aim for the 100 CS. Very difficult is the tower with the platings on it into 7 minutes. It's really hard.
Yeah, it is. Trouble, any last pointers for our 2 players since they seem to like the Zeds and the Camilles of the world? And if we assume that they're bad, where do you see them going?
It's just, Serrated Duck, it is just such a dirty, cheap item. And starting with 1,400 gold in their pockets, their deck is going to be huge. Also, Lethal Tempo, Just Go Chains, big. Hail of Blades, we know it's the best, almost early game attack speed champion. Rune that they can take. Electrocute as well for all the poke.
Yeah.
There's just so many good runes for that quick trade one-on-one. If you don't have sustain, you might be in trouble.
Yeah, then that's what you need, those quick trades for the 1v1s. Let's meet our casters and get into game one.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. All the way down there, we up here in our ivory tower at the peak, at the creme de la creme, the top of the world. I'm Medic. That one who's hiding behind me right there is K-Draw.
I can't hide behind you. You can't? No, I'm too big.
You think you're too big to hide behind? No, let's test this. Come on. So that's the camera.
Okay.
You stand behind me.
Okay. Can you see me?
There's no K-Draw.
What do you mean there's no K-Draw?
There's no K-Draw. You're gone. You've disappeared.
Well, I disappeared completely?
Yeah, you just don't exist
Even
anymore.
with my hands like this?
Even with your hands
with
like
my
that.
elbows didn't even show?
No.
I'm tiny.
None of you we are wearing the same shirt as well, so it might have been...
Yeah, it wasn't even intentional. We just showed up this morning and then you just copied me.
It's flannel life, you know? We're lumberjacks.
You've gone blue, I've gone for black and white.
That was a good anecdote there, mate. Well done.
No, I'm just showing the colors because I'm the color caster.
You actually got me with that.
Yeah, that was a good one, huh? That was a good one. Started the day off good, huh?
We're getting ready to go into the draft for the first best of 3 here at the Red Bull Solo Queue Finals. I'm really looking forward to this. I'll be honest, as a support, the most action I ever get is like supportal combat where you're trying to slap at each other with your like
What do you mean? Your role's OP.
It's OP, but you don't really get to fight.
Here's a tip. Every tip to supports out there. You pick Rakan.
Yeah,
you take
I do.
Predator.
Yeah.
Now, if you've seen Formula 1. Okay, so Predator is your DRS. You press it, you press Shrelias, you press Ult, and then you just W on someone.
I mean, that makes sense.
So you're not supposed to 1v1.
So what I should do, if I want to play League of Legends, I should play Formula 1 instead.
Yes.
And obviously
if you're support.
Obviously here, as at the Red Bull Solo Queue Finals, we have a specific player we support in the Formula 1, don't we? A specific racer. Who do we support here at the Red Bull Solo Queue?
Oh, okay, I see what you Yeah, Verstappen.
Yeah, of course we are.
Well, enough about Verstappen. Anyway, we're
obviously.
into picks and bans. Hulk Smash. I like the name already because of T1, you know, Mammoth Man, Buzz Lightyear, Hulk Smash. You love to see it. And Arno on the other side. And player bases in these countries are small, but I think having a small player base from a country doesn't really count in some cases, because Denmark, for example, has incredible players, and their player base is probably smaller than countries like England, which is obviously very
Not
bad.
as good players from England. But yeah, the Aurelia band going alongside that Akali band. Tom Kench taken away by Arno. Of course, Tom Kench, very tanky. Mordekaiser does a similar job as well, quite tanky, can get that shield.
These are definitely like scouted bands.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, Mordekaiser in a 1v1, maybe not the strongest, I would say, especially if he's into like a ranged matchup, like into an Aurelia, for example, or, you know, that band away set and things like this, he would struggle, but definitely targeting each other's champion pools.
I mean, I think the hope really is that we get to see Bruiser into Bruiser. You know, more aggressive matchups. I don't want any of this Caitlyn farm to 100 CS malarkey. I don't want Seraphines or Sonas that are just there to try and farm up. I want to see aggression, but already Darius, one of those better bruisers, has been taken away by Hulk Smash, and Morgana removed. So maybe Arno thinking that Hulk wanted just to go for the CS victory.
Maybe he just wanted to W the wave constantly on Morgana and just play really far back. Is that Camille locked in already for Arno? Yes, it is. It is, yeah. Barrier and Ignite, that's all in. So he's not gone for Mark. So if he's into a ranged matchup, actually, no, he's Camille. He'll get onto him for sure, no matter what without the Mark. What will Hulk Smash go for? For now, he's hovering up onto a Mundo.
How do you feel about the Mundo pick? Because, of course, Camille has true damage on her second pop of the Q, but Mundo is very tanky inherently.
I think Camille is more favored in this matchup. I mean, if Mundo can get some early poke in and then just kind of all in him before the first base, he would struggle. But I think Camille can go for early lifesteal. You start with 1400 gold, right? So Mundo, I would expect in this matchup to go some like Bramble Vest or something into the Camille. Camille maybe favoring Tiamat for push or Vamp Scepter or some kind of early boots to get out of the slows and things like this. But I think Camille would win this matchup at level 6 with Ignite. I wonder what Keystone the Mundo's going to go for. Because normally he can go for things like Grasp. Is he going to go something like Conquer or something? For the all-in, for the 1v1, because I think when you look at mastery trees, I would imagine that Inspiration is probably top tier, Precision is probably top tier, Resolve is also good, but things like Sorcery aren't that good for 1v1s.
Sorcery tends to scale up a little bit more and has more strength, like if you get multiple Fox off. You think Gathering Storm, Mana Flow Band, all of these things, you want to be using them consistently over the course of an entire game rather than in individual moments.
Maybe we won't see any mages then, things like, you know, Victor, Vel'Koz, Orianna, Azir, these kind of things. I mean, Scorch could be useful, Absolute Focus, but this is more
just
of a
run
scaling.
Predator and sprint it.
Just run Predator.
That's what everyone's doing in my solo queue games.
Mate, you should be the one doing it. The Predator's getting nerfed soon. We're not on that patch yet. We're on, I think, 11.22.
11.22, yeah.
11.22.
So it is pre-season, it's just not super duper pre-season as of yet.
Okay, looks like Hulk Smash has gone for the double Ruby Crystal Doran Shield refillable, and Arno has gone for double Doran's Longsword refillable as well. Both level 3, of course, so access to all spells, and Mundo will have his passive to avoid the Camille stun. Could look for a W poke here, but it's going to miss.
Yeah, both of them chucking out his first skill shots, not quite able to land with them. Arno, barrier, ignite, alongside Hulk Smash here. We did see him hovering the mark for a little while on that Mundo, instead deciding to go for the barrier. Works well into the all-in potential that comes from a Camille.
Sets a little bit of a precedent to what's to come, right? Both of them going barrier, ignite, blind, so these must be the two strongest runes, and the Camille with the grasp, true damage Q is going to hurt the Mundo a lot. The thing is, Camille can get away pretty easily if the Mundo's winning the all-in and then base. This is not a map where if you take a bad trade, it's over. You'll lose a few creeps, yes, but Arno can just E away and base. Hook Smash can lose out on these trades here. Has the fleet footwork, so he did go for the precision tree. Arno going for the grasp in the melee matchup, which could have turned out to be risky if he was against a Caitlyn, for example. Playing grasp wouldn't have given you that much damage.
Because you have to remember, that draft is blind. Like, when you're picking, it is blind pick. You don't know what your opponents are going for. Hulk Smash here, getting traded on once again by Arno, who does get to the level 4 first. A slight CS advantage as well for Arno on that Camille, but expectations are this one doesn't go all the way to 100 CS.
Expected not to do so. I love it how we have the health bars at the top as well, almost like a fighting game-esque Street Fighter style. But Arno, the minion waves spawn a lot quicker in this map, so pushing and basing, I don't actually know what the timers are because this cannon wave's already arrived. Arno is going to look to push it in now, expecting him to base, maybe turn that longsword into a Vamp Scepter, a Tiamat, maybe even look for an early Sheen if he has the gold, because staying around now as a melee champion to melee champ isn't that great. But then again, here comes the wave again, so it's really fast-paced this game.
I mean, really, you're trying to push to get to those refill timers, right? Like, if you can get to that health relic first, you get the advantage over your opponent. Of course, the secondary proc of it does give you a little bit of health, but nowhere near as much as that first one. So now Arno gets a little bit of health from this forward relic, and after pushing this wave in, can either base and spend his money or look for that back health relic.
Yeah, ease away. I think Hulk Smash saw that. Might want to try to cancel him or just push this wave himself, push the next one and base. But it's going to be a cannon wave, so it looks like every two waves... Every second wave, it looks like there's a cannon wave. I'll keep my eye on that, but there's the Sheen from Arno. And just an interesting fact on this map, Summoner Spell is 40% haste, so 40% cooldown reduction on your Summoner Spells. Arno gonna come back to the lane, pick up these creeps, expecting Hulk Smash to try the base here. Can you freeze realistically on this map? We'll see what Arno decides to do. He's gonna pull it. He's gonna pull it, yeah, and he's gonna freeze it.
I guess it suits the map style, you know? We're on the Howling Abyss. In the Freyord, you might as well be freezing. Some people have been watching a little bit more LS recently than others, perhaps, as Arno freezes the wave. We'll get up to level 6 before Hulk Smash is able to get back. Hulk Smash going for the Balmy Cinder here, instead of going for that Bramble Vest that we thought he may look towards.
I think Bramble Vest does give a lot of value, but then again, he has Ignite anyway. I just think for short trades, Bramble Vest just benefits a little bit more, but we'll keep our eye on that. Arno will have to build healing reduction, I hope, right? You have Ignite for all-ins, yes, but having something like Execution is where, again, you can take small trades and win out, maybe force his ultimate and back off, could be a way to play the game. But both back in lane, both level 6. Arno has a lot of true damage with that Sheen now. Probably putting, he's putting points in Q, so that'll hurt. Obviously, she needs physical damage, but when she can hit that... What the idea Arno wants to do is Q1, the creep, walk forward to the move speed, W, and then auto Q2.
Yeah, because Q2 is true damage as well, right? So you're just going to chunk straight through that Mundo.
That's the idea. And the lifesteal for Arno could help with the poke. 177 gold from the cannon. I did not see that. Each melee is 37, and the cannon is 100. Oh, here we go, all in.
A little bit of a trade here between the two of them. Arno can, of course, still hookshot wall dive away from this, and Hulk Smash coming out on the winning side of that trade. Looks for a bit of extra damage. He's a businessman doing business. Ignite. He's got an urgent call here as Arno has to jump away. Ignite ticking down will force him away for now.
Yeah, this is the thing with the matchup. Arno can always choose to escape. When Hulk Smash commits, there is no real back off against the Camille, but he is winning out on this. He will be able to deny away from Arno. Hulk Smash level 8, Arno level 7. So this is actually a lot of gold. Normally, this wouldn't be the end of the world, right? You'll be down like 5-6 CS, you'll be down a little bit of XP, but I think the experience is multiplied and the gold. So you can see Hulk Smash is halfway to level 8, and this cannon is 200 gold almost, which Arno does end up picking up.
Essentially even on gold, as you can see down towards the bottom of your screen, 43 CS to 38, but those two turret plates that Hulk Smash was able to pick up have evened that one out. He's going to base. Let's see what he decides to buy here. Ninja Tabi, or plated steel cap.
It's been a year, hasn't it?
Zoomers. Yeah, I don't care if it's been a year. It's still Ninja Tabi
true.
in my head.
It'll never change. But quick thing, Hulk Smash, his Ignite's halfway back up. He's based, it's the same timer as his ultimate almost, right? So the Summoner Spell Haste, you can take these all-ins base and get a good back, right? Yeah. And just invest early, like Summoner Spells to force him out of lane, pushing the wave base, and then just not take an all-in until your Summoner's back up, which will be about a minute or two, right? As we see, a little bit of trading coming in.
Both of them okay for the moment. Arno did get that Phage. Haven't really noted that. It might be a Triforce buy for him on this Camille. Of course, does still have different options as he backs away. And actually might have gold for something right here, Cage.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of gold. Hulk Smash, what does he want to do with the wave?
It's going to stop him from backing. That's smart.
Yeah, the Balmy Cinder will kill the wave itself, so maybe just fast pushing this wave and taking another base would be good, depending on how much gold he's got. I think these players have probably been scrimming on this map a lot. It's when I say scrimming, 1v1ing a lot of each other, we'll say. Does he have Demolish? Does Demolish...
So Demolish has reduced damage, but he's not running it. I did check when he went for the first. There's another plate going over the Hulk Smash though. 160, as you say. It's Divine Sundra on Arno. Kind of to be expected. Triforce not as strong as it. It's been a while since I've watched people play, and of course, Divine Sundra.
Basically, Sundra is better into tank, because Arno is going aggressive here. Drops the Ignite.
Ignite coming down. Hulk Smash going to pop the ultimate as he tries to get away from Arno here. Hextech Ultimatum coming down. There's the barrier. Hulk Smash needs to get out of this. Needs to get that healing up. Hulk Smash, no barrier left. Arno's still on the chase. Can't quite get close enough. He dives forward, and there's the kill.
That's gonna...
Oh, no. 1-0.
Yeah, that's going to be it. And you can see there, the Mundo can't escape when the Camille all-ins, but when the Mundo all-ins, Camille can get away. So, really good play there from Arno. Now, does Hulk Smash want to ban away Camille? Because we saw Arno's favorite champion was Camille. He gets it after 3 bans anyway. But the things like Irelia and Akali that he was taking away are just as dangerous in these all-ins.
Darius as well. It can be so strong, especially if you're able to get a Ghost alongside, just to get that chase potential. It's very difficult to get away from.
I think the kind of vibe I'm getting here from the pick ban is maybe Hulk Smash is more of a tank-oriented player. Mundo, Tam Kench taken away. And then, of course, Arno more of a bruiser player. What kind of tank can he bust out? If Tam Kench is banned away, that's one of the dominance 1v1 melee champions. How will this series evolve? I think a lot of thinking now for Hulk Smash. What does he want to give him? What does he want to pick into it?
It's a very big question. We're going to have another look at the Moments of Glory by Steel series here as Arno was just able to chase Hulk Smash down, even at a level disadvantage here, KJ.
Yeah, he has the Divine Sunder, so he has a lot of damage, a lot of shred through tanks. Divine Sunder, of course, really good in tanks. Look at the Q2 damage there. Boom. Takes around 20% of his HP, goes for the all-in. The ultimate comes out, drops the Q1. Barriers just to make sure that the all-in was good enough when he throws out the Q. And then when the E comes back up, there it is. Q1 the creep, W him to get the slow, E the wall, auto, Q2. That's the combo on Camille.
Easy enough chase there for Arno, and we'll see how effective he can be in Game 2 of this best of 3 as well. Of course, all of the games that we're watching today until the round of 16 are best of 3. Round of 16 will be best of 5, and tomorrow, in fact, we'll go all the way best of 5 until the best of 7 finals. It's going to be a grueling affair.
That is going to be a long one. Lots of back and forth. Best of 7. Don't think I've ever seen that in League. But in 1v1, it makes sense. The games are short, and you want to see who comes out on top. But really interesting game. From both of them, a lot of thinking for both. I mean, the thing is with Arno now is you're 1-0 up. You can be a little bit more
laissez-faire, loose.
Laissez-faire.
Laissez-faire.
Is that French?
Yeah.
Okay, look at you, man, busting out some French on the cast.
I mean, you could do this whole thing in Spanish, so I'm not gonna like.
Sí, señor. ¿Hablas español?
Un poco.
Un poco. We won't do that then. Do you speak any languages?
English.
Okay, what's that?
I used to speak French fluently.
Oh, really?
And I spoke some Hindi and Tamil when I was in India.
Damn, son.
That's been a while.
cool.
Nothing fluent these days.
That is pretty cool. We should play 1v1.
Should we?
Yeah.
You'd lose.
Leona versus Yumi.
I play with Khan. You can be Yumi.
Yeah, my Yumi is pretty deadly.
Yeah.
I bend it like Beckham. Actually, no, you can't bend it.
No, you can't because you're not on someone.
Oh,
That's
no.
the reason I gave you Yumi.
Oh, no. You know the film Wanted? You know when they shoot the pistol? And it just bends around
goes
the
around
corners.
that pig and then hits
Yeah, but I can't do that, I guess. Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe I can have a bot on my team.
A bot?
Like any bot, and I just sit on top of any bot.
I mean, how would that be any different from you just playing?
So, Game 2. Looking forward to that one. I think Arno in the driver's seat, like we said, can be a little bit... What was the word again?
Laissez-faire.
Laissez-faire with his champions. I think the one strat we haven't seen yet is we've seen the tank, we've seen the bruiser. We haven't seen the xa 1v1 no jungle. Forgiven style.
Sure.
You know, pick Caitlyn, Q every wave, tempo base heaven, and hit his tower, and trap his tower, and keep him there.
Do you think you can really do Caitlyn on 11-20-2? Because she was like hard nerfed with the headshots.
The thing is,
getting removed and all the mechanics getting removed.
With 1v1, I think if you push waves correctly, maybe you can do it. The only trouble is, I mean, if they have Irelia, you're basically dead. If they have Camille, you're basically dead. If they have the Snowball, you're basically dead. I think a really good strat is if you're against a ranged matchup as a melee bruiser and you have Snowball, flash on them, level 3, all in them with everything, make them flash away and then kill them on the Snowball hit when they push into your tower. Could be a way. But here we see the Mordekaiser ban, expecting the Tam Kench. Yasuo banned away, so Akali's up and so is Camille. Maybe Hulk Smash, there's a little bit of mind games here. Maybe I give you Akali and, you know, I just like go for something like Sylas, expecting an Akali or something. Maybe I give you Camille and just pick Jax, hoping you pick Camille. But there's the Tam Kench ban. And Arno.
Whoa, okay. That's a little bit more laissez-faire than perhaps we were expecting.
That is laissez-faire, right? Because Akali's open, Camille's open, and he can pick this as well. So worst case, if he loses, Hulk Smash knows he has a bigger champion.
The other thing is, though, if he wins, he's now showing that he has this extra arrow in his quiver, right, to the rest of the league, because everyone's watching this.
Like an elven archer. You look like an elven archer yesterday.
I did.
With the green.
I thought I looked more like a hobbit. I'll be honest, like 3 hobbits
taking
in
the
a
hobbit's
trench
2
coat.
eyes and God.
Heimerdinger picked in for Hulk Smash once again. One of those champions that kind of wants to sit back and farm up. Yeah. And then you can do a lot of damage on Heimer if you get your turrets working properly, but it's a bit more difficult to micromanage those micro turrets.
This is similar to the Xaxaxa 1v1 always push for given style, you know? You just pick Heimerdinger, put your turrets down, and dare him to all in you and keep the push the whole game long. Now we're going to see Arcane versus Edgy Sword Boy. Yone versus Heimerdinger.
I would love an Arcane series set in like Yasuo, Yone.
That would be really cool.
Have that whole
Zed in there as well.
Yeah, you could even have Yasuo teaming up with Ahri going to Bilgewater, like the Ruined King storyline.
I know a lot about League of Legends. I don't know about League of Legends lore.
Oh, I only know that lore because it's Ruined King, and I just played that whole game.
I didn't touch that game yet.
Really good game. Yeah. Very enjoyable.
Looking forward to it. But look at the items. Lost Chapter. So, pure push. It's going to do a lot of damage. And then, of course, it's Vamp Scepter from Arno to sustain.
Arno understanding the fact that he is likely to be on the wrong side of quite a lot of hurt here, because, of course, that Heimerdinger can just spam out damage.
And the Yone will look for all in level 6. I think an early kill for Yone is probably not going to happen. Hulk Smash is going to get the first base, keep up the push. Yone is more of a scaler, kind of, right?
Yeah.
I think the longer the game goes on, the more damage he'll do, of course, when he gets the double crit items and things like this.
I always thought Renekton was more of a scaler.
Okay, thanks for input, Medic. I love Renekton too, but it's nerfed. Renekton doesn't exist anymore. Oh, Medic, shut up, man. Scale. No, you can't be doing this. Okay, it's gonna be a pun day, isn't it?
Yep.
Get it fun? Okay. Okay, so Hulk Smash with the push. Arno's gonna lifesteal up. And I think it's probably unlikely that he'll get double crit item. We saw, I don't know what the game timer was when he finished that Sunder, but they were around level 9, 10. Yeah. So I'm guessing that was around 6 or 7 minutes in. And when the Circle of Death comes, that's it, you have to fight. So maybe best case for Arno is a Berserker Greaves and a Zeal.
So you don't think Arno, like, wouldn't you just go towards Shield Bow here?
Yeah, if he can complete a Shield Bow, that'd be great, but I think Berserker Greaves is pretty big. I think a Zeal would be good for early crit, but look at that, the second you jump in, it hurt. Ooh, a lot of damage.
Hulk Smash going to take a bad trade here. Ignite was available for Arno. He's actually gone both of them. Instead of running the barrier here, have gone for the Flash Ignite combination. So Arno puts a lot of damage down onto Hulk Smash, of course. The ability to separate your soul and jump on towards the opponents means that Yone can be relatively safe while he steps forward.
Yeah, the Heimer is really squishy with this build. Hulk Smash probably wants to push this in and base soon. Maybe buy a Ruby Crystal or some cloth arm or just defensive item. The thing is for Hulk Smash is he needs to save his E the second Arno E's in as well. So he needs to make sure he can time it perfectly, just drop the stun and then gap close a bit. And as you said earlier, the heal will come out second, but he has no E now, so Arno can start to dash forward. Doesn't have the Q3 though, so he can't connect onto the Heimer.
Arno now will want to use these minions to heal up with that Vamp Scepter, try and avoid the extra rockets that are coming out from Hulk Smash as the wave gets pushed into the tower once again, and it's Hulk Smash with a sizable CS lead, about 10 ahead with 4 on the board. Arno will just try and catch these, but Hulk Smash very much in that push the wave under the tower, force your opponent to try and farm underneath their own turret.
And the only thing it's netting him is the CS lead, right? Yeah. So, I mean, the plates are
CS
fine.
lead is...
Ooh,
he went for it!
Flashes the G2 icon as well. Arno reacts just in time. If that stun hit, man,
yeah, he's dead.
That would have hurt. I would have felt that damage over here.
That was closer than perhaps Arno wanted it to be, but he did manage to flash away just in time. Hulk Smash once again putting down these turrets using the bush to try and get a advantageous angle on it.
Yeah, and I think the winner of this is now Arno. Yes, the ultimate was used, but flash for flash trade is always going to benefit the Yone because he can full connect his spells, then might go for the Q3 with the E, and then look for the full ultimate, and then you have the all-in. Here it is.
Fate Seal not quite going to hit, but there is the Q3. Hulk Smash dodging back into his turrets. The Ignite taking. Arno goes back, and both of them will survive with sub 200 HP.
Oh, if he hit that ult, Hulk Smash was dead. If he hit one of the Qs as well, he missed one at the end. Maybe he could have gotten the kill, but now Arno's forced to base. Hulk Smash can push in the wave, and now that advantage that Yone had in this matchup with the flash deficit should fade away. Lots of summoner spell reduction. 40%, flash is 5 minutes, probably around 3 minutes 30 that will come back up. So Hulk Smash will just play a little bit defensive.
Hulk Smash stealing away the health relic there as well, just to make sure that Arno had no opportunity to gain it back. And Arno doing the smart thing here. He knows he's got a Vamp Scepter. He knows that Hulk Smash is going to back away. He can just heal up off this wave. Doesn't have to heal entirely back in the fountain.
Ooh, stopwatch coming out. Smart buy there from Hulk Smash. Can stopwatch the ultimate. Arno will have to keep track of that. A lot of times you're playing League and you're like, I'm going to flash it. Oh my god, yes, stopwatch, man.
Get rid of the item.
You know? So Arno needs to make sure he sees that. Like I said, has life steal. Went for the null magic mantle, so a little bit of MR, and Hulk Smash has gone for the healing reduction.
Yeah, I really like the ability in old purchase here. I think especially into something like a Yone, who's gone for that Vampiric Scepter early. If you can get your damage to stick a little bit more, it just does so much work. And of course, with the turrets, you can have constant DPS hitting onto that Yone. CS still in Hulk Smash's favor, about 10 farm ahead with about 5 here for him to collect. And it could be that we're pushing towards a CS victory. The expectation is, if we get towards that, Hulk Smash should take it. He's miles ahead, but Arno's flash is about a quarter of the way off cooldown, and actually will be timed relatively well with his ultimate as well.
Do you know what? I want to see the circle of death come in, and then a Heimerdinger turret like pop, bang, smack in the middle of it. So it's like an octagon free for all with this Heimerdinger just smashing onto Arno. See how he deals with it, because he can't dodge around. And of course, Hulk Smash knows Arno's base, so he's gonna fast push this wave. Maybe take a base of his own here and pick up some tier 2 boots. So much gold from these creeps if you can actually land them. Obviously, like a 16 CS lead in a pro game, you know, it's not the end of the world, but in
like
this, it's
300
maybe
gold
upwards of 1,000 gold, depending on what wave it was.
Arno back in time as the Merc Treads purchase, so able to get back just a little bit quicker. Hulk Smash is going to try and back away. Those turrets will time out, but not too quickly as Hulk Smash comes back in to actually put them down, and must be sitting on a sizable chunk of cash right now. His wallet looking pretty hefty. He does just want to get this wave under the tower once again.
Arno went for the Merc Tread, so wants a little bit of tenacity to deal with the Heimerdinger. And like I said, will base here. What boots will he buy? Will he buy plate steel caps, Sork shoes? No, he's going to go for the Seeker's Arm Guard. That item early game is not that great. He needs to stack it up fully to get the value back on it, so probably going to play
30 stacks, right?
30 stacks, I believe it is.
But I think the thing is, right, if he can start stacking up, he'll start stacking up relatively quickly, and if he can get to, you know, 10, 15, 20, then he's actually in a really good position. Arno looking to engage once again here on the Hulk Smash, just getting the wave underneath the tower.
Yeah, timing is very important as well. Arno there could have dropped his ultimate, looked for the all-in. Oh, there it is.
He misses the ultimate. Stopwatch still available here for Hulk Smash as well. Can't quite land the grenade, and Hulk Smash will just go back to farming up the wave.
Yeah, the reason I was going to say timing is important is if Arno got Hulk Smash's flash there, his ultimate is still lower cooldown, so when Hulk Smash is sitting around, and there he goes.
There we go, Hulk Smash ignited.
There's the stopwatch.
Look at the turrets though. Just doing so much work. Sudden death going to bring in 30 seconds as the players want it to begin a little bit sooner. Hulk Smash will take the game as Arno is forced back by the Heimer.
Arcane wins, baby! Heimerdinger picks up the first win of the tournament. You can see a sigh of relief there from Hulk Smash. Like, ooh, okay, it's a series. And yeah, good play overall from Hulk Smash. What I want to say about timing is if Arno got the ultimate there and Hulk Smash flashed away, then he can just base, reset, and then wait for his next ultimate before the CS hits 100 and then go for the all-in. But we saw the Chamber of Death coming in. I think Hulk Smash was around 70 CS when it was 30 seconds. So maybe he would have gotten towards 80 on the next wave, upwards of 80, you know. But yeah, it just shows you need to kind of get every creep. I think he was missing a couple here and there. If he hit all of them, maybe he was in contention of a 100 CS win.
It really shows us how hard it is to get that 100 CS in the time period, right? It's going to be a very difficult thing for players to do. And I like it because it forces action. You know, we're going to see fights in every single game, and that's really what we are here for. I wonder how we're going to see things change. Because Heimer hasn't been banned, right? Wasn't banned in game 1, was picked up in game 2. Camille still hasn't been banned, and that won game 1. It feels like you can't just take the tanks away from Hulk Smash and stop him from being able to win.
Yeah, here's the Moments of Glory by Steel series all-in that Arno tried to go for, but Hulk Smash, I don't think Arno saw the stopwatch because he tried. This is the second time he tries to go in. Now he tries a third time to go in with the Q3. Here it is. He goes for the Q2. Auto attack ignite. There's the stun. We talked about the stun timing for when the Yone jumps in. Pops the stun, pops the stopwatch. And Arno, no matter what he does here, even if he was to run away, he's dead because the sudden death's in 30 seconds. And Hulk Smash can chase him down, stop his base. And bye-bye. So 1-1 in the series.
There are some very minor things there, like if Arno hits his Q3 on the secondary engage after the stopwatch, maybe he can get enough damage down while Arno is airborne, but it's these minor things. And when you're in a 1v1, that's what it's all about, right? Because you don't have a Rakan chasing you down who can like save your life and give you shields. You don't have a mid laner there to save you either. You don't have a jungler.
Oh, I took a bad trade. Hey guys, can you push my wave out so I can base? Aha! And then in mid laner,
it's the same thing in every solo queue game. It's like your bot laner dies. Jungle, you're not helping. It's like you die 2v2. Just stop dying.
It's the classic. You solo kill him level 4. And you get punished for winning lane because the enemy jungle's there to freeze the wave and you have no TP. And you just lost the lane. So you get punished for winning the lane. But there's the Heimerdinger ban from Arno. He banned away, I believe, Tam Kench was one of them. So we'll see if he chooses to go for that one.
We've had Tam Kench, we've had Morgana. I wonder if Morgana just takes the Heimerdinger's place, you know?
That would be interesting.
You could just go for the same farm and then, you know, Black Shield yourself. got the binding as well for the disengage.
Maybe Arno knows that if he bans these champions, he gives him Morgana, he can pick something into it. But now Morgana is open, like I said, Yone banned away, so Akali is up. Does Arno want to go for it?
Importantly, that Camille banned away by Hulk Smash this time. And it looks like the Morgana is the hover for Hulk Smash. He's got a very defined style. Tanks or farmers who can just harass you down, chip away at your health bar, and stop you from really being able to go all in.
What is Arno going to go for? I'm really interested, because Morgana, we know exactly what the plan is. It's the same thing. It's the rinse and repeat Heimerdinger. Is he going to go for the Vladimir? I don't know.
Vlad would be spicy, because it's kind of the same idea, right? It's like, you're not going to be able to poke me down enough, because I just sustain, my name is Vladimir.
My name is Vladimir.
My name is Vladimir.
But yeah, sustain would be good, but I think Morgana can just push, blow the waves and back.
Sure.
The only real wave states you have as a Vlad to all in is when the wave is on your side of the map, close to the tower but not crashed, and then you can just kind of walk past the lane and zone her away, and she throws a Q at you, then you can walk up, right? I feel like the only way that Morgana can fix that is walking up and Wing, but the lane is really short and the creep spawns so quickly. So Morgana should be able to push in waves much faster than Vladimir and probably gets bases off a lot quicker, but in a straight up all in, it's all about the binding. If Arno gets hit by the binding, it doesn't W it, doesn't flash over it, he can't really chase him down, he'll just run away or he'll lose the 1v1.
But Sanguine Pool exists, right? So
right, the W, right? So he needs to W it or flash over it. If he can do that, then he should be alright. But I think just pure push, I think here level 1, he could just put 2 points in W, 1 point in E as a Morgana, just push the wave in his face.
I mean, it makes sense. Don't really need the binding to be able to win by CS, right? And it's a lot easier to CS with Morgana as well, because how do you miss them if you just put a W under them?
Right? There it is. Simple as.
I still remember my jungle Morgana days when she was OP.
Good times.
I climbed so much during that time. I'm not a jungler, I'm a support main, but Morgana jungle was so broken, you could just press W on like 3 different camps and you won the game.
Rumble jungle, the top laners are there. But then it's the opposite way around. When Lee Sin was a top laner, man. And mid laner, my eyes sometimes, they couldn't handle it in solo queue.
Well, that was when you were doing your solo, your Challenger challenge.
Yeah, Lee Sin
against
challenge,
Aguirre, right?
Yeah,
you won that one, didn't you?
I was the victor.
So you're pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. But I was going to talk about Vladimir. One quick thing that I've been seeing a lot in solo queue is Predator Vladimir with Ghost. There's a very famous Vladimir player in the US called Elite 500. I actually was laning against him a couple weeks ago. He just plays Predator and Ghost. And what he does is he stacks up his Q, gets the Q2, which is obviously the red bar where he runs faster, drops the Predator and runs at you, and then hits you with the big Q, and that's how he tries to contest the lane push. But he's putting a point in every skill here, Arno. And here's the push from Morgana. Just W the back line, auto the front line, stay a little bit out of range of his auto attack range, and throw out a binding when he tries to get close. So slightly Morgana favored matchup, but if Arno can get on top of Hulk Smash, he might kill him. There's no flash on Hulk Smash, there is a flash on Arno, so there is the gap close potential. He has phase rush too, and the early CDR is just here to make sure his Q is up as much as possible.
For the moment, Hulk Smash very willing just to step back, use that bush, try and gain vision control over it. Binding now missing, Arno's going to hit level 4.
This is what I was talking about. This is how Vladimir contests the lane against Morgana. He runs past the wave and Morgana can't W the backline. When Morgana can W the backline, then Vladimir is forced back. But if the Q goes wide and the Vlad can step up, that's how the lane becomes difficult. So he was able to successfully do it for the first 30 seconds there, but now it looks like Hulk Smash can just use the bush to his advantage. These bushes, of course, really help in the 1v1.
Of course, Arno sacrificing his health to try and get some of these spells off, down to about 3/4, but should be able to sustain that pretty easily with his Q. Put the second point in that right now, but Hulk Smash, 156 gold from that cannon. It's going to surprise me every time I see it. Hulk Smash puts a black shield on himself.
It's a lot of damage.
Tormented slow down once again, as you say. Lots of damage onto Arno, who's going to have to dodge away from that binding.
Cheeky little sidestep, there's the Q2. A lot of healing onto the Vladimir, so Hulk Smash needs to make sure that his distance to the Vladimir. This is how you do it. You pull the lane, you walk past it, and then you zone away the Morgana. That's the idea. But there's so many small things that make it so you can't really do it. The bushes hurt you, the health relics hurt you, so you can start to step up. The waves spawn faster. But Arno actually doing good in CS. You know,
he's actually ahead by about half a wave.
Stop the push, yeah, because you can see the wave.
Well, yeah, with the wave pushing. Obviously
in.
Not right now.
Yeah,
when this wave gets there.
If he can get the last hits on the tower, he should be pretty dandy. How much damage does the tower do to creeps? Okay, so it's around normal. Looks like it's normal. And Arno should be familiar with last hitting this.
This is something we've seen Hulk Smash do a few times, though, is push up, try and get a first tower plate, get that extra 160 gold, maybe get another one, and you can really start getting towards those first items. Arno, though, holding the wave in a relatively good spot here. That front line of minions will go underneath the tower, but this back line, with that Dark Binding hit, it's a little bit more tricky for Arno to control the minion wave.
Yeah, Hulk Smash is going to have to base soon for mana. He only has about 1 combo left in him, and the wave is coming into him. see how he approaches it. But the last chapter level up should be enough.
I mean, won't the shrines be spawning soon as well?
Yeah, shrine.
You could play for a shrine for the mana there.
The shrines, I don't know exactly what time, but they spawn at the back of the tier 1s as well. I think they spawn a little bit later on, a couple minutes after the first ones. But that's the thing, yeah, Arno, it's really hard to gap close. I think what he wants to do here is crash the wave. I think an early boots might help him. Merc Treads could be a buy. He'll never really die to Morgana, I feel like. If you're running Flash, Phase Rush, Merc Treads, and Morgana has a barrier and an Arcane Comment, I don't really think you can die in this matchup ever. But then you have to win through CS or through the Battle Royale, so how does Arno want to approach it? Could go for CDR boots, of course, which is obviously the main choice for Vladimir.
Interesting to see Hulk Smash not go for that shrine early on here. Does get the level up, gets some extra mana from that, and it actually might just be looking for the back here. Wants to try and push this wave in. Arno stepping forward, holding the wave once again, just outside of tower range. Arno, a prodigy at freezing, it would seem. We've seen him do it a couple of times over this best of 3.
It's just annoying. If you let the Morgana walk up and W the wave, you can't really do anything about it. It's so annoying for Arno. He needs to get in range somehow and proc his Phase Rush. And that's just if he wants to all in, but you can see Hulk Smash just plays way longer range. And now he can base. I think that's it. No more mana left. If he's close to a level up, maybe he can... Ow, yeah, there's the relic. Never mind. He's going to stay a little bit long. Okay, he's back.
It gives you so much mana. It's so strong.
Oh, this must be so annoying for Arno. It's like he's playing against a blue buff. Oh, that's a mistake.
That's a barrier.
Hey.
That's huge, actually.
I wonder if he thought he had Flash and he tried to Flash ult Ignite there. Because if that W's... I think he thought he had Flash.
Yeah, Soul Shackle still obviously holds through the Sanguine Pool, even if you use it. You have to get out of the range of it to escape. So yeah, Arno does have Flash as well, so it would have been a Flash trade in most probabilities. But Hulk Smash now a summoner down. Already a quarter of the cooldown used up on that barrier, though. So if Hulk Smash can continue to keep Arno at arm's length, perhaps it won't cost him too much, but it may cost him this first best of 3.
Well, this is one him away. The second Hulk Smash auto attacks, he should get vision of him. But he needs to base soon. He needs to get some... They must have a lot of gold stacked up. Arno's up in CS though.
He has 3k on him as well.
Yeah, yes. Well, yeah. Arno has 3.1. He wants to push in his wave base, maybe just drop a W or something. Just get it in as quick as possible because the next one will spawn so quick. It is already coming out of base. And he's going to base. So Luden's picked up for Hulk Smash. Has a Elixir as well.
Full Luden's first buy.
Elixir as well for the all-in. No healing reduction though. He's going to use that Ignite to be able to do so against the Vladimir. What's Arno going to buy? Is Proto Belt to buy with the tier 1 boots? Is it a Merc Treads into... There's the Proto Belt. I don't think he has enough for tier 2 boots. It would have to be tier 1, but it doesn't look like he has enough for tier 1 boots either. So it's just going to be the full Mythic.
Yeah, it's 2.8, 2.9 for...
my maths.
Yeah,
dude, I don't know the numbers off by heart. So bad at it. I have to look in shop. Look at that, 200 golds for a cannon, man.
Longshop.gg. Just go there. It shows you all the golds. It's easy.
I think Arno is really favored right now. If he can proc, there's the ultimate Hulk Smash. If Arno can outrange it.
Hemo Plague used as well. There's the stun. Finally's not going to be able to connect. Hits a minion instead. Hemo Plague will heal up Arno, and you can see the trade in favor of the Vladimir, but that's both the ultimates used. Ignite still available for Arno. Barrier back up for Hulk Smash. Binding goes wide there as Hulk Smash looks to try and get this first
turret. He's going to go for the E-Flash
Arno
here.
going for the all-in, as you say. 30 seconds. Tick, tick goes the clock as Arno looks for the flash engage, but doesn't dodge the binding. And because of that, we are ticking towards that Ring of Fire, Kadril.
He could have flashed over the binding there and looked for it, but either way, he needs to sustain up quickly because Hulk Smash is going to hit level 11 soon, doesn't have the ultimate up soon yet. 10 seconds on the sudden death. Now, I don't know how quickly this closes in, but Arno needs to lifesteal up as much as possible. The Relic has spawned. He needs to contest that. Has the W as well. Gets hit by the binding. Ignite, that's it.
The Ignite is ticking. Sanguine Pool will keep Arno alive for the moment. What can you do? He's going to back.
Does he have time?
Oh, he's racing the ring. He's racing the ring. Here we go. Rev your engines up. The ring's coming in
Where's
just a second time.
Where's the ring?
Where is it?
Where's the ring?
Frodo.
Back.
Where's the ring? Go to Mordor. Okay, this is a lot slower.
Is really slow. I thought this would be like dun 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 dun. This is a lot slower. We just built up hype for nothing.
I loved your Frodo line though. That was top tip.
Oh, why is it?
Frodo! No! Hulk Smash! Didn't think about the ring!
The one
His
ring!
proposal was turned down!
The one ring to rule them all!
Well, that's the way to win, Arno.
That's a horrible way to lose.
Takes the victory. I mean, the good thing is, it's a group stage. You've got 4 more best of 3s to play.
Yeah.
You have your chance.
You're not out.
To,
that's
get
important.
back into it.
You're not out. You got 3 more best of 3s. You can still win those ones to stay in the group. Groups of 5 players each. 4 players will proceed onwards. And Arno takes the win. 2-1. almost a reverse sweep. Is it a reverse sweep? No, it's not.
No, because Arno won the first game.
No, I know, but if Hulk Smash was to win, it wouldn't. It's not a reverse sweep because we need to win 3 games. It needs to be best of 5. What is it?
No, it's still a reverse sweep.
Maybe it's a Hoover. It's not a reverse
It's a Henry?
sweep.
You pull a Henry, maybe?
Yeah, you pull a Henry. You pull a Hoover because you need to win 3 to make it a reverse.
We could call it a Dyson because we say bison to one of the players.
Skirt.
Anyway, that's our first best of 3. A little bit of a strange way to end. Obviously, the Ring of Fire has claimed many victims in the past, but not quite timing it correctly.
Okay, I'm gonna stop making these references now.
I mean, we've got all weekend for it, mate.
Yeah, it's true. We've got a lot of games to make these references. We got to figure out some
Pelennor
more.
Fields.
You got to figure out some more. Where?
The Battle of Pelennor Fields.
Is that
Pelennor Fields is in front of Minas Tirith. You know the big battle with the Mumakil, and then the Army of the Dead comes in.
Yep.
Yeah. And when they kill the Witch
and then
King
Rohan
of
comes from the other angle.
Yeah.
The double pincer.
It's the Rohirrim.
The double pincer forward.
It's only half as men as I hoped.
Yeah, that still counts as 1.
No, that's
Legolas.
that is from Battle of Pelennor Fields. I was thinking it was you know where Gimli has knowledge of the nervous system of an orc?
Sorry, what?
So Gimli knows that orcs have a central nervous system. Because in the movies, when he kills someone at Helm's Deep, and Legolas shoots the guy and says he was still twitching, right? And then Gimli says, it's because he's got my axe buried in his nervous system. Gimli is a doctor.
Today I learned.
Pascal also said something in my ear. Oh, we've got an interview ready. Let's get it away from us. Let's remove it from us. We've got the interview ready.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, a ring to rule them all. What a final, what a first best of 3. And congratulations to you. You won the very first stage game here.
Thank you. So yeah, I just won the first game. Not like I wanted to win, but a win is a win, I guess. So
yeah,
we take it.
You take it, definitely. And we saw you playing first time this new mode, I would say. The qualifier was on Summoner's Rift. How different is it to play in the Howling Abyss, and how do you prepare for this mode?
So it's completely different, honestly, because you are not level 1, so there is champs that are less strong than on the Summoner's Rift. And I think it's cool that they added these Rings of Fire. Of course, I won't buy it, so yeah. But it's cool because they are less boring. Like, you can't just pick Caitlyn Grasp and just farm. You need to do something, and I think I really like this mod. And to prepare it, we did it yesterday, since this mod is private to the event. And we played like all day with the guys, so it was fun.
Just tried everything out. You spoke to the level 3 in the beginning. Do you think there is any champion where you can hit all 3 level points into one ability and go all in for the beginning?
I never think about that, but I think maybe you put 2 points in one ability, but not 3 points in one ability. It's not worth it, I think.
So you need the kit of the champions to be successful. One last question for you. We have many opponents. Is there any player you definitely want to face in this 1v1?
Of course, my friend from France, Lingui. We played a lot together yesterday, and it was quite fun. And he's a really good opponent, so I look forward to play against him if one day we met.
We are ready for that. Thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck for the continuing competition. And yeah, back to you guys at the caster desk.
Thank you very much. I promise you we won't talk about Lord of the Rings anymore.
No,
I think we're done with the Lord of the Rings discussion.
But you do look like you could fit in to Lord of the Rings
So
with the
do you.
hair. No, I don't. What
Yeah,
do you
you
mean? Oh yeah, dwarf. Go on, make the joke.
No, I wasn't going to make it. I was Gollum.
That was even worse. That was terrible. Oh, you're not an elven prince anymore.
Yeah.
You're an orc.
Yeah,
You're an orc. So what?
I'm an orc. I'll take an orc. Let's have a look back at one of the other games that was being played while we watched best of 3. It's Lingui versus Hamboli, and it should be a really good matchup. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights of it as we get on into this. And obviously, you have to remember we're playing a lot of best of 3s at the same time, so we can get through all of these games in the groups. Lingui from France, his favorite champion is Camille. Hamboli from Egypt, favorite champion is Yorick. So maybe more of that. Once again, a more aggressive player versus a more tank-oriented player here. Okay?
Yeah, we got a lot of best of 3s, right? So we can't catch them all, but this is a highlight of what happened. We had Aatrox into Tahm Kench. Now, Tahm Kench, I think, is very powerful in the 1v1s, especially if it's a melee matchup. And in this case, it is. We'll see what happens, because Hamboli went for the Snowball, and Lingui has 2 kind of aggressive spells here. There's the Bramble Vest into the healing champion. Q's gonna miss. Conqueror.
It was actually Ignite, not Snowball, just looking at this.
Oh, it was Ignite, so he must have changed last second then. Yeah. That does make sense. We've seen Flash Ignite, we've seen Barrier Ignite, Grasp versus Conqueror. So it looks like Hamboli had the early push and was able to get the first base, which makes sense with the Aatrox, and had a small CS lead.
And Lingui going for the Bramble Vest early here. Phage picked up for Hamboli. And I think the question really becomes like, when do you all in or do you have to all in? Because all-in on a Tahm Kench is so difficult to do. He has so many shields, so many heals. You can see
Here comes the Nom.
No Nom.
Ooh, it's the race for the Shrine. Can hit the Q.
That tongue lash, man. Absolutely deadly.
A lot of fighting happening.
Oh, we got to the ring of
the
fire.
Ring of Death is coming in. Look at the fire!
Hamboli trying to trade here. Lingui's on the chase as well. Ignite Flash. All summoners still available here.
He needs to stand behind the creeps to stop the Tahm Kench Q. That's exactly
what
he's
doing. That's so smart from Hamboli. Pops the ultimate. Lingui low.
He can't hit him.
The thing is, Hamboli knows he can just survive. He can just stand in the ring of fire. He's going to get devoured, gobbled up, spit out, but not into the ring. The flash away from Hamboli. Easy as you like. More health coming into the ring. Knew that he could just carry it all the way into Mamdu.
That puts him 1-0 up, and really good play there from Hamboli. Just using the creeps, very just smart micro game knowledge, right? Doesn't have to walk up and all in him because he's got the advantage of health. Just play it slow, calm down, let him walk into you, and then just kind of mismatch him, like dancing in a way, right?
Interesting to see no Tahm Kench ban and no Tahm Kench pick in this second phase. Hamboli deciding to go for the set instead.
Yeah. Set looks pretty strong. If he can get the stun, it's the biggest question. Doesn't have flash to do so, but he will do. Oh, doesn't stop the Camille E. And Lingui, with these short trades, that's what he wants to do. If Camille jumps onto Set with E and he can stun him into the creep and get the full W, that will be a kill. But Lingui, like we saw with the Camille before, has flash, has E. Hamboli doesn't really have any gap close, and has no W here.
This is a few trades early on. Hamboli trying to trade in here. Lingui using the hookshot wall dive to get in. Barrier pop there. Lingui still trading. Hexagon Maiden was available, but the flash away there as they fight around the shrine. Level 7, as you say, might be it. Stun there onto Lingui. Pull back with the showstopper, and Lingui doesn't really have anywhere to go. No flash, no ignite, no way out. Could try and hookshot wall dive somewhere, but Hamboli should just be able to punish that down. It's not enough. The Hexagon Maiden wasn't quite enough to keep Lingui alive. Hamboli takes it 2-0.
Yeah, this is the difference here. Camille is mobile, but against the Set, is your mobility really that useful? Because eventually when it comes down to it, if Set can hit the stun and ults you when you have no E, he's going to hit the W, and the true damage is just too much.
He just locks you in there with him, right? He's a very cunning pugilist, is Set.
We've seen a lot of champions already. Heimerdinger, Morgana, Vladimir, Camille, Set. Yeah, sorry, my brain is fried.
Good one there, Coach. We're going to hand it over to the analyst test to break down those two games and get us ready for game number 2 of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. That was a great cast already on the day. I love that Kadrill's brain is already fried after what is like the first of a million 1v1s that we're going to see today. Super exciting, though, and we learned a lot immediately. You had a couple of things that you wanted to touch on.
Yeah, I felt like health packs are baits right now. Literally, there's a lot of players that will stay a little bit further away. They will allow you to take the pack, like the Hammerdinger game that we watched, put that stun on you, get that CC lockdown on you, and then push you off of your tower, which was one of the tactics we again saw with Hulk Smash when he was playing that Hammerdinger. And the other one is the stopwatch from the exact same game as well. I felt like stopwatches are going to be purchased more and more and more, especially when that Ring of Fire is just about to come out. Back in to grab that stopwatch if you already have one completed item, I think it's going to be really clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw some of the Ring of Fire play, right? The Sun
disaster
Circle. I specifically love that Hamboli finish, the fact with the Tahm Kench just spitting him out, but then Aatrox said, not today, TK.
It was the possibility to play with that Ring of Fire, to use the extra damage, but I think it's more or less a way to make them fight and not to use the ring to kick them out. Maybe we see some insects with the Sin to kick him out of the ring, that would be cool, but at the moment we only saw the Ring of Fire to build up a fight inside the middle domain.
And I have to say, I was a little surprised to see Lingui lose 2-0 for his first one. He is second division LFL player, you know, has a lot of skill, but it just goes to show that it might necessarily not be the skills that you use in best of 5 that are prevalent and needed in a best of 1 on stage.
Yeah, definitely. So there is much more inside the brain of a pro player. You have to know so much about the game. You have to be so much in-depth to League of Legends. And you can be a good 1v1 player without knowing all this stuff. You know your champion, you know your specific matchups, and then you can be a good 1v1 player without knowing anything about map rotations and objectives and something like that.
Yes. And that is so important, something that doesn't always apply to a pro player. Like when you're a top laner, you're not necessarily going to know all the ADC matchups. You're not going to know the jungle and the mid lane matchups. So here, I love what Kadril said. We've seen such a huge array of champions. We've seen mages, we've seen fighters, we've seen assassins we haven't seen yet, but we've seen the bruisers, we've seen the mages, we've seen the tanks, which are the 3 that are more prominent right now that we've seen. And again, you can't know necessarily all matchups. Yes, you know how your champion functions and plays, but in a specific matchup, you might have some gaps.
Yeah, all these different factors that come into play in a 1v1. Let's take a look at the results so far that were played in Group A and see how it is. As said already, 5 players in Groups A, B, and C. 4 of them will advance ahead. But if you lost that first one, you're starting to get a little bit more scared. And of course, you want to make that up. Now we will see, we saw Lingui versus Hamboli up, Hulk Smash versus Arno, as well as we have a swapperoo, Kadril.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Does it work?
I don't know actually if the crowd can hear you. I can't really hear you.
Okay, I can't hear you. But
now I can.
Okay, now you can hear me.
I think so.
Hello.
Perfect.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, was casting. Now I'm here. It was fun. I loved
So
it.
Lord of the Rings, huh?
Yeah, that reference just came out of nowhere. I don't know, the ring, the one ring, you know, the fire, I don't know, Mordor.
The ring also came out of nowhere, especially for Hulk Smash.
What the hell was that? I was so
know.
surprised. I was like, wait, what's going on?
Because first I had the same. I thought it would go much faster. Actually, I would prefer it if it went a little faster.
Yeah.
Just, but you know, I also understand.
I'm surprised they're like level 12, level 13 when the fire's coming in, right? So you're actually pretty high level and you have a mythic and a half almost. So it can change a lot for champions at scale like Camille. When we saw the Sunderer, you know, she did so much more damage.
And the Vlad, I was like, okay, you never get a Vlad to scale really in these 1v1s. But yeah, they did get there, especially with the fact that you get so much gold starting out. You can build everything much faster. So it might change kind of the picks and bans we see coming out.
Yeah.
Has there been anything that caught you off guard so far?
Not yet, but I think that there will be some matchups with players from the middle lane who told me that they love to play Azir, which is not the best 1v1 champion on Summoner's Rift. You need to scale, you don't get the time for that, but in Holding Abyss, it's possible, and I hope to see them online.
Yeah, comfort is key, I think, right? If you're a mid laner, don't try and go for something different and play Caitlyn or something like that, right? If you're going to do something that you're comfortable on at 100%, it's much better than doing something you're not comfortable at, like, you know, 80 or 70%, right? So stick to your guns, stick to what you're good at.
It's a good rule for life in general,
Yeah,
not
it
just
is,
the
yeah.
1v1s with Kadril. Let's take a look at Group B. We'll dive into that one next. And we will be watching Bond versus Bradley, I believe, as our first match here. Bond, Antonio Bond. We had a little, you know, we're going to see how he does, because that's just an awesome nickname. But Bradley did come in the opening video and said he was going to smash everyone. So
Respect.
Respect on that.
You got to come in with that mindset, right? It's not a team game, right? It's you. It's like a solo RTS style. It's all on you. Every mistake, every good play, it's all comes from you. So you got to have the confidence in yourself.
Yeah, and I think they'll be happy that we already saw one match on the grand stage, and also the fact that one person already got screwed over, excuse my French, by the Ring of Death.
Yeah, they have to keep their eye on it.
Yes, now they probably won't make the same mistake. But let's get to know our next players, starting with Bond.
My name is Bond. I'm 23 years old and I come from Spain. There is really good players. Being between 20 of the players around the world who qualify to this tournament, it's, I don't know, a crazy experience. But I didn't come here to waste my time. And of course, I'm really competitive, I'm really ambitious, but I know there's a big chance of losing earlier. But I'm going to win, of course.
What an introduction. Amazing. We'll see. I think he's also the only representative from Spain, as far as I remember correctly. And let's take a look at his opponent, Bradley.
My name is Bradley. I'm 20 and I'm from the US in Florida. My strength is that I like to dominate lane and try to get the most out of individual mechanics. So I look to kind of play skill expressive champs. I'm not nervous, and my goal is to win it, 1000%. There's no nerves. I've talked with everyone here, like everyone's nice and stuff. You know, there's a bit of like league talk, but at the end of the day, I came here to win, and that's what I'm gonna do.
He's not messing around, is he? I think the interesting thing is he says there is a little bit of league talk. You can kind of get in your opponent's
What
head,
are they
you know.
talking about?
You can walk up to them in the 1v1 table like, hey buddy, what's the champ pool for today, huh? You been scrimming? I heard there's something really OP, you know. Give him some little banter behind the scenes.
But I want to know, like, if they're not talking about League during a 1v1 tournament, like, what's going on?
I don't know. Talking about the weather.
We'll see. Nothing like confidence on the American players, but we love it. We're going to see if they come out swinging indeed. Is there anything you're looking out for in this matchup particularly? He said, I'm all for the high intensity games, the mechanics, letting them shine.
Skill expression.
That is music to my ears.
Yeah, I suppose to see some really skilled champions and really hard to play champions sometimes with very good micro and macro play. And I hope that he's ready, because USA, that's a long way here to Germany. And I don't know how often he has to suffer such long travel times to be ready. So I hope he gets it.
Yeah, for sure. Like the brethren at the World Championship, usually it is a long way to swim home if you get knocked out. But we'll see. Let's meet our players and get them onto the stage, Bond and Bradley. Settled in, Red Bull by their side. They have quick access if they need one, but hopefully they'll keep their eyes on the game.
Yeah, we saw the first game, both of them instantly grab the Red Bulls, just get it straight down here, get the caffeine in and get the mechanics going.
Definitely so. Let's head straight over to our casters to dive into the next best of 3.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I'm now joined by Trouble. I'm still medic. Trouble's over here. You can't quite see her. Come on, guys, get the camera higher. She's not wearing any heels.
Hello.
Okay? Trouble's joining me.
Come on. You're just extremely tall, okay?
Well, yeah, but it's just been, it's difficult to try and get these things aligned.
There you go.
Right? Exactly. You can stand on the seat as well if you want. Thank you. No worries. We're here for the second best of 3 of the day, second round of the group stages, and I'm looking forward to it. I saw a Yorick and then a Kali. I think this sort of mixed match of tank players versus assassin or more bruiser players is quite an interesting dynamic we have.
Some mages here and there as well,
We'll
yeah. I don't know if we're gonna see a Kali because due to her, recent nerfs, we haven't seen her necessarily in the Rift, but that's a different case when it's just a 1v1 because such a skill-based champion. And Bradley also said that he really likes to play depending on how skillful you have to be to play a champion, and also Bond respects that,
Yep. Bond's actually going to ban out the Akali immediately, as you say. Darius and Tahm Kench taken away by Bradley. Kalista removed. We have heard some rumors of Kalista being really strong. Of course, the Rend, the Spears can do a lot of work in these sorts of fights.
I believe that a lot of marksmen can stand in a lane alone, the likes of Kalista, Tristana, Caitlyn, Lucian. These are big lane bullies. Less for the Caitlyn because I'm a lot scared when you push the wave, what can happen if somebody flashes on you. But I feel like Kalista, Lucian and Tristana are extremely playable in a 1v1.
Well, Bond respects that Caitlyn as well. He's going to take that away. Rumble removed, and now Bradley cycling through a plethora of champions, a smorgasbord, a pick and mix of champions. I did see a Bard there for a second.
I've seen 3 times Karina.
Okay, I mean,
3 times.
I think he's just clicking random. Let's be honest.
4th time.
Oh, no way, Bradley. He's not gonna do it for you, Trouble. I'm sorry. I know you really want it to happen. It's not gonna happen. Wukong was immediately locked in here for Bond with the Ignite and the Barrier. Bradley going for a bruiser himself. Volibear, Ignite, Barrier as well.
I think actually last season we have seen this matchup in the top lane when Volibear was played massively in the top. And into the Wukong. Wukong is like favorable in taking trades, getting out unscathed, right? He goes in, he does the trade, he goes out, leaves his monkey clone behind. No big deal. Now, the thing with Volibear is that if he all-ins you first and he catches you, it's very easy because he does so much damage early on that it's so hard to calculate. But again, Wukong pokes you down so much, that means that Volibear has to back over and over and over again, loses in experience, loses in gold, and when the items start coming in for Wukong, it's going to be really hard to deal with.
I have to see which of these 2 players is able to bring home the win. Of course, it's the best of 3 once again. I don't know what their results were in round 1. I didn't actually check. I will see if we can get that updated for us as we go through this best of 3, because of course, fighting from a 0-1 position is very different to fighting from a 1-0 position. Only 1 player gets knocked out from this group at the end of the day.
And
but
being the 1 out of 5?
Being the 1, out of 5 that gets knocked out is a huge hit to take. But we'll have to obviously see how they play in this match.
Welcome to the zoo.
First, welcome
Monkey
to the zoo.
versus bear.
Monkey bear. Yeah. It's like my Sudoku games.
Do they consist mostly of monkeys
well,
or bears?
I'm playing, so there's definitely a... I was going to say a bear, but I think I'm more of a monkey, let's be honest. Double Doran's going here for Bond. He's got the Doran Shield and the Doran's Blade. Bradley going press the attack, but with a Sheen early on.
That's what I'm actually surprised by. I was thinking that maybe something like a Volibear could go for the double Ruby Crystal. Double Ruby Crystal helps so much, especially when your opponent has a long sword, because it requires 2 more auto attacks than normal to kill you. So it's so strong to sustain the early game. And I feel like if the Volibear has a chance, it is going to be mostly in the early game, and he seems to be wanting to go more aggressive, try to trade back onto the Wukong, as we see here.
Lands the stun, but Bond, of course, just uses that decoy to get away. Bradley will have the push from that passive, his Thundering Strikes, just tearing the wave to pieces. And Bond does go in and try and trade here. Of course, decoy a long cooldown, still 5 seconds left on that. So if Bradley can find the opportunity to engage, perhaps he can get a little bit more damage off.
That's what I was thinking here. I was thinking, what is the cooldown versus the Volibear charging in? Because I think the clone is about 15-16 second cooldown, and I'm pretty sure that the charge from Volibear is a little bit shorter.
I think so as well.
You might be able to get a trade in.
It's been a while since I played Volibear. He's going for the Frenzied Maul, the W, as his max, which kind of to be expected. You can see the extra damage he gets down there onto Bond. Bradley and Bond trading. But, for the moment, neither one really finding the advantage. Bond has popped one of his health potions, but so is Bradley. And so, very even in this Bruiser matchup to start off round 2.
They seem to be wanting to take it very slow and easy at the start. I feel like the players feel more at ease when they already have one item completed. And now I really wonder if it's going to be a Sunderer for the side of Volibear, because starting Sheen, there's only 2 options you can go with. You don't have too much. But
Essence Reaver.
Previously,
True.
But previously we have seen some Trinity Forces going here and there, and if you want to play the more aggressive approach, it could be the case.
I think, of course, getting that Sheen, that part of an item, instead of going for Doran's early on, does mean that if you can keep up in CS, you'll get to your Mythic a little bit quicker, because you are just a little bit further along that road. Bradley with a shield here. Bondo, level 6. Pops the Cyclone, forces Bradley away, and this is a huge wave. Look at the size of that minion wave underneath this tower. Bradley is able to stay around. Bond is going to recall, and because of that, Bradley should be able to get most of this CS.
Yeah, he's gonna take a little bit more time, but he hits level 6, which is very crucial, and that means that he has a little bit of time between Bond has his ultimate up and available to potentially get a trade down. Now, thanks of course to the passive and the Thunderbolts that he throws down there, Volibear is really quick to clear out that wave, and he's not gonna have any trouble at all going back, grabbing his items. Bond might look to try and stop the back.
It's going to be difficult, of course. The Stormbringer, the ultimate from the Volibear, gives him a huge amount of HP. He still has barrier. He would be able to run away from that fight. There's the Phage. Bradley going towards the Sunderer that you said, Trouble. And for the moment, Bond just trying to hold this wave outside of his tower range. Hasn't managed it with a couple of minions, but should be able to keep them pretty stacked up on his side of the map for the moment.
And I feel like the Volibear right now is more stacked when it comes to items, because you've got the Sheen, but you also have the Phage, which gives you a little bit more movement speed to try and catch up onto the Wukong. So the second that Wukong uses the clone, you have a few seconds again to try and engage, to try and get a trade onto them. Bond has already used it. Now it's, okay, he has about 2 seconds. He has a 2 to 3 second window on the Volibear to try and re-engage onto Bond, but you see how cautiously Bond plays.
And Bond Cyclone about 2/3 of the way back off cooldown as well, so he won't really want to trade until he has that ultimate, either for disengage or for engage purposes. Bond is going to get chunked out here. Ignite ticking as well. Bond still has the barrier. Ult going in with a Stormbringer, but Bond uses the decoy. Bradley having none of it. 1-0 to the American.
That was so beautiful, honestly, because he knew he had 2 to 3 seconds before the clone came back up. He used it to take the clone, then he used it to kill him, and of course the Volibear ultimate is so crucial. It disables towers. See you later. Bear versus Monkey, 1-0.
I mean, it's not really too surprising, let's be honest. Like, most bears I would take over a monkey.
I mean, monkeys are intelligent, though.
Yeah, monkeys are intelligent, but if you give me a polar bear and say, hey, this polar bear wants to kill this little chimpanzee, although they're apes, I know, please don't tweet at me. If this polar bear wants to kill this chimpanzee, I'm taking the polar bear to win that fight.
Same.
You know? Yeah.
Same, actually.
Exactly, right? Like, so bears tend to win against monkeys. That's what we've worked out so far, and the question is, will Bradley and Bond change up their strategy for game 2?
Some mages? Some Katarinas?
Maybe. Stop saying Katarinas. Imagine if I was here just like, oh, are they going to play with Khan? Does someone want to play with
he
Khan?
said he
Do you
really
want to play
likes
with Khan? You
skillful
could play with
champions.
Khan.
He says he likes skillful champions, and then he shows me Volibear. So I don't know what to expect next.
I mean, he played it very skillfully in this Moments of Glory by Steel series. You can see, it was all about that QW timer that you were talking about. The extra couple of seconds that Bradley had to try and find this re-engage. Bond just oversteps a slight bit here.
Look at instantly. Q cooldown comes back for Bradley. He doesn't care that the cannon minion is there. He instantly engages because he knows he can put down the pain before the clone comes through. And when the clone does come through, I think Bond has taken a little bit way too much damage.
Of course, the tower being negated by that Stormbringer does a lot of work there for the Volibear. It means that he can stand under the tower for a little bit longer. Makes it a lot easier for him to do. I wonder how these two guys will adapt coming into game 2. Of course, there's a lot of different options. Katarina, as you say, you could play Yuumi if you really wanted to, although I think we're starting to see this matter
if she
of
gets picked, I'll tell you the Dark Text Katarina 1v1 way. She could, okay, small percentage, but it can happen.
Well, for the moment, she's not going to be picked by either player or banned by either player. Darius Harmkench taken away by Bradley. Volibear, Caitlyn removed, which does leave the Kalista open. Tryndamere taken away as well, as Bradley doesn't want the Undying King up in that
It's another way of like negating the tower, right? Because Tryndamere doesn't get any tower shots,
Easy enough for him. Irelia, though, first time we've seen this one get through pick and ban, I believe, as Bradley hovers it. I wonder what Bond is looking towards.
Okay, I'm looking at maybe a few tanks that we have seen. The Kens, of course, is out. You could potentially run the Wukong again, because I feel like into a bruiser, I think Wukong works. You can sort of go in, do the damage, get back out. And so far, we've seen a bunch of bruisers that Wukong does super well against.
For the moment, it looks like Irelia locked in for Bradley. Wukong once again for Bond, going back to the old faithful. Bradley with a 1-0 lead right now, looking to round out this series at 2-0, of course. And Irelia, so strong in these 1v1 trades, can just absolutely shred through you if given enough time.
Yeah, Irelia is like one of the dirtiest level 3 champions. The second she has every single skill leveled up, she will all in you. She will 100% all in you. I'm wondering if we might see... So here he doesn't really need the snowball, because Bond is going to be playing in his face with the Wukong. All he has to do is land the stun and then put down the pain, right? And once... It's much easier right now to take the level 3 with Irelia, because you only stack up to 4 stacks. So it's much easier to stack up to 4 and then instantly go in for the trade. You have to use, of course, your clone, but then the dash remains, right?
Yep. And there's it's a difficult road for Bond to walk. Of course, leaving the Irelia up does mean that Bradley has that opportunity, but Bond... He's got a lot of work to do to get back on into this one. It wasn't that convincing a performance in game 1, you know, not understanding the decoy into Thundering Roar, or the whatever the Wukong Q name is, the charge at you and stun you ability, made it a little bit hard for him. He's trying to find some vengeance here in game 2. Barrier Ignite once again for both players, as we take to the Howling Abyss once more.
Ooh, and I really love the Ruby Crystal Star from the side of Bond. Remember, it takes 2 more auto attacks from someone who has a long sword to take that Ruby Crystal down, which is very crucial because basically, Irelia is an auto attack champion putting down the pain. So I really like that adaptation on the atomization early on from Bond, respecting his opponent.
Both of them going for the Conqueror as well. Of course, we'll be trying to stack that up as quickly as possible. I was wondering if we'd see a little bit of lethal tempo, just for the extra...
1 CS lead?
Okay. Yes. I thought there was going to be something more dramatic than a 1 CS lead, but we'll take it. Oh no, Bradley's got the CS back.
Okay, you wanna do this really?
We are 1/25 of the way to that 100 CS total. Flawless Duet only lands onto the decoy there, of course. Can be used to reset that Blade Surge, which is exactly what Bradley is doing.
Dash is still up and available. We mentioned he can dash very close to a minion, try to take the trade with the Wukong, trying to land the stun, and once the clone is used, you still have the dash available to try and reach Bond on that Wukong. Now, the problem is that depending on where your wave stands, you can't take too much of an extended trade, especially if you're too close to the tower.
See Bradley just trying to shove this wave in as quickly as possible. Once again, Bond forced back underneath the tower. Bradley will back. Probably look to pick himself up. Maybe a Shin. I'm not sure if he has enough. Well, he has 18 CS, which is probably 75 million gold in this mode. So it's actually going for the Vamp Scepter instead. Just wants that extra bit of sustain in the lane.
But that is so clever because you can allow the Wukong to trade on you and then you lifesteal all of that back. It's not necessarily for the one-on-one fight when the ignites go down. It's not going to matter much due to the healing negation. But when it comes to the Wukong, this is what the Wukong does in lane. He wants to take trades on you, force you to be low enough, and then try to kill you. But with Irelia sustaining so much in lane and having the Vamp Scepter on top of that, it's going to be really hard to bring her that far down.
Bradley trying to trade here onto Bond. Now, Bond will have level 6 sooner than Bradley. If Bond can get a couple of minions here, he should be able to get towards that Cyclone. Bradley forced back, but using the Blade Surge once again just to get through this minion wave. And
Level
Bradley
6?
actually clears the wave quicker. Vanguard's Edge coming out. Bond trying to get away, but the Ignite is sticking. And that is it. Bradley, one final swipe for the 2-0.
Honestly, he's been playing this 1v1 so cleverly. I'm scared of this guy.
I
I'm
would
scared
be
of
too.
this guy. Okay, I've got 2 Garena players, 1 Greek player. I'm gonna add Bradley to my
You're
favorites.
picking the winners now?
I've got 4.
Okay, you've got 4 favorites.
Yeah.
Bradley from Florida came over all the way to Munich to win and shakes Bond's hand.
And he's not flying back anytime soon.
No, not at all. Great stuff there from Bradley, of course. A strong performance by him to take down Bond. And a quick wrap-up to our second best of 3 of the day, or at least our second that we have seen directly on the broadcast. Usually we go into an interview after this, and I'm wondering, you know, Bradley before this was just like, hey, I'm going to win. I'm here to win. Yeah, we kind of talk league, but I'm here
I like
to dominate.
skillful champions, you know.
Exactly, but I wonder if he's going to have that same sort of mentality. If it's going to be just as positive about himself, just as self-assured coming into this interview, or whether perhaps the little bit of time since our media day has kind of dampened his hopes a little bit.
I don't know. I would be pretty proud of that performance, to be fair, because he said he plays micro so well.
Yeah.
I saw it. He had 2 to 3 seconds to act. He acted in 3 seconds. He went back, took the Vamp Scepter, knowing that the Wukong cannot trade on him anymore. I think it was very clever the way that he's played both 1v1s. And if I was anyone else looking at him, I'd be like, oh, I'm scared of this guy now.
Perhaps the favorite for the tournament coming through. Let's hear from him now as he's standing by.
Thank you very much, guys. What a perfect introduction also for this event 2-0. Really nice game. GG, well played.
Thank you very much. It was a good game. I think my opponent kind of brought a lot to the table, but I kind of stepped up when it mattered. So good games to him.
Yeah, 2-0, and you had the longest flight to Germany, long travel. Were there any problems with jet lag for you?
Not really, honestly. When I got here, I kind of just slept. I slept for like 8 hours and I was good. No jet lag for me after I slept, so I came here prepared.
Nice, really, really nice. Coming prepared was not the best thing because this change to Holding Abyss with a new mode. I would like to focus on this mark ability you have, Summoner Spell, because no one used it so far. Do you think this will change, or is it something you just don't use?
No, I do think that there are some matchups where the Summoner Spell is applicable, but melee versus melee, you probably won't see that too much because the gap close can already be filled with, you know, certain abilities that some champions have. But I do think if you're melee versus range, that is a Summoner Spell that you can look forward to seeing in the future games.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Thank you very much for your time. Last question for the next matchups you have. How much practice do you get for the last day and today? Were there some pocket picks on the enemy side?
There actually were some pocket picks that I weren't prepared for in the match before this one, but now that I've gotten that under my belt, I feel even more confident going into the next future games. Me personally, I have some pocket picks too, but I won't reveal them, so you're gonna have to look forward to them maybe today or later tomorrow.
Do you think anyone lets Akali through that you play him?
I hope. I'll say I hope. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. I hope so.
We are ready to go. Thank you very much, man. Best of luck for the competition, and back to you guys at the caster desk.
Yeah, Bradley's still very confident there.
Show us the Akali.
Yeah, I mean,
give us the Akali.
You have to have someone on the other side who's willing to lose a game.
True.
So if Kadril was playing, we'd be fine.
Fine, yeah.
Did
you hear him scream? Like, what do you mean?
But yeah, obviously great performance by Bradley. Bond will have many more opportunities to try and win, to try and get out of that group. Of course, only the last player in each group is eliminated, apart from Group D, where everyone is going through because we only have 4 players in that group. We do have another match to watch, just as we recap as much of the action as we can. Arnax versus Hikaru. Lithuania versus Romania. Arnax, once again, a Jace player, you know, wants to stand back, wants to farm up, can of course go all in. Hikaru here with the Jinx as his favorite champion. It's not something I expected to see too much of here in an ARAM tournament.
I don't think Jinx is that crazy viable right here.
Yeah.
It's just so easy to engage upon. Yes, you can push away, but once you have done that, you're kind of vulnerable to get picked on.
Yeah.
So
I mean, maybe Hikaru's just been watching a lot of Arcane.
Or I was about to say maybe he's a huge Powder fan.
Yep. Obviously, Powder not in League of Legends.
I'm not a huge fan, I'm just gonna say.
Oh, of powder?
Oh, no.
No, but she's got blue hair, she's cute.
No, you're not enticing me now.
Oh, okay, well, I'm honestly not really trying to. I'm not here on the arcane marketing team. It's like, hey guys, only play Jace, Heimerdinger, Victor, and Vi.
Oh, please, they've ruined so many of my games.
It's true, it's
Please.
true. Moving on to this game though, Rumble up against Darius. Hikaru going for a little more tanky build. Hexagoldinator first for Arnax here, as he looks for that damage. Hikaru with a good pullback, but Tower not going to get enough damage down onto Arnax.
So here's the deal, right? The Rumble can take really, really favorable trades, but once the Darius sticks on you, he sticks on you. And the Execute ultimate does a lot of damage. Now that he's overheated, he could find a good trade.
Yeah, the thing here is as well, if you build up those stacks, you can do so much work. Equalizer goes down. Hikaru actually went for Wit's End first. Ooh. The ring will start closing, but Hikaru without flash isn't going to be able to close that gap, and Arnax can just hold him at arm's length. Looking for that heal. Electro Harpoon #1, barrier coming in. There's the apprehend. Knocks in Guillotine will be flashed away from Hikaru, unable to get in range to use that ultimate. Ignite is ticking, but with the ring closing in, you have to feel that Hikaru's life is not long for Howling Abyss. He explodes, and Arnax takes round 1.
It's so hard, right? With the Darius to stick onto a Rumble when he gets away. He has the shield, he has the poke. There's not much you can do. Every time you saw that Axe going forward to try and grip him back, he was out of range already.
And we'll go back into game 2. Hikaru going for the Gnar here. Bit of extra range into that Aatrox. Did see a Nasa span as well. Arnax trading aggressively into Hikaru, who went actually double Doran's Blade. Often we see the shield as an option, but Hikaru thinking perhaps he's going to be more aggressive. Doesn't need that more defensive Doran's item.
When he just went minion are in a really, really bad timing right there, but the Ignite is gone from Arnax, so maybe this is the move.
And Hikaru just waiting until he can get that heal. Does back after it, Phage complete. Serrated Dug for Arnax, and he goes in for the trade, knocks into the wall, pulled back with the Infernal Chains, and it's just the ultimate from Hikaru traded there. Now up to level 9 as Arnax continues to try and land those Qs. Hits the Infernal Chains, but Arnax can just jump away from it. One of the powers of Gnar into an Aatrox, and this might just be it. Arnax going in, barrier popped. Ignite ticking on Hikaru, but he will be able to back away. Ring should be on its way pretty shortly if we jump into the next portion of this fight. Arnax actually, maybe he's getting 100
this
CS.
Could end on CS. That's what I'm thinking right here, because he's trying to force him back every single time.
Still away from it. Arnax actually might look for the dive here. Goes in. Infernal Chains misses. The Ignite ticks. The barrier goes down, and Arnax, that was greedy, my man. That was greedy.
You call that greedy, I call that a huge outplay from Hikaru, because he didn't jump away, he jumped on top of him to the other side. I feel that was a beautiful outplay right there.
Well, good stuff by Hikaru, and we jump into the third match of this best of 3.
Give us more
Jax
bruises, please.
versus Pantheon. Oh, goodness gracious me. So ready to start here for Panth into the double Dorans.
The most powerful AD item for any AD champion that wants to go lethality. Extremely broken.
He's gonna get stunned. Gets his E off, but Hikaru runs behind him. Okay, the counter stun coming out. Arnax should be able to walk away from this, but Hikaru's still on the chase. Ignites go down either way. Arnax with the barrier, Hikaru with it as well. And it's just gonna end as the spear connects. See ya in Sparta, Hikaru. Arnax takes the win.
The serrated Dirk together with the execute damage from when a champion falls low in front of Pantheon, I think sealed the deal. And yes, Jax is strong, but no one beats serrated Dirk level 3.
I mean, the thing with Pantheon as well is it's a point-and-click stun. It's a huge amount of damage on your Q, and you have an AoE, I take no damage from this direction, right?
Is down,
like, as soon as Hikaru is like having to run all the way around, he's doing like 360s on the Rift, and Arnax can just stand there and hold up his shield. So great stuff there by Arnax to take the 2-1 win. Very close, and I'm loving that more aggressive bruiser style in the third game of that best of 3. Of course, earlier on we saw is it Beardley? Bedley? Bradley. How did I get that confused in my head? I'm just so focused on bids. We saw Bradley winning against Bond as well, so good performance by him. And we're moving into almost the second half of the group stage. This next round is the halfway mark of the group stage.
These guys are going hard. They're not going home.
That's crazy. Crazy to see. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down those games and hopefully get everyone's names right. Guys, take it away.
Bradley. I get it though, why you're so focused on beards. You have a great one. Like, I can't grow a beard like
What's
that.
your mind?
It's super,
out of 10?
We don't do body shaming here, so it's a 10 out of 10.
That's
your
what
beard
I'm
is
saying.
honestly
there it is. Done.
Insane. Anyways, though, Group B so far, yes, so much action. I mean, let's talk about Bradley a little bit. Master play, it was just cool to see the Aurelia play, just going ham. That's the 1v1s we like to see.
Yeah, he's so focused. He is so ready for this competition. And yeah, he was calm, he was steady. Also in the interview, he's ready for this. And I think there is a lot of champs waiting for us to see him in the next 1v1s. I don't know if anyone lets this Akali through, but he has some options.
Yeah.
He talked about skill expression, and what better way to do it than on things like Irelia, especially in that matchup, right? Gets the solo kill, the volley Barrett diving onto him. Clean 2-0, looked very dominant, and that's a very good confidence boost for the remainder of the games. And the confidence is what he came in with. That's what he's going to come out with.
Absolutely. It's just going to build momentum. It's also always cool to see. You can say, okay, yeah, a lot of 1v1 players, they're usually top laners, etc. But which kind of top laner are you going to get? You know, are you going to get the Irelia or the Gnar?
A lot of top laners.
Yeah.
I have to say, these champions look like top. This first round, we had things like, you know, the Tam Kench and things like this, and then the pushing lanes, and then the Camille's, Aatrox, Gnar, Rumble, Darius, Irelia. We've seen all top laners.
Yeah, I believe we're going to take a look at the results so far, but I'm not exactly sure because I think one of the other games in this group was going a bit longer than anticipated. This one went relatively fast.
Yeah, that's what I like. I like, you know, those games where it's just level 3 and it's that brain thing where it's like you're hitting him and you think you're winning, but then he's hitting you and he thinks you're winning, and then eventually both of you take the all-in and it's over in the first levels. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah. We have a super cool content piece coming up, but it's
not
yet.
Cool
Not yet.
I wonder what it is.
Master Play, have you seen any favorites yet out of the people you've seen play?
Well, Bradley looked very confident and very convincing. I hope he makes it to tomorrow and then goes for the best of 5 series. And I'm looking forward for some mage mid lane compositions. Maybe see some mid laners, not only the top and not only the bruisers, but we already talked about it. These are the favorite champs.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Caitlyn. I want to see the Caitlyn. I want to see an AD carry. I want to see Caitlyn, Kalista, Draven.
What?
You know,
Get this man out. Okay, Draven.
Ignite barrier, just walk up this guy, T1 style. Push him out of the lane. That's what I want to see. But I think what I've learned is like either all-in gap closing or wave clear seems to be the best options right now.
Yeah.
Pick your poison.
There's one thing I thought about in the past, in the beginning, when I prepared for the show, because Ziggs had this special ability to destroy towers with his W. And if you have level 3 at the beginning and can max the W and then get 2.5 platings, you can go for the first tower in minute 4 or 5, and it's really early.
But what are the dangers there? Because obviously Ziggs players know this, but...
Your W is a really long cooldown. So your Q of being on level 1 means your wave push is very weak, so you have to use your W aggressively to push the wave, and then you don't have your W to escape, so you're vulnerable. So it depends on the matchup. If you're into a ranged matchup, I think you're pretty safe. And you can probably push on every bouncing wave to get the plates because it's inevitable. But in a melee matchup, like against Bradley's Irelia, I'm sweating for you.
No chance, indeed. As said already, we have a bit of a content piece because yesterday Red Bull had a surprise for us. Okay, so we are here, surprise. We are at Coco Vero, and what they do is they do trachten, which are traditional Bavarian clothes. So the Dirndl for the women and the Lederhosen for the men. Are you excited?
I love leather pants.
I love leather pants.
We all love leather pants. In any case, this shop has been there for 10 years and they actually make everything right here in Munich. It's super good quality. It also looks super nice, so let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Hello. Hi. How does one start?
Actually, it's quite easy. We start with the girls, I would say.
Nice.
So we have the more traditional ones on this side, the ones for the weddings more on this side, and these ones are a little bit fancier. Let me show you. So we have something like this. It has tiny little twinkly lights or stars on the fabric. On it. And then we have the more traditional ones. They have sort of a felt-ish material. The cut and the fabric makes it really traditional. Yeah.
We'll probably go for traditional.
We definitely go for traditional. Okay. Which color do you fancy? I really like the green.
I like the green as well, I have to say, because I recently wore a dress in this color and I just really like it. And I love like the detail and the skirt.
Twins?
We can be twins. Let's try. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it.
Awesome. Let's go.
All right.
Cool. That's for you.
Hey, Pedro. Just put this on. You look just like G2.
Hey guys, can I help you?
Yes, please.
Go on.
So the basic and the important one is to choose Lederhosen.
Ooh. Okay.
And this is a very high quality.
And if you spill beer on it, does it soak in or does it fall off?
And
It's just quite important for us to know.
Yeah.
A lot of beer.
so a Lederhosen is much more better if you have it 10 years because it tells so much story.
Okay, yeah. So I actually think the guys have a much more difficult decision than the girls. Number one, because we have to pick 3 things. And number 2, neither of us have any fashion sense.
True,
Yeah.
especially you.
So I'm just going to pick as quickly as I can. We'll go for this.
Perfect choice.
Amazing, thank you, obviously. We'll go for one of these bad boys.
Yeah.
There we go, white shirt. And we'll go for a green top.
Cool.
Just like
Let's
that.
start.
Let's go.
I can beat that. Ready?
Go on, then.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna go for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awful choice, I'll take it for you.
Okay. I'm gonna go for this.
Terrible choice. White shirt, really with that.
white.
I'm gonna swap it up. I'm gonna go a little bit bluey.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Suits your eyes.
I like it.
Let's start.
Let's do it.
You look amazing!
You look amazing. Thank you. So are you shocked?
You do look great! Wow!
You look
It's gorgeous!
I look like an elf?
Yeah.
You look like a dwarf.
I feel very Bavarian.
Same.
Do you?
Right?
Yeah, as well. Yeah, the ladies at Coco Vero helped us amazingly. We're super happy. And I guess we're gonna go off and maybe have a beer or something. I don't know.
Oh, wait.
Oh, what's this?
More.
Oh, thank you.
Round up the experience.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
It's like our own little Oktoberfest.
Prost! Prost!
Do you have big ones as well?
That was so much fun, actually. Oh, forgot to say servus. We said prost and we didn't say servus, hi and I, which is in Munich. I guess they say it both for hello and bye bye, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Medic, it was fun. Do you want to talk about some of your trials and tribulations at the
my
shop?
thighs are too big, is what I want. Like, my thighs are too big to fit into any Lederhosen. If you have nice Lederhosen, you can send them to me. I'll wear them. But apparently, I've just got thighs that are too big to fit into Lederhosen.
I have to say, with the outfit that you ended up in, with the shirt, that looked it actually looked classically like an outfit you would wear
it's
for the
100% thing I'd
LEC.
wear on the LEC. I'm thinking about wearing it tomorrow. So.
Oh, wonderful! Let us know in the chat or on Twitter if you want, maybe all of us to wear our traditional.
Oh wow! Okay.
I mean, we'll decide tomorrow.
We can get you a Dirndl if you want.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You would be.
That would be great.
Yeah.
A green dirndl for me.
I just turned completely to the camera. How long have I been doing this? It's just unbelievable. I'm not sure what we're going to do now. What I believe is happening is because some of the games are being playing off stage, and that one went really, really long. They were into a third game. They pushed it forward, but of course we know it has to end at some point because of the Ring of Fire. Medic, have you been surprised at how people have been, one, caught off guard by the Ring of Fire, and two, use it to their advantage sometimes?
Yeah, I was actually surprised by Hulk Smash because I thought he was in a really good position to just not back, and then the fact he backed into the fire and died because of it really surprised me.
He forgot.
I think, yeah, I was surprised by how slow it was to start with, and I think there's definitely like, oh, do you back at just the right moment to make sure that you avoid the ring, but then your opponent doesn't back and you can like play around with
Does it go
health bars and
faster
such.
if it goes longer? Because I had the impression when it just came in, but I remember from playing Nexus Blitz, it seems like it goes
in Nexus
slow.
Blitz, it's quite slow until the middle, and then it speeds up.
Yeah.
But in this, it's the same speed the entire time. It's just you've got a very narrow space to play in, right? So you're always going to get forced to fight in the middle.
I think we're still waiting to see some results, and I think they're there. Let's take a look at the graphic so we find out what has happened. We have a win in Group A of Potatis, as well as Hulk Smash came back. Lingui is now 0-2. Unfortunately, that is not great. And I want to see how the rest played out. We've got Roon.
Yeah, Viggomopsen and Rune. The Platinum player won and the German player won. Rune is 1-1.
Yeah, Godbro actually losing as well. 2-0
he
there
did.
to Doxa, which is a bit of a surprise to me. Godbro, one of the players that we all know from his time playing professionally.
Yeah, like 7 years ago,
I mean,
believe.
yeah, but he's still good.
Yeah, insane. Nice to see. Also nice to see Rune doing well, our hyped German player here. And I think the only German player so far as well. These are the standings in Group A with that in mind. Arno, Potatis, Hamboli and Hulk Smash all on 1 win. And Lingui, the odd duck out, which is super unfortunate. But of course going to be the case if you can't get that win on the board after you lose your initial one. Not everything is lost, but they're up against it, Medic.
They definitely are, and it's interesting to see some groups be so close with like 1 win and 1 loss to a lot of people, and then groups like this where Arnax is very much up and ahead of the favourites. And we go back to Group C, where Magico really struggling at the bottom of the pack there, 0-2.
Yeah, I wish we could take a look at some of the games, but of course we'll see some of the players on stage after. I hope at least everyone gets a chance to play on stage before they are out. And this is a group of life. You cannot get knocked out of this group, but you also don't want to be last because seeding is important. If you're the first or the second place, you will be up against a, insane, easier opponent, but you never know.
One plays 4, 2 plays 3 is how it works, and then we go across the group. So it's going to be very interesting to watch the round of 16 later today, and of course we do still have a couple of rounds of group stage before then, Sjokz.
Yes, and now we're going to take a look at a matchup from Group C. So let's take a look what we have on the docket. They will be setting up in just a little bit because, as you know, if you play a lot of League of Legends or any game, really, not playing on your own setup can be really daunting. You really got a little bit of practice, you got to make sure the mouse sense is good and everything. But as we said, we're going into Group C, so we get Roon versus Viggomopsen, which is great. The Platinum versus the German Wonderkind.
I think this is the matchup we all waited for because we want to see how the Danish player can compete and how Rune will go soon because he has to fight. Group C is a group with 5 players in, so he has to be at least all 2 wins.
And then we also have Warmboy versus Flamer. I believe it's Denmark versus Germany we'll be seeing on stage. I'm just waiting for that confirmation.
I'd really like to see Viggomopsen play, mostly because he sounds like Viggo Mortensen, and then he's always going to resist the ring,
His
which means
his name is Mats Mikkelsen.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't realize. Wow, okay.
This is probably like a very common name or something in Denmark.
Sure, yeah.
Mats is
it's
for
like
sure.
a John Smith sort of
Exactly.
thing. Yeah, that's still really cool to
Look
see,
at us, just like really boring Belgian and English. Oh, this is so exciting, these names.
I'm enraptured by Mads Mikkelsen.
Learning words, amazing. So let's get to know a little bit more about our Danish prodigy, Viggomopsen.
My name is Viggomopsen. I'm 21 years old and I'm representing Denmark. I'm going for the championship. I'm going to try to win it all, but we'll see after groups. Maybe I get surprised, maybe my tactics don't work, but right now I'm very confident, but I'll at least be in the finals. I'm definitely nervous, I'm definitely excited, but most of all I'm just ready to get going, I think.
Well, if you're a League of Legends fan, you know that for some reason the country of Denmark produces a lot of talent. I do not know what is in the water there, but usually a lot of our good players come from Denmark, and he seems to be confident. I also saw him doing a lot of stretches and stuff, both in the video, also right there on stage. How important is that to warm up properly for a 1v1?
I think it's quite important, even if you are new to such a stage, to come on the stage, make yourself comfortable with the setup, make yourself ready, and then sit down and be ready to play. It's even for us on-air talents, we are also make some preparation to be ready, so it's important.
That's true. I mean, you're a doctor, of course, medic. What would be the optimal stretches ahead of sitting down in your chair for a while?
Firstly, 5 years since I practiced telemedicine. Second, like you probably want to do like your wrist stretches, get your fingers very loose and nimble. Not like that, please.
What?
That's not really a stretch, is it? Like you want to be doing it in the cardinal directions.
The what?
You want to make sure you're doing it in
cardinal directions? Oh, God.
Related to bishop, north, south, and
Okay, I see.
you just do it in a specific direction at a time. These rotating, you're not actually stretching it that much. So you want to be going backwards, forwards, side to side.
So like
get your
this?
extension. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right. You're challenging someone to a duel. Alongside that, getting some blood into your legs is actually really good as well. It helps your brain function better because you get more oxygenation around your whole body. So.
Well, I think that's exactly what he was doing. I learned a lot. So if you're getting going in solo queue, do these exercises, you will for sure win, courtesy of Medic for that advice. Now, next up, we're going to take a look at who Rune is exactly.
My name is Rune, I'm 17 years old and I'm from Germany. It's actually completely different to play in a 1v1 than in a 5v5. Difference would be that there's no vision, so you don't need to be careful about the jungler. It's only one lane, so you just have your opponent, it's straight up only your opponent and it's 1v1. Only mechanics are important, it's pure 1v1, pure skill.
He looks so much like his brother. I'm sure he's tired of hearing that.
Oh,
Also, the way he speaks in English,
Yeah.
also, it's incredible. I was talking to Power of FIFA a little bit, and he's watching, of course. Hello, Tristan. But he was saying, yeah, look out for Rune. You'll see him in the LEC in a couple of years, and maybe I'll be on the same team.
Wait, so Power View was going to role swap support?
Maybe, who knows?
Everyone just goes to support these days.
Yeah, they can't go to the same lane. Really cool, but yeah, awesome to see. Still getting set up with the settings. As we said, of course, it can be a bit tricky. And especially, as we know as gamers as well, once it gets into your head that, oh no, the keyboard is not the way I want it, the mouse sense especially is not the way I want it, you don't want to start an important game like this, right, Medic?
Yeah, we've all been in that situation, right? You get a crumb underneath your mouse or something, and then for the next 20 minutes you're inting in solo queue, and then you have to blame it on the crumb. It's definitely not your lack of skill, but making sure everything is perfectly set up for you is so important. We see pros do it on like world stage. They get rulers out and they're like measuring to make sure everything is exactly where they want it to be. So taking a bit of extra time to make sure the settings are good, no problem with that at all.
Yeah, they do need to have the dramatic entrance onto the stage, so as long as we can see them on our screen, it means that we're not there yet, which is cool. I used to have a thing where, now obviously everyone has a wireless mouse, which is of course great, but I used to have like a wired mouse, and for some reason I didn't want to switch to a wireless mouse because I had something in my head that that cable had to make like an exact line and then an exact corner and then exactly down, and I would tape it, but it couldn't be like too tight.
Yeah, because then you need like a bungee there or something.
But like why? Things are so much easier now.
Yeah, but it's just routine, isn't it? Like whenever you get into a routine, it's so much easier to do something. You find it in everyday life, right? Like for me, I have to start things on the hour, and if I start on the hour, I can definitely do it, and I can actually sort something out, right? It's part of my like setup process. Whereas if I start it 5 minutes later, I feel bad that either I wasted the 5 minutes, and then obviously you don't do it, and then you're watching a YouTube video, and then it's the next hour, and it just means I can procrastinate better, which is my aim in life.
Yeah, OCD is probably a big one as well, and these little rituals before getting onto stage. We heard that of pro players also before, just having to go to the bathroom, but I guess we all have that actually before a big show. But that's TMI, we're not going to talk
only pro players need to go to the bathroom? I got a medical degree, and I didn't need it to prove that one wrong.
I mean, some people get nervous and like have to go to the bathroom right before. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that is true.
But that is definitely TMI for everyone involved here. I do believe the player walk-up is ready, so let's see it. I'm sorry. Denmark versus Germany, Viggomopsen versus Roon. Let's head over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. And this might come as a surprise to some people because they're hearing my voice first. Normally it's the play-by-plays, but it's me. I'm a color caster, now I'm a play-by-play, and the camera's coming up. I'm a lot shorter than the Viking 6'5" beast that is Medic, so you'll see me a lot quicker. Now, Viggomopsen's favorite champion.
You're so tall, I was hidden behind you.
Yeah, I was massive. Trust me. You heard it here first. Clip it. Viggomopsen's favorite champion is Malphite, so I'm already rooting for him. But he is against...
Come on, dude.
He is against...
Oh, wait, you play Malzahar, it's a one-click
yeah,
jump. I get it.
Malphite, Mal something, I love Malphite. He is against Power of Evil's brother, who is a top laner, but also Viggomopsen is a top laner. We've seen a lot of top laners in this tournament.
Top laners. I mean, everything is busted. So the traditional champions you would see in the top lane, the Aurelias, the Bruises, the Camille's, yada, 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 that are now played also in the mid lane, were traditionally from the top lane, obviously. So I guess all the top lanes have a bunch of practice on them.
Yeah, and top laners can roll swap to mid. We've seen Fudge do it, so maybe the top laners can play mages, but we're straight into pick and ban. Camille taken off the board already. Both top laners, of course. We've seen Gnar, we've seen Aatrox, we've seen Darius. We've seen Mordekaiser bans.
Tam Kench is banned a lot as well.
Tam Kench as well, very good into those melee matchups. And of course we heard, I believe it was Bradley saying if you go for the mark against the range matchup as a melee, you can always gap close. So no worries there blinding a melee champion. Heimerdinger coming through from Rune.
I think this is a big respect champion because Rune, I feel like he's going for something that's more of an all-in champ, and Heimerdinger is all about lane dominance, right? Once you get, we've seen how many times, like even in solo queue, he's 1v2 in together with the jungler, so he's just really oppressive in lane, and you can also get to the tower, you can also get the CS. I think he's just an all-around, a well-rounded champion, just stay solo in a lane.
Yeah, seems undefeated from what we've seen so far. We haven't seen all the games, of course, so maybe it has been picked up a little bit more because I think a meta has slowly started to develop here. We've seen a lot of top laners and a lot of pushing champions, but that's a Lee Sin ban taken away, and I think we saw Targamas and Flacket at the start of the day saying pick something like Lee Sin, Yasuo, Olaf, something you can just all in and show some skill expression. Darius taken away, a lot of bruises.
Yeah, I don't know about Olaf and skill expression, but he is open, up and available.
Me throw X. Smork.
Yeah, me chase you down, me run you over, lululul, I'm 1% HP but I don't die.
Yeah, the Gore Drinker W, the old times of Olaf never dying. A little bit more healing reduction in the game now, so maybe we'll see that picked up. We saw Tam Kench with Bramble Vest. Sustain has been okay, the Vladimir did kind of work, but there's a Tristana ban. So AD carry targeted at Viggomopsen. Tam Kench insta locked in, he knows exactly what he wants. He's going to be able to see Rune's champion before the game starts on a countdown, so he should be able to choose whether he's going for the Mark or Barrier. And there's a Mundo, which we saw earlier on in the day, lose to a Camille. We're watching a wet noodle fight here, 2 tanks.
Oh man, are you for real? This is, okay, this is when you see this in a normal Summoner's Rift 5v5, you're like, okay, we're never looking top lane because this is not gonna be interesting.
I reckon we might get to the Ring of Death this game. Something gives me that feeling. But
listen, he can eat him and spit him out, not only in the ring, but also towards the tower if Mundo gets too close.
True, yeah, can go for the little insect with the Tam Kench, lick and eat. We'll see if he changes the Mark though, because Rune's gone for the Barrier Ignite. Both melee champions, both not much escape. They're just going to run each other down. I'm expecting Grasp, I'm expecting Bramble Vests. Maybe we could see some kind of Divine Sunder or something come out as a tank killer, but I doubt it.
Okay, here's the thing. I've talked to Alois, and Alois loves his Mundo. He loves his Mundo. He told me, level 4 and level 7, Mundo is so strong with Ignite. I've seen him solo bolo a bunch of Camille's who are supposedly winning the matchup just due to the Ignite. Now the problem here is that also Tam Kench has a huge shield, so you can take him low enough, but with the shield he can run underneath his tower and run away.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But there's double grasp, cleanse, ruby crystals across the board.
God.
And it's going to be a tank fight. I think Mundo is probably favorite. We'll see. I mean, we've seen Tam Kenches get kited through the creeps, and Mundo can obviously get kited through the creeps a little bit, but the new spells with the E and things like this, it's a little bit harder. It's just a Q that you can negate. Oh, wow. Viggomopsen wants that push. It's going for the early trade. We'll get the passive slowly stacked up, and Rune will back away. So it looks like in the early trades...
Wow, so much damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out from the Tam Kench. Has gone for all 3 spells, Q, W, and E. Has the thick skin as well if Rune wants to try and go for the damage. But I think Viggomopsen will need to pop the stun to break the Mundo passive before he can drop the ultimate. See how that interaction plays out. But a lot of gold going to them, and they're both healing back up pretty nicely. I mean, Spectre's Cowl for Rune should negate a lot of the magic damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also really, really love the double Ruby Crystal because it's just, Mundo is like such an auto-attack champion. When he gets on you, the only thing he has is the cleaver, the AoE, yes, magic damage, but he mainly just runs you down with auto-attacks as well. So the Ruby Crystal makes it just so you can take a bunch more damage. I think a Ruby Crystal is 2 more auto-attacks if you have a longsword on you as a champion. Now that Mundo does not have a longsword, so it's going to take much more effort and time to stick onto a Kench to try and get his HP bar down.
I've noticed that actually something I picked up on. They don't actually have microphones on. I remember when All Stars was happening, they had microphones when they were doing the 1v1, so they could talk to each other and
They were talking to each other?
Yeah, they could get in each other's heads during the event. But this time around,
so you can shit-talk your opponent?
Yeah, you can. You can talk to them while the game's happening and say, "Are you going to go for that creep, buddy?" And looks like Rune doesn't have it here.
Oh, he missed it though.
He did miss the cannon, and although you can say -1 lul, that's actually minus almost 200 gold. So that hurts. You can see Rune's face. He did a little sigh
let's
there
see.
because cannons are just so important to
One
get.
more. 156
gold, yeah. So Rune getting the early push here. Has a small CS lead, but Vigo's going in. Looks like he's going to go for the knockup, but Rune has the passive. All in coming in. The Q stacking. The stacks are coming in. Is he going to hit it? The cleanse is going to pop off the ignite, and Rune is going to run away. He has flash still. Vigo doesn't. Q's going to land. Spell immune. Healing coming in. Rune maybe wants to turn it. Has flash still if he wants to get away. And that'll be the end of the wet noodle fight.
It looks so difficult. Once you have the ignite on, you can just chase down the Mundo. I think he chased down the Mundo through a wave and a half of minions chasing him, and still he won the trade without using his barrier. And I feel like Rune has gone for a more defensive summoner spell choice, if you will. He's got the cleanse to cleanse off the ignite, and then he's also got the flash to possibly flash away from a tongue lash.
Yeah, maybe he wants to, obviously, like I said, cleanse the ignite to stop the healing reduction, but if Vigo goes for something like Bramble Vest, then he can just keep that on consistently regardless. Vigo still has not based. Rune's gone back and he's bought himself null magic and a boots, looking towards
so much magic resist.
Yeah, but looking perhaps maybe towards Mercury Treads. I think boots of swiftness could also be pretty powerful against both these champions with their slows. Vigo's going to make sure the wave crashes and he's going to go to base.
Okay, I'm really curious what he's going to do here. I feel like the Kench definitely needs boots. If he's going to try to run the Mundo down again with the ignite, he's most likely going to need some boots to try and get on its target. I don't know if it's going to be Mercs. Yes, Mundo does hurt with his magic damage, but I don't know how much Kench cares about that because, again, there's no ignite onto this Mundo.
Yeah, let's see if Roon gets more kill pressure the later the game goes on, the more points he puts in the queue.
Yeah.
For now, Vigo did cancel his base, so the wave coming into him, he's probably going to stick around here. A lot of confidence in these trades. We saw him W forwards just to get the wave, and then Rune would walk up. And without that W, I mean, it's practically useless. I mean, if you can hit Rune and get his passive off, great, but seems a bit tricky to land it now that Rune has those tier 1 boots.
So long as these champions just stand behind creeps, I think their Qs will never hit. The tongue lash and the cleaver is going to be so hard to hit. And as you can see, they're both doing the same thing. Every time the wave comes to crash onto another wave towards their opponent, they just hide behind the minion wave, and there's no damage going down.
That's the idea. It's a bit of hide and seek, isn't it? Just stand behind the creeps.
100 CS game?
Maybe 100 CS game. I mean, the last time we saw it get close, they were around 70 to 80 CS when the ring was coming in.
Aatrox wave, no? The
Yeah,
Aatrox
I
game,
think they're going to have to get the wave in the ring to finish the 100 CS, but definitely possible here. Rune up around 10 CS. Vigo should be able to push that back now when he catches his wave, but another base coming in for Rune. Vigo must be sitting on a lot of gold right now, especially if you can get that cannon 2.2k. Oh, yeah, hate to see it.
And another one.
Yeah, 2.3k gold he's sitting on though, but he's only around 100, well, around 50 gold down. We'll push his wave and expect him to base.
Spear Visage, first item.
Ooh.
All magic damage negated, plus the healing, which it can work now that he has cleanse for the ignite.
So the good thing for Vigo is he will be able to see that. Press tab. Okay, this guy's got a lot of healing. Maybe I should buy some healing reduction. So lucky for him, he will be able to base now. And he can actually kind of counter that with the buy if he wants to. But are we just going to see Spirit Visage versus Spirit Visage? We're going to see a tank.
Ooh.
Anathema's Chains.
Hold on.
Interesting buy. I mean, it makes a lot of sense in the 1v1.
I was about to say, what if it's not a Bramble and an Executionist to run him down?
Yeah, much better. Makes more sense on the auto attacks. I mean, Mundo is more spell-based rather than going for the autos, so can probably proc it a little bit more in the full-on engages, but Anathema's Change popped on. We haven't seen that item on the live screen just yet, but of course 30% damage reduction on the opponent you put it on, so Vigo just got a lot tankier.
So this screams to me that they're most likely going to try to go for the CS here, K-Droll. I mean, if he just wants to be as tanky as possible and not try to kill the Mundo, I'm assuming, yes, the Executionist is there just in case Rune is going to want to take the trade, right? So he needs that healing reduction once the Ignite is cleansed. But to me, the Anathema's Chains, it just screams to me, let's just go for the 100, buddy. Just handshake and see who gets there first.
Yeah, going for 100 is one thing, but it looks like Vigo's down around 7 or 8 CS right now with the wave completely even, so he's going to have to pull out his last hitting hat. But the all-in's coming in. Rune's going to push Vigo back. Oh, Vigo's going back in with a W, but he has no creep wave to stand behind, so Rune can hit the skill shots and just dance around him like we talked about. And Rune is just going to back off in the end. Still has the thick skin. Looks like the damage Rune is putting out just isn't there. He's a full tank versus a full tank. What do you expect? But still, the CS, as you were talking about, Trouble, still in favor of Rune.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going for the damage reduction. Sure, you can do all you want. But oh, the lady has
W
spoken.
coming in. I think Vigo knows he's on a timer here, so he's going to go for the full all-in. Drops the ultimate.
The tower?
This tower, he's going to spin him into the tower. Rune might have to flash away here. He's saving it for now. He's going to have to pop the cleanse soon because the ignite's ticking. There it is. Cleanse is popped. Vigo doesn't have flash. He's going to go for the W follow-up. Rune's going to flash away. He's going to hit the Q. The Q is going to connect. The stun is going to hit. But the Spirit Visage healing is too much. Look at Rune's ultimate. It's ticking down. Will it be back up by the time he comes back from base?
He's backing, but in 3 seconds, sudden death begins. So are we going to see the same thing? It's starting right now and he hasn't backed?
Should be enough. It looks like it's slow to start off with at the beginning. Rune will escape that for now. Buys the Balmy Cinder and he's going to run back to lane. Vigo won't do the same mistake we saw earlier and get caught by the ring as he runs back to lane. But we're looking at 21 CS here for Rune to full complete the 100 CS. Are we going to watch a wet noodle fight in an octagon? Man-to-man, tank to... Oh, that's a lot of minions.
Okay, I would have possibly preferred to see the boots here coming in from Tam Kench. You want to run him down, you want to win with the trade. I understand that, I respect that. You might need the mercs though.
Trouble, he's 12 CS away. Rune could just stand back here, wait for the ring to come, wait for the next wave and just ignore
10
Vigo.
CS?
Is he going to play for creeps?
I mean, he could. He has 4 more. He took 1 of them. 3 more and another wave just coming in. All he has to do is survive.
Vigo is winning out on the trades. He doesn't have ultimate though, and he's procced Rune's passive. Can he get the stun again? Yes, he can. He hasn't got Ignite up just yet. Rune hasn't got the ultimate himself. He's going to have to just fight this and dodge around the creeps. He's going to get the creeps in time. He needs 6 creeps to finish the game. Vigo does have the damage, and he's going to pick up the first game in this best of 3.
4 CS.
4 CS is all he needed.
Away, but the Tam Kench took him down.
If he only had the ultimate up, maybe if he had flash, he could flash over him and just completely ignore the Tam Kench. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever wondered who won in a fight at level 11 between Tam Kench and Mundo, it's Tam Kench.
I mean, technically, the Mundo was ignoring the whole fight, right? He
Well,
was going for the
maybe
CS.
if that ultimate's up, we'd see a different kind of fight. Maybe if that Ignite as well. But no ultimates, no Ignite, man-to-man. It looked a bit hard.
Executioners does work, especially when you don't have cleanse.
Yeah,
for
the
Ignite,
item build from the Mundo really screamed, I need ultimate, right, with the Spirit Visage. Obviously, the passive does help a little bit, but...
And I was thinking, you probably need boots on the cans to run down the Mundo, but I'm like, when the ring is there, the Mundo can't run away, so you don't necessarily need the boots.
Definitely a lot of things to learn from this game. The Anathema's Chains, interesting pickup. Are we going to see the Tahm Kench banned away, maybe? Because if the tanks is what Roon wants to play towards, it seems Tahm Kench is the best of them in the 1v1s. And it seems to be the champion that we've seen the most as we get the replay of that final fight.
Okay, so I think here it's decided that Rune is going for this CS, but I feel like he's overextending a little bit. This is Moment of Glory by Still a Series, of course, bringing you the flashback of what we just watched. And I feel like when it's decided that Rune is going for the CS, Vigo knows that he can take the trade. He's been completely ignored. And I mean, you have Anathemas. Even if they don't ignore you and the Mundo tries to take the trade, you take so little damage. You've got the barrier, you've got the extra shield. I think there was so little Rune could do in this situation. He tried his best. Maybe if he had the flash, maybe.
There was 4 creeps there. There was 4 creeps.
But they were very high HP.
No, he was going for the back 3 and the melee was right behind him. There was 4 creeps. He needed 4 creeps. If he got that wave and lived through, he would have won. And this would be a very different series.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, no?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But we've also learned that to get to 100 CS, it needs to be in the ring. You can't do it before the ring spawns. You can't do it at the end of the ring spawns. It looks like roundabout when you're closing in, you need to go for the full wave.
So I don't know if we're going to get to see your Caitlyn. Because it looks like a rough situation for Caitlyn to be in.
Now that I think about it, it does look pretty rough. We haven't seen towers fall either. I think Plates is just making that a bit too difficult. I don't think there's any champion that can just step up, hit the tower, and zone away the enemy
only
champion.
Ziggs, but then again, if you push too far, you mentioned it before, you use your W, you're going to get engaged on, so yeah.
Ziggs, Caitlyn, maybe we'll see it, but it looks like it's bruisers, it's tanks. That's what these players like. They're top laners. It's their bread and butter. What would you pick? Katarina? Katarina's banned.
Okay, there is Katarina's banned. Ooh, Vex. Vex is just so strong in zoning melee champions because her AoE is just so easy to hit. Once the fear is on, your E just takes such a large portion of the map, especially in Howling Abyss where the lane is a little bit shortened. You can very easily hit and harass your opponents, and you've got, honestly, like godly push as well. You're so tanky with the shield. I feel like it could be a mage that we could potentially see. Yeah,
we haven't seen any mages just yet. Maybe there were some off-screen. We've heard some talk about an Azir player somewhere amongst the Rift. Maybe that's being banned away from him. But Vex does make sense. I mean, a lot of dashes coming. We haven't seen Yasuo, but things dashing onto you like Camille. You just drop the fear, and maybe you can look for the turn as both these players are loading up. We expect soon. 1-0 up for now.
What would you pick, Kedril? Malzahar's banned.
What would I pick in this one? I don't know. I'm a bit of an Olaf Darius guy. You know, I'm the kind of guy that likes to just walk in level 3. Like a man's, you know, the cowboys that turn around and they show their guns, the cowboys.
Yeah, okay.
And then whoever
Darius
shoots,
has no gun.
No, but whoever shoots first wins.
Okay.
I would just go Darius and run at them and see what happens.
You would legit run it down and see what happens.
Yeah, run it down.
Okay.
Run it into the next game. The BO3, if I was playing, would be about 5 minutes max. I wouldn't see the ring in 2 games combined, probably. But that's my playstyle.
You would take the level 3, right?
I would always take level 3, even if I'm face checking. I just pick Darius and hit him. That's what I would do. And sit in a bush. If I land an axe, I'll just chase him down. You know, but it looks like Ignite and Barrier are the 2 spells to go for.
Yeah.
Obviously, there is a 40% spell reduction on the summoners, and Flash is the longest one.
Yeah.
So having Ignite and Barrier, if you can force them to flash away, yours will be up sooner as expected, even in a normal game mode, but they'll be up even quicker. So you can all in again very, very soon as we get into
We've yet to see the snowball, but of course this depends on if you're playing a melee to ranged matchup and you need to reach them, right? If it's melee on melee, you hardly ever need it. The ghost would be something that I would be looking at. Maybe if we see something like a Tryndamere that needs to stick on the target. But again, even if you're playing versus melee, I feel like something like a Tryndamere could use a snowball. If you're diving the tower, if you've got level 6, your ultimate, you want to get close.
Could use a snowball and a ghost.
Yeah.
Then you can't really escape from him. Because snowball,
but Ignite?
I don't know what the snowball cooldown is, but it's very, very low.
Okay.
I expect.
Okay.
We're showing into picks and bans, but nothing banned away just yet. We'll see
Let's
what.
just find some dark tech here.
Did we find some dark tech?
Ghost
I don't know.
And snowball?
Ghost and snowball. Olaf. I remember I was talking this about with Medic in All Stars. I remember there was this one game where I think it was between Doubleit and Froggen. He threw the snowball, and as it hit the enemy champion base, and he flew all the way into his nexus and died and lost. And then they remade the game, and it happened again.
Okay.
So I wonder if that bug is still in the game, because I've seen Leonas fly across the map like EasyJet, straight to the enemy base, gone.
Cool. I've got you another one, another cool one.
Yep.
Imagine Nunu, right? He throws the snowball,
yep,
the summoner spell snowball, and he hits the first minion he touches, right? And the mark is there on that minion. And then he snowballs his way in just to hit his target. I'm talking disco full AP Nunu, right? Does the damage snowballs back?
See, I guess the biggest question there is the Nunu snowballed uptime is probably around 5 seconds. How long does the mark last on the creep for you to be able to get back out?
I think it lasts more than that.
If it does, then it might be a strategy.
It could be, yeah.
If it lasts a couple, like 5 to 10 seconds.
Because I've heard we might have a Nunu around here, so I'm like, this could potentially be...
Nunu, sustain, cue the creeps, keep the sustain up.
Yeah.
The problem with Nunu, I think, is the fact that they can base. Sustain is great if you can't base, right? If you're playing Nunu and the enemy champion can't base, you take good trades, you should be fine. Is sustain really necessary for the individual champ itself? Well, with the relics and with basing, maybe it's not, unless you can get an all-in advantage. We'll see if there is a Nunu, but there it is, Mundo banned away. Just taken straight off the board, banning it away from Roon.
I don't want to see tanks. I'm sorry, I don't want to see tanks.
Maybe
I want to see level 3 Fiesta.
Yeah, maybe Vigo thought that the Mundo was a problem, even though he won. He's just
I
going
think
to take.
the Mundo was a problem. 4 CS away.
Yeah, was getting the early CS. I mean, gets the push as well. Has a little bit more abilities to push away. I think Tamkench to push has to W in, and there's the Tamkench ban. Are we going to see the Bruisers taken away? Camille already off the board.
Maybe Aurelia. I'm looking at Aurelia. Then there's the Yones, the Lee Sins, the Yasuos, everything that you fear to end up in your team in solo queue, but it's fine if it's on the enemy team.
If it's in my hands,
I've seen your Yasuo.
if my Yasuo is in my hands, then the enemy team is sweating. Everyone goes mid.
Your team is sweating when Yasuo's in your hands.
I'll tell you a little secret about my Yasuo. The game ends in 5 minutes in mid.
Yeah, for your team.
Depends whose jungle supports there first.
Oh, sure.
But there's a Tristana ban, again, from Roon. Doesn't want to give that either carry away. Jax taken off the board. Darius
Roon's
still up.
favorite champion? Roon's favorite champion is Jax.
Yep, and Vigo's is Malphite.
Yeah.
I want to see Malphite. I'm still on the Malphite train. But the flash being lower cooldown does hurt the Malphite a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm still on the Malphite train. It's my favorite weak side pick, last pick R5. That's what I like to see.
The Lee Sin? The Lee Sin was
the Lee Sin was the ban, it was
last
indeed.
time.
And with the Tamkench ban, that does leave open Darius. Is either of these turns? I think that's an insta-lock. Vigo instantly picks up Darius. Now Roon, as we saw earlier in the tournament, when you leave open a champ once you banned away another champ, you know they're going to pick it, similar to the Morgana and Heimerdinger we saw earlier in the day. So Roon must know there's a Darius on the other team. He must have something to pick into it. Are we going to see something like a Gnar, maybe a ranged top
I was going to
laner?
say, maybe it's a mind game, right? You leave the Darius open, you give it because you know what you're going to play into it. But what are you going to play into it? I'm thinking maybe even a Wukong could work.
What about Darius into Darius?
I'd like to see a mirror matchup.
I would love to see a mirror matchup.
Then it's all up to skill. Then it's all up to who can play Darius best.
Is Darius a lot of skill?
It's up to skill between them.
Yeah, it's about getting the oh, okay, Volibear picked up for Roon. Interesting.
Love it. Love early game Volibear. So much damage out of a quarter of an item. I find him one of the strongest early game melee champions. I know he's not been used so much on the Summoner's Rift, but the shield he gets, the burst of damage if he hits the Q, I think it does a lot of damage. And the problem is, you go in, you get grabbed back in while you're trying to run away. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to turn with the stun and just go for the all-in. That's the melee versus melee matchup. But going all-in against the Darius in melee range does sound scary. I want to see what Rune has gone for and what Summoner spells has gone for as well, because he's gone for...
He went for Flash
Cleanse again, but I think these defensive builds the offensive builds seem to be better. Just going all in and dropping the Ignite and forcing them to cleanse. Maybe with a 1 second reaction time deficit, the Ignite ticks at least once, so you have a little bit more damage.
So, here's my take on that. You cleanse the Ignite, fair enough, and you flash the hook, so he can't grip you back on an all-in. But then you have these few seconds. Bradley used them very wisely, right? He had 3 seconds between the Wukong clone and his Q being up to try and re-engage. And then you use that to go all in. And from there on out, you don't care about being gripped because you're already all in.
It's a game of inches. That's what you're telling me, is it? Yeah. It's a game of inches. Darius...
No, it's a game of centimeters.
Ooh, it looks like he's swapped it up. He's gone for the Barrier Ignite. He has gone all in. Conqueror both sides. Exact same runes. Exact same summoner spells. Bramble versus double Ruby Crystal for Vigo. And,
I'm a fan of double Ruby Crystal so much, especially in the early game. You can just farm and the opponent's going to have to take so many more hits on you to try and get you low. But here the Volibear doesn't even have to get that close to you, because with the chain lightning that he has, I went into all WoW and Shaman kind of things. The chain lightning that he does, he can put so much poke on you.
There's the hook. The Q will reset, so Rune can proc that. Shield coming in, has the W. Ignite procced. Full all-in here from Rune. Is Vigo going to respond? He does drop the Ignite himself. Both barriers are still up. It's a very... Barriers come in. The W from Rune. Where is it? Doesn't connect. And there it is. The all-in level 3 is going to go in favor of the Darius, in favor of Vigo. And that's going to be a 2... Oh, I mean, when you're playing two mini champs and one of them is Darius, you expect something to happen there level 1. It looked pretty good for Rune at the first couple seconds of that fight.
You saw the trade. Volibear is very strong. You don't expect it. Once the lightning pops down and it gives both the shield and does the damage to your opponent, this is your cue to run the heck out, right? But Darius with the ignite, with the bleed staying on as well, so hard for the Volibear to sustain. And I'm just gonna say, are you not entertained? You wanted the level 3-4 Fiesta.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the playstyle I like.
Yeah.
Pick Darius, pick Olaf, pick Pantheon, and just fight them. Just go all in, but you're completely right. It looked like the short trade was in favor of Volibear because of the shield, percentage HP damage, but then he's got to get out of there. He can't just commit to the full thing. Both Conquerors stacked up, all bleed stacks. The Darius with a full Conqueror and full bleed is very, very powerful. Now we're going to toss it over for an interview with the winner, Vigo.
How much you did in the past? Thank you very much, you two. And what a series. The first game was super long, super excited. The second one was exciting too, but very, very fast. GG, first of all, 2-0, you did it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think first game was really a slow burner. I got kind of scared there at the end. Maybe he would win through CS, but thankfully he just died. Don't really know how actually, but worked out. And yeah, second game. If you don't know the limits of your champion, that's how it goes. So he just lost level 1.
Yeah, this is the level 1 engage we talked about in the analyst desk, because we thought about it, that if you know what limits you have and when you can go for this 1v1, it could be viable. Was there any chance for Rune to win it against Darius, or you were 100% confident?
I think he can easily win it against Darius actually, but I think he needs to wait it out a little bit longer. I think the fact that he goes in so early, so he goes into my wave after I've already gotten a little bit of poke off of him, that's what makes him lose. If he waits for me to overextend a little bit to get some more items to scale better, I think he can actually win it.
Get back to the first game. You already told us that winning above the creep score was a possibility for Rune, and it was really close. 4 creeps left in the last second. Was it your game plan to go over the distance, to go for creeps, or do you wanted to kill him?
I actually wanted to go for creeps as well, but I think I accidentally had the wrong mouse settings and screwed up some settings on stage, so I couldn't hit the correct minions when I tried to CS. So I was really stressed out in that game, especially right at the end. But it ended up going quite well, thankfully. So
you made
thank God it didn't matter.
You made it. Thank you very much. Really, really positive mindset, and best of luck for the upcoming matches for you. Thank you. And yeah, let's get back to our beautiful casters.
Oh, thank you so much. And he had a tech issue on stage. He couldn't last hit the creeps. He almost lost by 4, but he
see how quickly
won.
he pulled the switcheroo?
Yeah.
He's like, I've got Anathema's chains. I'm going for the creeps because I'm tankier, so I can technically hit them much easier while taking the poke. But he pulled the switcheroo last minute. I think the executioners also helped, right?
And he also says you need to know the limits of your champion in these all-ins.
That is
Picking
true.
Darius, level 3, he knew exactly what he was getting into the second the Volibear went for the all-in. He kind of micromanaged the fact that his wave is hitting him, he's overcommitting, he has already a lot of poke onto the Volibear. A lot of things are going through his mind the second the trigger is pulled, and he knows exactly what the outcome will be.
Yeah, and that was, honestly, this is the exact same way how we saw the Volibear win a matchup by playing those 2-3 seconds window that they have. And we saw also the Darius playing the matchup where it's like, oh, it's early, I win, we take those.
Fantastic best of 3. Now we're going to take a look at HK Warmboy versus Flamer in the same group and recap how their best of 3 went. We got Flamer from Q8, HK Warmboy from Hong Kong. Favorite champion Narf, favorite champion KL. That says 2 top players to me again, Trouble.
And they're both ranged.
And they're both ranged, but in this one, they're not. Flamer is Faker versus HK Warmboy. Jax versus Mundo. Let's have a look how this one panned out. Look at the band Zed, Kalista, Vayne, a lot of champions we haven't seen yet.
Yep, and I bet you're really happy because you were talking about Marksman, the Vaynes, the Kalistas, the Caitlyn's, but now, no, we're sticking back to Mundo and Jax.
Okay, looks like Flamer went for a little bit of an all-in there, level 4. Now I'm expecting, Jax to go for things like the Sunderer into the Mundo to try and kill the tank, slay the beast.
Yep. I mean, can you slay the beast? Maybe later on. But Mundo can get pretty tanky. And Mundo loves bruises. He can actually take them down. Once he has his ignite onto them, he can take them down. Now let's see.
Looks like he's going for the all-in, but the wave is hitting him. Can Warmboy turn? He doesn't have ultimate though, and he has barrier. Ignites drop from both sides. Flamer is thinking about it. Is he going to go for it? The Q was extremely close. Wave still coming into Flamer.
They both have barriers.
And it looks like no one died there in the end. Ignites are coming back up again, so this must have been a couple minutes later on. Both level 10, Warmboy's going to chase him down. No Ignite just yet for Flamer, so he can't take the fight. He can't stop the healing from Warmboy, and he will end up walking back. But now he does have the Ignite. He's going for the all-in. Warmboy level 11 still has the ultimate up. He's going to pop the ult himself there, Flamer. All-in's coming in. Does he level up from the creep wave? Maybe that would help him out a little bit, but he's just going to chase him down. The healing shrine does level up. Looks like the back and forth's coming in. The E is back up, but does Mundo have the passive? No, he doesn't. Ignite drop from Warmboy. Is he going to chase him down here? Can he land the slow? Flamer is still walking up and has barrier. These all-ins are all very close. He's on 1 HP. He's going to jump back in. Does he drop the barrier? Yes, he does. Warmboy's going to do the same. Stun connects, but that's going to be it. Warmboy wins game
Told
1.
you, Mundo loves bruises when he can have Ignite. Of course, in Summoner's Rift in a 5v5 setting, you need to have that teleport to help your team, but with the Ignite, it's so easy. A mage!
A mage.
And a Yorick?
And his name's Flamer, and he's on brand, so let's see what we got. He banned away
I don't know
the
how
Mundo.
Yorick can be warm, though.
Banned away the Mundo this time around, and now it's Brand into Yorick. So a range matchup slightly more favorable maybe for the Brand?
Yes, but if you're not going for tower playing Yorick, I don't know what the strat is, because once the Maiden is up, then you're probably going to go for these plates, trying to push the Brand away, which means you're taking all the minions. The Brand cannot approach the wave to take the minions, so we're going to see how this goes.
Yeah, Warmboy, that's how he's trading. He's dropping the E after getting the Maiden stacks, and that's what's poking Flamer out.
Yeah.
Now, you could go for some kind of hull breaker build, push, take the tower, you know, with Demolish.
I mean, you're alone on this map.
Exactly, right? So maybe that's the tech here, but looks like Anathema's Chain's picked up for Warmboy. All-in coming in. The W doesn't connect, so he's not going to get rooted up. Flamer's going to drop the stopwatch. Ignite is ticking. Drops the E. Does he have the Q to land the stun? All the creeps jumping on the Flamer. He's going to flash away. Drops the stun. Barrier coming in from Warmboy. All summoner spells used. And that looks like that'll be out. Flamer does get away, but Warmboy winning on these trades is not a good sign as the game gets later and later on. This Yorick will only get more and more tanky with the Anathemas.
Oh no, there are no summoner spells on Flamer, no flash right there, so this could be very deadly if Warmboy gets close
What's the
enough.
CS? Is Flamer close enough in CS? Because the all-in's coming in. W
matter.
connects, no flash. That's just going to be it for Warmboy. He's just going to be able to bonk him down. Still full HP after that 1v1, and he does manage to win.
Wow.
Interesting. That's the Yorick.
You really enjoyed the Flamers last playing a flamey champion.
Flamer with the Brand. Flames is Faker.
Nah,
you know.
I feel like Yorick is a pretty good pick right there, because Brand is super squishy. You throw the little zombies on him, you poke him out, you throw him away, you take the CS advantage, you take the level advantage, and then you have the Maiden if you so wish to push the tower, right? But I felt like on these trades, Brand is a very, very, very squishy mage. Yes, he's so good when he has other teammates in front of him.
Gotta get the big
to try and
AoE.
to get the big AoE, to bounce it off of other players and champions, but being alone on the map, kind of squish.
As far as we could see, 2-2-0s. Warmboy winning out on that one. Let's see what the desk thinks about those two games.
We also think that it was 2-2-0s.
Yep, totally agree with you there, Cadril. High tier analysis.
Do you have any differing opinions analytically about it? Cadril. We always love to pick on him. We have to stop it at one point because,
Do we?
Do we?
No, I'm not sure. Like,
Anyways,
we can.
Medic and I would also like to say hello to our stream.
Hello.
Because we're also streaming on our channel as well. So hello, hey guys. Thank you all for watching, and thank you everyone for watching on the Red Bull stream as well. I hope you had fun so far, but we still have a lot of matches to come. We still have Group D to go with 2 singular matches, best of 3, then an elimination game, best of 5s. So a lot left to come, but I do want to talk a little bit about what we just saw. Master play.
Yeah.
Rune, unfortunately. The German golden boy, as you are German yourself as well, just went under against Viggomopsen.
Yeah, it's so sad, this 1v1 situation. He tried everything to win it very early and get this 1-1 for the final match. But yeah, he lost to Darius, and I already heard in the interview it was possible for him with Volibear to win, but fighting into the enemy minions was too much damage.
Yeah, that was it, right? And I think that's one of the things that you lose track of sometimes.
You definitely
even though it's
can.
important.
I mean, you lose track of it in 1v1s, you lose track of it in normal games. Like, you go in and you think you can take the trade, and there's like 50 minions just throwing these balls at you, and just, I can't handle all of this, right? So I didn't want to say can't handle all of these blanks, so I had to change my wording at the end there. But it's very easy to lose track of those things. I can't really blame Roon for losing track of them. I'm very impressed by Viggomopsen.
Yeah.
I think he's done an incredible thing so far in winning out against Roon, and I'm wondering how far he can go now. Like, he's pretty much guaranteed the elimination matches. Can he go into the quarters, into the semis, into the finals?
I'd like to coin something for Viggomopsen. Platinum player, only platinum player. Actually, the lowest with which you could qualify to this, I believe, is like platinum 5, I believe.
Yeah, platinum 5 or 4.
Miracle run, anyone?
Oh, Okay, that's it. I'm done. No more Milka runs. It's not allowed, Shokz. We use it too much.
Okay, let's take a look at the results so far as we get Medic back over here. Perhaps, let's see. We've not seen Potatis on stage yet, but he keeps winning and Lingui keeps losing.
Yeah, this is it, I suppose, for the French player. It's 0-3 for him, and Potatis can survive any longer. You already told me Roon is not out of the competition yet. He lost the 0-2, but he can fight back in the last match of the day.
Yeah, Bradley ended up losing his first best of 3 to Hikaru, who we're going to see, I believe, later as well. Well, no, obviously, if he's going to advance, we'll see them in the elimination game. So let's see, indeed, Arno also picking up another win, so I guess he's all but qualified as well, but we'll have to see. It'll all come down to this next one. We're diving into Group D, and Medic actually left. Was that in the planning? I guess it was.
He's done.
He's done. He's done. He's going home. But we're going to take a look at Group D next. That is the last group. And as we already said, there are only a couple of players in there, only 4. But before that, we're going to see how everything evens out so far. Lingui, man, that is so embarrassing.
Yeah, it's sad. I don't know, maybe Hamboli, if he loses the next one 1-3, Lingui also 1-3, the heads up, maybe for decision, but yeah. It seems like he's not going to come into the tournament so far.
We're going to try and find him and talk to him and see what's going on there, for sure. And then we see Group B. You said you thought maybe Group A was the most stacked group, but this one's starting to look a bit stacked as well.
Yeah, definitely. Darkwing's really strong in the North American competition. He looked amazing, and I hope to see more of him in the future. He's definitely guaranteed in the next round. And Arnax, too, also a very, very skilled player who favors the skilled champions.
Yes, and then we see Group C. Warmboy and Viggomopsen have the 2-0 right there. I said Roon 1 win, Flamer 1 win, Magico 0-2, but everything can still happen there in the bottom 3 for sure.
They have to do everything to survive Group C, to come out of it. And here we have the group of life, Group D. And I have a question, maybe also for you, Trouble, because hello.
You go and replace Medic who ran off. Great.
Just jump in, because Group D is a group of life. Do you think they can experiment a little bit with their champions because you can't be eliminated?
I think absolutely. I feel like since you're already guaranteed to go in, you see all the Mundos, the Kenchis being played, and actually winning, you see all the Aatrox. Try to leave it open. Let your opponent play it. See what you can play against. Or if you have already something up your sleeve, try to pick it and see how it pans up against all the others.
I think that's a pretty good point. Also, on the other hand, though, you don't want to be last in a group and then end up against, as you pointed out, the #1 in Group A, which is a super stacked group, because that's how the seeding system is going to work. I do know that we're going to take a look at Group D, and we're going to see actually both games on stage, or both best of 3s. We're going to start with Doxa versus Bro, and then Shakara versus Godbro. So that first game we are going to see of Doxa versus Bro is actually for the #1 spot in the group. And the other one is for the last one, I presume?
Yeah.
That's how that would work.
That would work in Group D. So we see both of the matchups to decide who is the better one, who can compete. And also for Group A, it's interesting because they have to focus on Group D. What champs are played, what are they doing to compete in the first elimination round?
Oh yeah, that's a great point. They'll have to do some research as well, or maybe send someone else to look at what they've been playing. Maybe some of them brought a coach, I don't know. Or chat around and maybe gossip a little bit here and there. I do believe we're going to take a look at the videos for our next players. So first, let's meet Doxa.
My name is Doxa, and I'm 21 years old, and I'm representing Canada. I was surprised it was Howling Abyss coming into Germany, because in the qualifiers we played in Summoner's Rift, but I actually really enjoy Howling Abyss. I think it's really exciting for the viewers, especially the games will probably last 7 to 8 minutes maximum. So it's going to be really enjoyable for the viewers, and there's going to be a lot of outplays and fun kills.
Cool. With that attitude in the video, I am really looking forward to seeing how he does on stage. That Howling Abyss being caught off guard, this video we also saw at the top of the day. So hopefully everyone has come to terms with the fact that it's Howling Abyss right now.
Yeah, I suppose they know what to do now. They have, acclimatized with the map and with the new factors. And I think we will see in the next matches some maybe new pocket picks I already mentioned.
Next up is our player from Greece, Bro.
I'm Bro, I'm 21 and I'm from Greece. It's my second time. I'm really glad that I have the chance to represent Greece for second time, and I hope to bring the trophy home this year. My strength is my laning phase. I'm pretty aggressive. I love taking trades. And my weakness, I would say, sometimes I get nervous, only that. But if I manage to keep calm, I think I can win it.
Which means good luck in Greek. To you, Metbro, both undefeated so far, both 2-0. One plays really aggressive, the other one said he's a little bit more calculated. So I want to see how that goes, because we've seen a couple of matchups where one goes for the creeps, the other one goes for the all-in. We saw the adaptation with the Kents right there, where they said I was actually going for the creep score as well, but something was messed up with my mouse and I had to, switch it up, do the switcher rule last minute and go for the kill, and it worked.
Yeah, that's all what it's about as well. Once you get into the game, being able to kind of change your plan according to what the enemy is doing, and we'll see if that happens in this match. Let's bring the players to the stage. Super exciting, Doxa and Bro. I'm trying to pronounce it in the right way so it sounds like Bro, but it's difficult.
The champions say an opposite story here.
Yes, absolutely.
Very calculated play, loves Zed. Very aggressive play, loves Victor.
Yeah.
Now, I'd love to see an aggressive Victor.
I think Doxa's even going to be like, sure, you can play Victor. let's see what happens there. Casters, take us away and take us through this next best of 3.
Thank you very much, Sjokz.
No, it's Medi. It's...
No.
Okay. You ruined it.
No, excuse me? You trying to replace Vedius in my life?
No.
You're trying to replace the Vedimeister?
We can make another song.
Flexius?
Listen.
Matthias? Magicius? You're going to try and replace him?
Hello.
Do I come in here trying to be Daniel Dracos?
Medi,
huh?
No, Medi, we're not going to have an argument up here, okay? It's not the time. The camera's there, but you've already got a hit song, Medi. Why not drop an EP and have Medi Katie to be in the next song?
Yeah, but you can't have the same melody for the song.
Medi, Katie, Katie.
It's still the
same.
Oh yeah, actually that's pretty good.
That's pretty good,
yeah. Okay. Anyway, we are here for the 4th round of games. Group D to be decided here. The winner of this tops the group, of course. Everyone in Group D is getting out because there are only 4 players, because we weren't able to get our final player to the tournament. But getting number 1 in the seeding just gives you a likely much easier road to the quarterfinals later.
Always does, right? First place is always better than second, so... Also, you have the bragging rights of I topped my group, be afraid of me, So, Akshan already banned away. Haven't seen any Akshan just yet. We have seen some Rumble, but Akshan in 1v1 sounds pretty strong to me. It's one of those marksmen that can always get the all-in with a double shot on the passive, but still immobile. But 80 carry bands coming out here, targeting you, Bro.
Obviously, Bro does still have that Victor to fall back on if he wants it. Not sure it would be the best pick for a 1v1 tournament. No.
I rate it, Electrocute, Ignite, Barrier Victor, first item Blasting Wand, and then
pew
or a Lost Chapter and just all in level 1.
Go all in.
See what happens.
I'm not sure it works against something like a Tom Catch, I'll be honest.
So?
I mean, Tom Catch is still available.
Flip it.
That's a possibility. Just flip it. Just flip it when you know you're gonna lose.
When in doubt, just flip it.
Your playing career.
Akshan, Kalista, and Caitlyn, by the way. The only real 1v1 80 carries left are Draven, Tristana.
Yeah.
Maybe Xayah could work with some poke build.
I just don't think you go for something like that. I think you decide instead to go towards a tank, or you take a mage and you go to something a little bit less AD carry centric. Now we are into the picking phase of this draft. Tom Kench, Darius Rumble, Caitlyn, Kalista, and Akshan, as you said.
Vayne is another one.
Oh my.
Short ranged.
Kindred actually.
Intercept would hurt. Okay, let's talk about hovers.
No, let's talk about the hovers.
Okay, let's talk about hovers.
Do it.
Victor, Zed, these are their favorite champions. Are we going to see their favorite champions?
That would be a lot of fun.
Medic, help me.
So how does Victor work into Zed though? Because you can be like,
you get the push, you win early trades, but there's no exhaust in this game mode, which hurts.
That does
if you have
hurt.
exhaust against Zed, this actually helps a lot. But the set's gonna get locked in for Doxa. Varus for Mert, bro.
Okay.
Is that gonna be on hit? It's gonna be poke Varus? I have no idea.
I mean, I think poke makes more sense because you're trying to keep him at arm's length, right? Yeah, but like if you go on hit, are you ever actually going to be able to trade with him for long enough to kill him?
Yeah, you need like a Kraken Slayer or something to
Yeah,
actually
and
melt
are
him
you
down.
ever actually going to get
but
to that
then
point?
again,
Is my point.
lethality. He buys one plated steel caps and he runs it.
Yeah, but you can keep him chunked and farm.
And he has Mark as well.
He does have Mark. That's the problem.
He doesn't have Mark, he has Mark, okay?
Oh, he's got, yeah, Mark.
You have Mark.
I don't have Mark.
You
Dracos
always-
has Mark.
No, but you have Mark now.
I have Mark now.
Yes.
Is that, you're just
Yeah, so... Yeah.
free to whoever's closest to you
No,
at the
no,
time?
no, 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 yeah. No, 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 I'm always Dracos's. Dracos, I love you. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah. I love you too.
I love you too.
Oh, thanks, man.
It's
So
good.
yeah, Varus and Set. I think Set wins. Flash E, get Varus's flash.
And then just Mark, yeah.
And then just WWE. And his name is...
Okay, that's. I want you to do that. If we see a showstopper,
okay,
you come out with the music.
And his name is Doxa. Yeah, okay, I can do it.
No.
Maybe that was very high pitched for earphone
Yeah,
users.
that's
I
probably
apologize.
don't purr
I'll
into
not,
the-
Yeah, I'll not.
Yeah.
I won't purr. But Bramble Vest for Doxa, longsword from Mert, doesn't spell what his build will be, but Comet tells me it's poke.
Yeah. Oh, we do have a pause coming out. To start it off, Mert
When did
actually going for
Fennec
the. Yeah, they're not going to win the game off this pause. That's the important thing.
You never know.
Hey guys,
Could be
I
a
tried
right
to step
click
in
gap.
Realm Warp and I couldn't find it.
Could be a right-click diff. Maybe it was 1 millisecond late out of base and he wanted to bush, so
Yeah,
pause.
but in the, just a quick technical issue.
Do you ever think you can never
Everything
get the
is
second
different
bush if you both leave at the same time?
No,
When I put
yeah,
this- I know,
never.
but we have to play.
You always meet in the
Okay,
middle.
then.
Unless you go
I was
boots.
lagging, that's why I thought.
Unless you go boots.
played
Yeah,
otherwise.
see, this is why you're smart. Medic. Walking in a winter wonderland. What a fantastic
Sun
setup.
is shining, and we know we're on Howling
Oh, we're
Abyss.
back, we're back.
You mud bro against Doxa.
No.
Here we go into the
No.
1v1.
No.
There in
No,
the
medic.
bushes.
Medic.
Okay, that's enough.
No. Oh, there's the mark. It hits. It's gonna get the bone plating.
Yes. Yes, Cadril, he got the bone plating.
That's pretty big, though.
It is pretty big. You
That
might
is
be
pretty
going
big.
double door and
So look at the mark cooldown. When it hits, I believe is it 40% cooldown it
yeah,
has?
it reduced.
And then
It's got 40% cooldown reduction
is he gonna
anyway.
flash? Is he gonna flash? I think flashing early and getting the Varus flash and then marking on him at level 6 could be a plan for Doxa.
It definitely could be a plan. Doxa, of course, will be able to sustain up with Set's passive out of combat as well. Yumurbo trying to get these minions as quickly as he can.
Look at the bottom left. Just look at his health. 45, 47, 50, 52, 54, 56,
keep going,
58,
yeah.
57. Wait, it doesn't go in twos. Hey, I'm getting scammed here. Must be
No,
going
because we're
points.
going for 69! There we are, we got it. It went down straight away afterwards, but
You're
for a
such a child.
second there, it was so nice.
So the mark lasted 2 seconds on that minion. So Doxa has 2 seconds to decide whether he wants to go for the all-in or not. But it is a 40 second-ish cooldown when it lands. And flash, 40% reduced from 5 minutes. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but it's probably around 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's good maths.
So he has windows to all in if he gets Mert Bros flash early, but it looks like it's just a farm game. And if it's a farm game, I think the Varus wins.
I definitely agree with you there. You can see Yumurbo able to just get over that 10 CS mark. Doxa trying to farm up as well, but it's a lot more difficult for him to do so. As expected, Doxa puts another point into the Haymaker, that W.
So Mert's just waiting for Doxa to walk up the creeps and then hit him. He won't ever have vision in this bush, but if he gets flashed on, he'll have to match with flash you expect, unless he can kind of kite him away with barrier. But Doxa's taking a lot of free damage here, but he does land the W back. That was the tip of that W.
Just right on the edge of it. Here he goes, going in for the engage. There's the barrier.
Yes, the W
Doxa
though.
low though. Mert has flash. Doxa flashes away preemptively.
Nimbus
Mert
cloak.
looking to chase. Nimbus close coming in. Useful there as well, but not enough damage to take down Doxa.
Aha, if you can't flash E him, then make him flash after you by baiting him to think he can kill you.
It's bonus flash.
But now the no flash is going to hurt the Varus a little bit more. The set, I think it makes sense what Dox is doing. If Varus is going poke Varus, just go full tank.
Yep.
Like, this guy will never be able to kill you in a straight up 1v1 fight, and the poke will hurt less and less and less. Alternatively, if he was playing on hit Varus, then he should build more towards damage, right? Because he'll get shred through by percent HP. And I think he knows it from Champ Select that he's playing Comet. He knows he's against poke Varus.
So is that the... I know, like, Comet is poke Varus, right? That's what you learn on Summoner's Rift, etc., right?
Yeah.
And you usually go, like, a Lethal
Or
Tempo.
Halo Blades can be poke Varus
yeah,
too.
Halo Blades can be as well. But usually you go for, like, a Lethal Tempo or something like that if you wanted to go towards the on-hit Varus, right?
Yeah.
Can you switch? At this point in the game, could you say, hey, he's building full tank, let's just go on-hit Varus, even though I have Comet?
It's not that healthy.
Yeah. You think it costs you too much?
maybe if you built like pickaxe longsword early on with Comet, I guess in a pure 1v1 it would probably work.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're right.
This isn't Summoner's
I mean, it's
Rift,
only
is it?
8 minutes, right? So it probably works if you go pickaxe longsword and then build that into Kraken and use that as your early poke. And then as he gets tank items, as Doxa goes in again.
Here comes the chase. Doxa looking for the damage, but Mert is able to get the shrine and turn it around, dodges away from the tip of that haymaker, and the chain of corruption will land. It's going to be a lot of blight stacks going down. Boom, as you say, Doxa forced away down to 400 HP.
Sorry, I expected more damage there.
I mean, it was a chunk. It was like 400 damage.
It looks like Mertbro just wins no matter what, but he gets hooked into tower.
Mertbro about to have the barrier. And his name is
it Doxa?
I think it's Doxa right now.
Winning out on this.
Doxa has no flash to get away from this one. Mertbro, once again, caught in the haymaker. That shield's going to try and wait it out. Oh, one more. Oh, no, it's enough. You're Mert, bro. You're Mert.
His name was not John Cena.
No, it wasn't. You're Mert, bro.
Today we learned.
Exactly.
And yeah, it just looked like Mertbro could just kite the set. The set building full tank meant he had nothing to be afraid of because Doxa was maxing W. So if he can avoid W in his max range and then just turn with ultimate afterwards, then the set does struggle. I'm expecting Doxa to swap it up for next game. But AD carry is what we're looking at here from Mertbro. We saw Vayne hovered, we've seen Avaris, Caitlyn, Kalista banned away, Akshan.
Yeah. And the thing is, for Doxa, is like, how do you counter that? Because it's blind, right? You don't know what AD carry you're playing into. You don't know if they have a dash. You don't know if it's a Vayne who's just going to melt through a tank. You don't know what you're playing into.
You want to know what the AD carry's nightmare is?
Hit me.
It starts with Cam and ends in Ill.
Malphite.
Yes, it is Malphite.
Okay, cool.
Malphite is extremely hard for AD carries to play against because you need a lot of items to burn through his armor. He only gets tankier, and normally in competitive games, the Malphite is dealt with by the AP damage. But in here, in the Moments of Glory by Steel series, just looked like Mertbro was hitting almost every skill shot apart from that one, but Doxa thought he had the turn here with the slam.
Thing is, if the slam brings him back under the tower, he 100% has this trade. You can see Mertbro took one tower shot, but Doxa with no flash wasn't able to get on the right side of the Varus. And in the end, those blight stacks, four of them.
Good patience.
Yep.
Really good patience from Mertbro. 600 coins straight in the bank account. Even Q's the wave because why not?
Yeah, why not? You know, might as well.
1-0 from Mertbro. But I think knowing that Varus is the pick that he's going to default to with those 3 bans, I think Doxa can just keep the same bans. Varus is not that strong in 1v1. He should be able to find a champion in his pool. If he's a Z player, he plays Assassins, they can deal with the Varus pretty easily. So I think this will go to 3 games, but you never know.
But you never know, because Mertbro could just change things up. He could have tanks in his retinue as well, right? And just be like, okay, cool.
He does ban the Varus.
Just play a Darius or something instead. But Darius is banned away. There's the Rumble as well. Varus and Akshan taken out of the contention. I wonder if we'll see, you know, that Kalista ban again. Obviously, Mertbro very comfortable on these ADCs.
It's between Kalista and Caitlyn, really, isn't it? Kalista a lot more all-in, Caitlyn a lot more push.
Only one of them in Arcane. Thank you very much, Doxa.
How are we going to get the Arcane Caitlyn? How are we going to get my favorite pick? Well, it's not my favorite, but I've been saying it all day, so someone's got to pick it, right? Otherwise, come on, guys.
I mean, they don't have to.
No, they don't have to. You don't have to.
They don't have to listen to you.
But Caitlyn's open. And it's also in Arcane. Sure, in Arcane.
Yeah. You know, we could just go Caitlyn Jinx here.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Vi.
Heimerdinger won.
Heimerdinger did win. Yeah.
Arcane might be 100% win rate, but I'm standing to be corrected. Time Kench taken away. Is Doxa going for Zed? I mean, he knows he's against an AD carry player. Zed is good into AD carries. There's no exhaust. Only thing he's dealing with is barrier, but Serpent's Fang is pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Maybe you just rush that over a Mythic.
And to get it, you go through Serrated Dirk as well, which is like one of the best AD 1v1 items in the game, right? So, or early items at least.
Yeah, could be a strat, but maybe Mertbro wants to go to his favorite champ, his most comfortable champ, and his legendary champion, Victor. Victor was in Arcane.
Victor was in Arcane. Yasuo, though, locked in for Doxa.
Now we're talking, Doxa. Now we're talking lethal tempo. I want to see barrier ignite Yasuo. Boom, there it is. Full all-in, full flip it into the Tristana, which will have the early push, but in all-ins, you know, Wind will help out a lot.
Question is, can you Mertbro dodge away from that Steel Tempest knockup, right? You know,
Question
you've
is,
got
are you Mertbro?
I'm not Mertbro. He's Mertbro.
Are you Mertbro?
No, he's Mertbro.
No.
Are you Mertbro?
No, I'm not Mertbro.
No, he's
Mertbro.
Yeah, he's Mertbro.
No, but no, you're not mad then.
Okay, this is awful. Okay, this is not peak comedy in any way, shape, or form.
This is my humor.
This is your humor.
This is my humor.
This is your humor. Well, I do not find it humorous, unlike this.
Okay, but who asked? Wait. You in the back?
That was peak comedy, by the way. Unlike this, where this bone is called the humorous. That's how we do it here. That's how we do it medical style. I'm going to have a nice, refreshing Red Bull.
Get me one.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, buddy.
Should we
what did you say?
Do it into the microphone?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the nicest sound. It's the Craigasm sound, isn't it?
Nourishment.
Delicious. And into the next game we go. Game 2. Mertbro. 1-0
Here
up.
we go. Yep. And it's top of the group as well. Winner of this gets top of Group D, gets first seed going into the rest of the tournament, into the round of 16 later on today. It would be a big win for Mertbo to get that. He's gone double Doran's blade, a longsword, and that refillable pot. A dagger for Doxa, no real surprises there.
Doxa needs the early Berserker Greaves to gap close and go for the all-ins. I think Tristana's going to win this early, unless Mertbo makes a mistake. Conqueror on the Yasuo, no lethal tempo. So sustainability is the key to success here for Doxa. Wants to stack it up and get the all-in with the ultimate and chase down Mertbo, who hasn't got that much gap close. He only has the rocket jump, no flash available. So once he rocket jumps, if he can connect with ease through the creeps, Doxa should be able to get on top of him. And there's the bone plating already off.
And Doxa getting a little bit of free damage there. Steel Tempest into the bush.
Was it Caps in Pro View who got someone's bone plating and then timed it in the chat?
Yeah, so he would call other lanes bone plating. He'll be like bot lane support, bone plating down.
Can you imagine you're laning top and you just auto attack him and he has no bone plating and your mid laner says, yeah, his bone plating's at 1 minute, or like 2 minutes, 46 seconds.
Do you not run bone plating as a rune? It's like a 30-second timer. It's not a 2-minute timer.
Yeah, no, but to time a bone plating in a different lane.
The reason is it's such a short cooldown. That's why it's such an impressive thing
30
to time.
seconds is a very easy thing to time, right? Similar to a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
I don't know if it's exactly 30 seconds either. It's like
it is 30 seconds. Maybe it's 45. But anyway, the fact that it's done, it's just interesting to me, you know? It does help, but I mean, the laner could do it. Or has a good idea.
Definitely could
but
do
Caps,
it. I mean, Caps is Caps.
1% diff, that's all it is. It's always about the 1%.
Definitely is. Bone plating down there, and you Mertbo once again.
That's that 1, 2, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you can do the counting, it's fine.
But Sports Analyst of the Year doesn't know bone plating timer.
Imagine.
But I'm serious when I say, when you play against bone plating, you know when it's up by feeling it. You know, you feel when it's up rather than know exactly the number when it's up.
Importantly though, Mertbo actually losing out this early game. You know, 10 CS down, there is a way pushing in, he'll be able to recoup some of that, but he's losing these trades to Doxa. He's level down right now as well, and Doxa's going to try and get this wave shoved underneath the tower. Steel Tempest does go wide, but Mertbo should be able to farm this one up relatively easily. Double Doran's blade helping him out quite a lot on those CS under the tower, but it's a 5 CS differential here, Kedron.
There's a Berserker Greaves, we'll get back to lane quicker, but like you said, 5 CSD, I mean, Yasuo, it looks like this matchup is more of, if I just go into the creeps and dare you to hit me, I will get the push. And by the time you've started hitting me, the wave's already dead. That's not what that looked like to me, but Mertbo won't really struggle against that. He's just going to push back and base himself. Does Doxa freeze the wave? Is the question. Does he cancel the Tristana back? Looks like he'll be trying.
He's got Q3. So that's against it.
We'll hold the wave though, so we'll deny 1 wave from Mertbo. Plated steel caps, the first buy. And we saw last game, Doxa went full tank, but he didn't have enough damage to actually kill the enemy champion. Plated steel caps will help Mertbo out a little bit, but he will need things like the pickaxe, or even a Zeal item or something.
Mertbo did do this in the last game as well. Early steel caps on the Varus, right? Just for that little bit of extra protection, that little bit of extra safety against this Yasuo. Doxa trying to pick up a series equalizing win in this one. Of course, Mertbo would take first in the group if he manages to secure this win. At the moment, though, I think things pretty even Stevens. Slight CS lead for Doxa as he goes in. Looking for that Q3, now procs it. Steel Tempest is hit, Windwall goes down. Pops out the Steel Tempest, but doesn't quite connect. And actually he's going to lose the AoE from this healing shrine as well. So Mertbo coming out on the right end of that trade.
Yeah, problem for Mertbo is he can't really step up till his W's back up. So he's going to have to wait around 10 seconds before he can walk up, because if things like this happen, he's always going to lose the trade. The good news is the wave's coming into him, so he should be alright. Just has to play a bit patiently, get creeps from max range, and don't disrespect the Yasuo. But if we're talking CS here, Medic, Doxa is miles ahead. Even with this wave crashing, I think he'll only be on around 32. So I think Doxa should be alright.
Mate. What? Exactly 32.
Yeah,
like that's impressive.
Bang on.
That is impressive because he missed stuff.
Bullseye.
It wasn't like you're like, oh, he's just gonna get all of these.
Man, you shouldn't have brought that up. You should have just let it happen.
No, but people won't notice it.
How am I supposed to know he's gonna miss one? I just gave a rough estimate.
No, you got exactly right. You don't bring up the fact that you were doing it out of ignorance and rather pretend you were being intelligent.
Well, point is, Mertbo is a bit screwed on CS right now, so he's gonna have to all in a Yasuo, which is not the easiest thing to do. Yasuo can kind of dictate how this lane is played, it feels like. Maybe if Tristana gets another base and she can get the push, it could help it.
It definitely could. I'm wondering how things go with the ring as well, because...
Which one?
The Ring of Fire at the end.
Okay, cool. Just clarifying.
It goes down in the burning Ring of Fire. Flame, you know.
There's also a drinking game called Ring of Fire.
There is.
There's a lot of rings in fire, or with fire, or around fire.
There's Dante's Inferno, if we want to go posh.
Okay.
Intelligent.
Cool.
Seven layers of hell.
Yeah. Why is it always a ring? Why can't it be the square?
Because squares aren't as foreboding.
What about triangle?
Do you think a triangle is that foreboding?
Yeah.
The one in Gravity Falls, actually, that Illuminati triangle is quite...
There it is, the triangle of fire.
It doesn't work.
It does.
How many triangles of fire do you see as Doxa gets jumped on here by Umurtbro? Explosive Charge is going to do a little bit of work, but Umurtbro, knowing he had the window as that wind wall was down.
What kind of window was it? Was it a ringy window or was it a square window?
It was une fenêtre.
Same.
Did you know? Do you know what the English word for to throw someone out of a window is?
Eject.
No, defenestrate.
Defenestrate.
Because fenêtre in French is window.
Fenster in German is window. There it is. Oh, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, I've never been able to use it in a cast, but one day I'm going to get it in there.
Not only is the humor here and the gameplay, but also the education.
Exactly. Doxa looks for the trade, gets in, last breath, beam pop, Umurtbro ignited, ticking away. Doxa not quite able to get him in, but he goes back in, has Q3 once again, there's a knock-up. Barrier coming in from Umurtbro, gets the heal as well as gets underneath his tower. Doxa holding onto a barrier of his own. And in the end, barrier advantage for Doxa here on this Yasuo.
Yeah, and Yasuo ult cooldown is shorter than the Tristana ult cooldown, so Doxa still has barrier, still can lifesteal up. I don't think he should base here. He needs to keep the CS lead. Murkbro's going to cancel him anyway, you expect, but basing here is a mistake. Maybe he was thinking Murkbro was basing, he'd match it because the wave is in a good state, but staying is always better. But there it is, 30 seconds TikTok until sudden death begins. Doxa is 22 creeps away. If he catches this wave, he'll be 7 higher. That'll put him at 85. So he's gonna need this wave, and you expect 2 more.
Yep.
No, 3 more he will need. If he gets all of these creeps, even still, he'll need 3 more waves.
The thing is, you want to reset with about 8 seconds left on the clock so you don't get caught by that Ring of Fire. Umurtbro's going to do the same. Actually steals away the healing shrine there as well.
No, it's not.
This will be fine. They'll both get out of this.
Shield bow bought straight up for Doxa.
That's
what has Murkbro got?
He went shield bow.
He went double Dorans. I wonder if that's the difference in the CS lead to not get the shield bow, but I think that's it. I think the item disparity is too high. Doxa still has barrier, he has ult up. Murkbro, he's kind of out of gas right now.
I mean, both of them went for the double Dorans. I think it's just the CS, really. That Doxa, because he's been able to get that 14 CS lead. You've got a Doran's Blade, a Doran's Shield for Doxa, and double Dorans, as you say, for Umurtbro. So
Murkbro definitely back against the wall here. He can't jump in and all in because he'll lose.
You know what he can do?
What can he do?
He has his ultimate.
He can knock the Yasuo into the Ring of Fire. I think it should be the Triangle of Fire, still.
How would that work? It wouldn't, because on the map it would come in at different angles, so it wouldn't be fair, KJ. You have to think about these things. Umurtbro here training with Doxa. Last breath, beam pop, there's the heal coming in. Umurtbro's
trying to do it!
He's trying to do it, but the wind wall comes down. Umurtbro jumps away.
Is he going to do it?
No ignite used by Doxa. He's trying to heal up. Doxa trying to clear out the way. Barrier pop. Doxa has a barrier of his own. And there we go. 1-1 now between Doxa and Umurtbro.
He heard you, Medic. He was trying to do it. You could see the way he was running. He was trying to pull him into a good angle because the wind wall was in the way. But 1-1, yeah, Doxa found the response that he carries. Yasuo. Is Murkbro going to ban it away? Because I think there's a lot more champions than just Yasuo that can deal with AD carries.
Samira as well, if you're just doing wind walls. Just chuck all the wind walls. He's on tonight and his name is Doxa. Oh, I was different part of the song. Sorry, my bad. Cool. We need to stop with the singing, Kate.
No.
We need to stop with that. We're not Dracos and Betty. And now, in this moment of glory, brought to you by Steel Series, let's have a look at the final moments of the game once again.
I think it's just a bit of a shield bow diff here, because Doxa gets a really good all-in before the fighting starts. Fully stacked Conqueror, and he wind walls Murkbro here, because he's scared of the knockback. Murkbro is 0 HP, but look at the damage he does to Doxa here. I was very surprised about the burst coming up from Tristana here. Goes full all-in, almost one-shots him, but the shield bow's there. He has lifesteal. And he has a Q3, so 8 creeps away, 1 more wave would have done it, but the Ring of Fire seals the deal. Still yet to see a game won by 100 CS.
Which I'm quite enjoying, I'll be honest. I think 100 CS is a little bit of a frustrating way to see a game end, and usually you have an all-in before it happens anyway.
As an educated Twitch viewer, I would say resident sleeper.
Exactly. Whereas kills, Craigasm.
Or if it is Poggers.
Oh, Poggers,
Pagman. Pagchamp.
Pagchamp?
Pogchamp.
Pogchamp.
Pog.
I'm not just going to keep repeating what you're saying. We're not Twitch chat, Kejo. Okay. As much as we desire to be, we are not.
You know, I've started using Twitch chat things in real life.
Yeah, so have I, and I do it with adult friends, like people who aren't in the Twitch scene.
Karina will come home and she'll be like, "Oh, I went to the store and bought some pizza." But that's pretty pog.
Pretty pog.
That's pretty pog.
That's pretty pog.
You know. Yeah. And smork I use a little bit too much.
That's. You should make a schmark.
Bruh.
50 bucks. You owe me 50 bucks for that one. Anyway, Doxa versus Umurtbro for the top of the Group D. Once again, his 80 carry bands out here by Doxa. Umurtbro is going to get rid of the Rumble and the Tarm catch. What? You're so impressed by Smark, aren't you?
No, nothing.
Wait, what?
80 carries banned away. Caitlyn is still up. Tristana's up. Samira's up.
Vayne is up.
Vayne is up. Murpro. What was the last ban from Murpro before? Will he ban Yasuo is the question, actually.
Yeah, that is a question, actually. It's a good question.
I also feel like maybe Doxa's just a really good Rumble, but 80 carries can deal with Rumble in the early stages, especially things like Tristana. But either way, is he going to ban away? No, Darius.
I think Darius has been on the ban list most games by Yumurtbro.
Does Doxa trust his Yasuo once again?
I mean, I would. What would you... Okay, if you were Yumurtbro and you have this 80 carry pool, what do you pick into Yasuo?
I think the important thing for answer the question is they've got nothing to lose. They're both qualified because they're both top of the group, I imagine. I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, this will be first and second. Whoever wins this is first, whoever loses
So what you could play is just something out of your comfort zone to see if it works, to make it so in the next stages people are afraid of it, if that makes sense. So I could pick something like Akali here, even though my Akali is 50% out of 100, 50 out of 100 in terms of skill level, have a good game and win, and now you have to ban Akali for the remainder of the game since it's a bluff. We'll see if one of the players decide to do it. It's more of a long con kind of style, or you could just style on them and win and pick Zed, as Doxa could do. But Tristana being hovered, there's Irelia.
Ooh, Doxa going a bit more aggressive here with the Irelia pick. Tristana, as you say, still hovered. And you have to remember, even though they are both qualified, first place is much better than second place. Like first you're playing the 4th seed from the other groups, whereas second you're playing a 3rd seed.
I like to flip it.
I mean, we know that.
I like to flip it too many times.
Yeah.
So
I've watched your solo queue.
I would have locked in an Akali here, a cheeky Akali. Hextech Revolver first item,
and you'd be 0, 6,
and
or 7 minutes.
Lost the game. But I'd have lost gracefully and tried something different. But I think finishing first is better, way better. But it's an insane showdown. We saw what Shana is like against the Yasuo. Feels like loses the push, loses trades, loses all-ins, gets out CS'd, gets pushed
and
in.
Irelia pushes better.
And Irelia can all-in a little
more
bit better,
aggressive.
has more gap close, can dash through the creeps, does more damage, can hit kill if he hits a stun.
Just doesn't have the win wall.
If he queues in and doesn't hit the stun, he could get turned on pretty hard.
The lack of the win wall could really cost him. What's going on?
Nothing.
Is there something behind
but
me?
the Irelia W could be pretty
What
powerful.
is happening here?
Nothing. My choice of wording is just a bit off.
I mean, it's fine, mate.
Okay, cool.
We
anyway,
ignore it. It's okay.
Anyway, the Irelia W is just similar to the Yasuo W, right? Negate damage and then try to turn. It's all about the Irelia stacks. Also, small interaction here. If Tristana can ult the Irelia Q, it cancels it. So its Q's on cooldown.
Okay, puts it on cooldown. Yeah, because obviously it cancels it because you're being ulted away, right? So yes, puts it on cooldown is a big thing. Because what you want to do as Irelia is reset that cooldown every time you're jumping in. If you kill a minion with it, you reset it. If someone's already marked and you queue them, you reset it. You get to use all these queues over and over and over and over and over and over again.
And over.
And over. Yeah, you're right. And if you can stop that from happening, then you put yourself in a much better situation because where's Irelia going to go? She doesn't have flash. She's going to face you. She's going to try and, put that triangle that is her W and
there it is,
the damage.
no rings on Irelia. No? If you like it, you should have put a triangle on it.
If you liked it, you should. No, that's
put a triangle on it. Yep. Too many syllables.
I just think we're not very good at singing.
I disagree. I think we could make a song. We can make a rap song. Take on Medivedi. Not Medivedi. Dracos.
You still think I'm Dracos, don't you?
No.
You're still confused, okay,
Dracos Vedi. We take the one in a 2v2. As Doxa is playing a little bit respectfully here. Maybe he's scared of some kind of all-in from the Tristana, but I think if Tristana jumps in, Irelia just one-shots her.
I mean, the thing is, though, unless the minions are going to jump in, Flawless Chat does not hit there. There's the reset on the jump as well. Yumurtbro just trying to trade straight into Doxa. Doxa doesn't have Q.
I think if Doxa just stuck the autos there, I think he could have won.
Into Ignite Barrier?
Yeah, into Ignite Barrier. He had full stacks, his Q was coming up in a second. The only problem was he missed his E. So now he's going to be forced to base. If he hit that E onto... The thing is, Tristana is jumping into an Irelia with no flash on Tristana, and he has no escape, no mobility, and Irelia has E and W. So, in theory, I think Murpro should have got stunned up there and he probably would have died.
If Doxa hits the E, it's a very different state of affairs, right? But we saw Yumurtbro using the reset mechanic there on the explosive charge as well.
Ooh, Q didn't get the reset there, so Doxa's going to have to back off. I think that's how he played this lane. You try to push, you keep good range, and obviously if Irelia makes a mistake like that, then you walk up and start to hit her. As the E does connect this time, Doxa, is he going to take it? Does he get full stacks if he goes? Yes, he does. There it is. Jumps in, has barrier.
Barrier used, jump used by Yumurtbro as well. Counter barrier, second jump! Yumurtbro just hopscotching his way to victory, 2-1.
Ooh, that's what I call the flip it strat. Just jump in and see what happens. Tristana full commits by jumping on top of the Irelia and wins by around, that looked like 10 to 20 HP.
No, it was nothing at all at the end. Huge win for Yumurtbro.
I wonder, did Irelia have W up there? It felt like if she did, Surprised that Irelia lost that. Full stack, stun connected.
Yeah, I see that, I see
It
that.
also is a game of inches, right? Irelia's Ignite was still ticking as she died. Maybe could have used it earlier. What was the barrier used for? Did he negate the W? Did he negate an auto attack? Did he negate 2 auto attacks? Depends on the amount of time in between autos.
I mean, it's such a close, it's a game of inches, as we always say, right? It's so tight in these matchups, you can see always comes down to the wire. But big win there for Bro, as we are going to hand it over to an interview with him.
Thank you very much, you two guys. And yeah, we have our winner from Group D. You are first place. And yeah, what a great best of 3 we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that I'm first place. Thank you.
Yeah, it was great because you had quite a hard way, and he even aimed you at with the Yasuo pick, but it worked out in the end. Was Yasuo something scary for you, and you were afraid of that he could do this in the 3rd match again?
I mean, he had advantage in every game because it's really hard playing AD carry versus bruisers, Yasuo, Irelia. But if I play perfectly, I got a chance. And since I did little mistakes, I managed to win 2-1.
You did it really great fashion. It was really nice. Last question from my side, in particular to your experience. You're playing in the Greek league, so you are used to it, playing professional. Is it an advantage for you that you know how to feel on stage?
I mean, the advantage, I would say, I was finalist in Brazil too in 19, and I already have the 1 versus 1 experience on stage. Cool. And my champion pool is very big, so the Red Bull player 1 helped me more than 5 vs 5, since the 1 vs 1 is another game mode.
Is there any player you want to fight against, maybe from Group A?
From Group A? I don't really remember who's in Group A.
Any player you want to fight against?
I will say Godbro, but he's on my group.
Oh, okay.
We already played.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much for the interview, and yeah, best of luck in the elimination stage. You made it as first place.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you very much, and yeah, let's go back to our casters. Thank you.
Great to hear there from Bro. Obviously very confident going into the next stages. AD carry a very difficult role to play in 1v1s, but he does have that experience, he does have that pedigree to keep him going.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it'll pan out later the tournament goes, what the meta will look like. Yeah. The AD carries look like they're staying to the AD carries. A lot of top laners staying to top laners. Haven't seen any mid laners on the main stage just yet play their mages.
What are you talking about? We've seen Irelia,
we've seen...
You said you've seen mid laners?
Yeah.
Irelia's a mid laner?
Well, Irelia is basically everything.
Okay.
Yeah, could probably play Irelia support and pop off.
I mean, you probably could, let's
that
be
champ
honest.
does too much damage. If you buy Blade of the Ruined King, you can probably kill a Kalista with 6 items.
Very true.
Yep.
Good one, Kadra.
Not very true, but still.
Let's have a look at the other game that was played in Group D for the 3rd and 4th places. Shakara versus Godbro. Of course, Godbro, a well-known name amongst League of Legends scene.
I played against Godbro for God knows how long, 3 or 4 years, so many times. He was in high-low, had 3 accounts in the top 10, Godbro, Sama, Ni Godbro, and he was always playing Quinn.
And we've got 2 mid laners playing up against each other, Lee and Irelia.
Lee Sin versus Irelia, Ignite versus Barrier. You're trying to kind of hint at something there, aren't you?
No, they're both mid laners.
No,
Everyone's
Lee
played
Sin's not a mid
mid
laner
laners.
anymore.
He
He's a
was
jungler.
for a very long time.
Yeah, but Rumble was a jungler.
I mean, true.
You know, Morgana was a jungler. You know. Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
I was a player.
You're still a player, man.
No, I'm not.
Hey, you're good.
I'm terrible.
Okay.
I like to think that I'm not though.
But I mean, you get high in challenges. We see a little bit of trading going in between these
My
two
delusion
players.
fuels me. Sorry.
It's the same, mate.
Q connects. Godbro's going in. The W was very short there, or used. I think Irelia normally wins out on this matchup.
Jumping onto the back line there's a good flawless duet, Godbro. Of course, you don't have a warding totem. So playing Lee Sin, you can only jump to your minions. The waves do come more often in this 1v1 game mode. But
and also, Godbro is playing Grasp Lee Sin with Bramble Best. Oh, he could have kicked him into the tower there, but decides to W away. There's the kick.
Just out of tower range. Godbro though with the Ignite. Shakara trying to trade into this one, has the barrier. Vanguard's Ed's coming out and he's dead. Godbro.
Yeah.
Just wins the 1v1. Shakara actually didn't use either of his summoners.
Good kick from Godbro. Yep. Gets him on the tower. I think maybe Shakara was going a bit too deep there, and the Lee Sin maxing E is what Godbro is doing. Yep. As he already dashes in, W's himself, E's auto attacks and W's out, and uses Grasp and Bramble Vest to survive through the Aurelia burst.
There's no Lee Sin ban in this game, but Godbro decided to switch over to the Akali. Shakara still on that Aurelia. Ignite going down. Godbro trying to trade into this one. Barrier available for Shakara. Needs to pop it late. One more auto would be enough, but he can't get in range.
Oh, the movement there. Maybe he could have got the auto off. He would have got hit by the tower, but I think he would have killed him before. But they're all in level 4.
Flawless duet misses here. This could be bad. Godbro does have to worry about the minion wave, so has to back away underneath the tower. Shakara once again taking a tower shot there. Godbro going in with the level 6. Perfect execution available.
Is he going to commit?
Well, Shakara doesn't have Vanguard's Edge yet, so there's a possibility, but with this wave coming in, you have to think Shakara will get to 6.
There's a long ultimate cooldown. Will Shakara get 6 from the creep? Yes, he does. There he goes.
Vanguard's Edge going in. There's the barrier used as well, and Godbro nowhere to go, bro, as Shakara takes the second game.
Yeah, that's going to be 1-1 tied up. Now we've got Aurelia again for Shakara. And Tryndamere coming in from Godbro. Cassiopeia ban, Akshan, Draven. A lot of new champions here to the main stage.
Well, we haven't seen them yet, but it's constantly banned away. Yeah.
You know, can you see them, Medic?
Nope.
Okay.
Got my eyes closed, mate.
Okay. Tryndamere. Can he crit? 50-50. What's the crit?
There's one.
There's one. No.
No, not on the second. But yeah, of course, Tryndamere, the crit mechanic as you build up that Fury bar, so important to get those crits in. Vanguard's Edge coming in from Shakara. So he tries to trade back in. Pretty low on mana. Godbro trying to get away from this one. Does have the ultimate, and we'll pop it. Ignite is ticking.
Does he live through this?
He's got barrier,
he might
so he should.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's fine. He had the Q as well. Okay. Lethal tempo. Procs. Rage stacking up. Right clicks.
Shakara's on the wrong side of the map, but can just dodge back. Gets to the healing fountain there as Godbro. Ultimate is going to expire relatively soon. Shakara trading into this one, and Godbro's like, oh, don't want any of that action. No summoners on either of them. Godbro's going to have to try and E away from this one. Huge heal, but it's not going to be enough. Shakara, flawless duet, misses, but lands that final auto.
Nice try there by Godbro. Tries to get the crits in, tries to keep the rage up, but ends up falling. Aurelia just winning out in the pure fight. Even though he ulted, the shield bow still wasn't procs from Aurelia. When it proc, the lifesteal, the healing on the creeps, the dashing around. Good play from Shakara.
Yeah, really good stuff from Shakara all around there. He joins, of course, Doxa and Umurtbro with wins in that group. It was just Umurtbro and Doxa, but then it was enter Shakara as he was able to pick up a win. Godbro, though, no wins. No wins in that. Unwinning.
Yeah, hasn't won a single game, but he will still go through.
Yes, he will.
Because there's only 4 players in the group. 4 players will go through. 1 player, of course, missing. But will Shakara get Aurelia again after those 3 games?
We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure we'll see more Aurelia through the rest of the tournament. But for now, we can hand it over to Sjokz, who is standing by.
Thank you very much. I'll give you props for that enter Shakara joke. That was really, really well done. Congratulations, Medic. Yeah, in this group then, Godbro, I guess disappointingly to some people, last in the group, still going through, so he has a bit of time to regain his confidence ahead of the elimination game.
I don't know, maybe the matchups weren't on his side this time. Maybe there is something better fitting for his champion pool, and we will see what comes out. I think he's no one to under-expect.
No.
It could also be official practice, since everyone is making it through.
True, he's just sandbagging, right? Just like EU at Worlds, and then they get knocked out, so they weren't sandbagging.
It feels
after
like
all.
EU practices at Worlds, but that's not the optimal, right?
I do have to ask you, Trouble, about your countryman, Umurtbro. He was actually smurfing it. I was surprised because usually I don't like when they go for the marksman and stuff because I think it's going to be like a really calculated play and whatnot. But he went in, man. It was so cool to see.
And that's actually what he showed today, right? He pulled 3 marksman bans. He had 2 more that he showed after the bans. And then he also says, I have a really, really big champion pool. So maybe it doesn't just end with a marksman. Maybe there's a mages, maybe there's bruisers, maybe there's tanks.
Absolutely. Here we see the results of all the games in round 4. I am being pulled to Group B there, the 2 Americans, Bradley versus Darkwings, where Bradley came out on top. And you were actually saying just now that you watched the NA playoffs and you were very impressed with how they went.
Yeah, they are really, really, really good in microplay. They had so many champions, really good Olaf plays, which champ we don't see today.
True.
Yeah, Olaf maybe coming up for Darkwings. And what we've seen now, Roon is through. He made it.
He made it after all, which is really nice. We have 1 more best of 3 left to see. And I think we are going to take a look at the matchups, the group standings first. So here we are ahead of the last ones we need to see. Lingui got a win on the board, finally. Is now at 1 and 3. Unfortunately, still at the bottom of the table. And Potatis has another one. I love that nickname. I don't know if it has anything to do with potatoes, but I'm a big fan of potatoes.
Isn't that what it reminds you though?
Yeah.
So it's a good name.
It's really great. Let's take a look at Group B as well. Arnax, Darkwings,
Wow.
Darkwings, who we'll see play in just a second. and then Bond and Hikaru both at 1 and 2, and we're about to watch Hikaru play Darkwing, so we'll see what happens there, because it's still anyone's game for the 4th spot in Group B. And as you said, Roone's doing well, and Magico, unfortunately, 0-3, so he will be out.
Hard group for him, very, very sad to see, but there has to be one on this 5th place. There has to be one to cannot come further, but we have the first elimination round today with the best of 5s, which will be very exciting too.
Super exciting. You say there has to be one.
Yeah.
Not in Group D though.
Not in Group D.
Surprise.
Surprise. All of them are going through, so we'll see what happens there. As said already, it is quite important if you get the first spot or the last spot, because if you're 1, you go up against 4 of the other group, as Trouble is leaving us, but her countryman, Pro, is 3-0 so far, and Cadril is back. Cadril, I'm really excited to talk to you, because at the beginning of the day you said, I play a lot of 1v1s, I love 1v1s. Talk to me about your most inspiring tactics you've seen today so far.
It's the all-ins level 3. I love them.
Yeah.
I love the limit testing. I just think that you go for it, you pick Darius, and the second this guy just walks up 1 centimeter too close, just hook him and flip it. They always think they can turn it. The second that Darius gets 5 stacks, it's over. I think the Ring of Death, I think you can't hit 100 CS. I'm pretty sure you can't hit 100 CS if one of the players is playing a Bruiser or an all-in champ. So I think Bruiser all-in is where I'm looking at right now. Haven't seen any mages yet other than Heimerdinger and Morgana, which is just push to win kind of. But I'm in the Bruiser camp.
I would like to talk about the marksman a little bit more, because I'm seeing some strats, you know, with the Tristana, for instance, for you, Bro. You saw what he was trying to do at the end of his round. He thought, okay, if I can bust her shot, maybe they go into the circle.
Yeah.
And as a marksman, you can actually control for a long time if you don't get hard engaged on. So it could be a route, but it's risky.
Something I noticed is the marksmen were getting pushed in a lot. What I thought would happen was the marksmen would push them into tower, and that would be their advantage in the early game. Turns out, other than the Aurelia game, because of the level 1 all-in, where the Tristana actually was winning out a little bit, the AD carries didn't get much of a push, and I think the Bruisers can punish it very easily with the marks that we saw. So I think AD carries will be picked by the AD carry players. The top laners will stick to their comfort as well. I think comfort is key, but there are a few things which look a little bit stronger than others.
Master Play said that in the NA playoffs they played Olaf, which would be an NA special. Blaver loves it as well.
Yeah.
Undefeated
Olaf,
forever.
Darius, Pantheon, Jax, Camille. Dude, get me on that train.
It's cool, because you know, if those get banned out, like their comfort champions, there are so many champions in the game right now, you'll for sure find something that fits your meta as well.
The one thing I have in my research for the playoffs and for the national championships, we had on Summoner's Rift so many Caitlyn players on the AD carry role. Based on her highest base auto-attack range, she tries to push them to go for the CS. Why not on Arm?
I wonder if it's because of the map change. There was no Ring of Fire there. It was literally just 100 CS, tower or kill. That's it. There's no Ring of Fire, there's no timer, there's no base. Caitlyn can keep you in lane. If you can't buy items against the AD carry Caitlyn, then she's just going to win, right? Because what makes the Bruiser strong is they're just too tanky for the AD carry to kill. They get a shield bow, a gore drinker, it's too hard. But on this map where you can base, you can take your time, the towers have plates, there's a ring, it's very hard for the AD carries to take over. But we have seen Tristanas, we've seen Caitlyn bans, we've seen Kalista bans, we've seen Action bans, so we might see them.
Yeah, we might indeed. And when I said about Caitlyn, it's just about, you know, it can be boring in 1v1, but we stan her.
She was cool in Arcane.
In Arcane, so just to make sure. Let's take a look at our next matchups. As said, our final best of 3 before we head into the elimination games and watch the best of 5s. We are going to watch Darkwings versus Hikaru, which is Romania versus the USA, if I am not mistaken. And then we got Viggomopsen up versus Warmboy in Group C. He's been crushing it, so we'll definitely see that one. And Arno and Potatis, who are the top performance so well this far in Group A, so perhaps they are battling it out for the #1 spot.
Yeah, they are fighting for these spots to get soon and to get to the next day, because we have the elimination round first onto our heads, and this is very, very important, because this is the last match for today, and then they have 1 day or 1 night to rest, to rely on that what happened, and maybe build some new tactics for tomorrow, but you have to survive first day.
That's the thing. What do you prepare for the next day? You can't talk to your team, you can't really review too much other than the 1v1s itself, but 1v1s are mechanical misplays. Team games, you can look at macro and be like, we should have done this, should have done that. The only thing you can really say in 1v1s is, I shouldn't have taken the fight. I shouldn't have stepped up and taken that trade. Yada, 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 right? So you think of like Beth Harmon in the Queen's Gambit, you know, where you're just projecting everything in your head, like, what should I pick? Where should I pick it? How can I shut down a champion pool? Look through his OPGGs. That's the only real prep you can do. It's very, I think Targama said it coming into the day, it's all about preparation. It's the most important thing. That's what they're going to focus on.
Yeah, you're right. And you have to keep a head cool in the moments where it matters most on Howling Abyss. Let's meet Darkwings for our next match.
My League of Legends name is Darkwings. I'm 21 years old and I'm from the United States. I think my biggest strength is like understanding how champions work against each other, and my weakness is probably like just like the small details sometimes. The biggest difference for me is like how much communication you have in the 5v5, but in 1v1 you just have to focus on yourself.
A job interview, is it? Like, what's your weaknesses? What are your strengths?
Yeah. And also, it's talking. Like you said, there's no communication to players, but you can talk to yourself, right? You
That's
can talk
maybe dangerous.
You know, you can talk yourself in a good way, in a bad way. You can get in your own head. You can actually push yourself forwards, being down like one game, right? It's a best of 3. You know, how is your mindset after losing a game? How is your mindset of being against match points, right? So it's all a mental game with yourself and kind of bringing yourself up a bit.
It is.
You can really go full focus. You don't have to look at the minimap. You don't have to look about rotations, about the jungler, about anything.
Junglers.
Hate those guys. Okay, next up, let's take a look at his opponent, which is Hikaru.
Hello, I'm Hikaru. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Romania. For me to be here, it's an amazing experience. I could say it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And I'm really glad to be one of the best amateur players. I actually like Howling Abyss a lot more than Summoner's Rift. I actually like the aesthetics a lot more. And I think it brings a new dynamic with the relics. Really changes the game a lot.
He likes the aesthetics of Howling Abyss. Now, winter map? Question mark? Summoner's Rift?
Right,
Christmas,
are you listening?
Winter?
Please. They're so tired of hearing that. I gotta say, what a fun interview. It looks like such a happy guy. He's really excited to be here. Let's see if it translates onto the Rift, of course.
Yeah, I would love to, because I think he's really enjoying this competition. He's enjoying the time he has here. And yeah, for an amateur player, it is a once-in-a-lifetime experience to play on an offline final.
Yeah, and fun is half the tournament, right? If you're having fun, you're already playing better. Like, both scientifically, emotionally, the way your stress management goes. If you're just enjoying the fact that you're here, that's already a big step. And I think that's something a lot of players maybe overlook, like living in the moment. The fact that you're here, you know, the big event, just taking it all in and trying your best.
Oh my God,
so
Mark, like all these like
heartwarming.
life bombs, truth bombs that are dropping.
Life advice.
Oh, I'm having fun at this whole event. Still a best of 3 and a
fun.
best of 5. Of course I'm having fun.
You're having fun?
Yes.
Everyone's
When
happy.
you're by my side, Master Play, I always have fun. In any case, let's meet our contestants for the next one and see if they got some swag in their introduction, Darkwings and Hikaru.
Good soundtrack.
Not that much swag, but listen, that's real ice. So
That's real ice.
That's real ice. So it's good that they're
Ice,
not doing
ice,
any
baby.
dance
Dun,
moves
dun,
on
dun,
it.
dun, 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 dun.
In any case, our last best of 3 of the day with Trouble and Medic.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. The final matches of the group stage. Here we see Darkwings versus Hikaru playing up against each other, and I know Trouble is unsurprisingly very excited that Darkwing's favorite champion is Katarina.
Wait. Karina?
Yeah, Katarina.
Oh, sorry, I'm here.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, hello.
I'm happy that you were
Did he
willing
lock
to
it?
join us. No, he hasn't locked it yet.
Okay.
Hasn't locked it yet.
I'm ready.
We'll see.
I'm
We'll
ready to
find out if
reveal
he
the
does.
dark tech.
Okay, I really don't think he's going to pick up. I'm going to be honest. I think
I
you're
don't think so.
beating a dead horse.
I am.
It's not going to happen.
It's
like
not.
me with my Rakan love. You know, I love Rakan. No one's going to pick Rakan here.
No.
You know, no.
I've played against some AP Rakans in the mid lane though who
Yeah,
have
but that's
given me the
Summoner's
slapping,
Rift.
you know? Yeah,
That's-
true.
I mean, yeah, and if they're beating you as well, how bad is Katarina?
Listen, the
If
plat
you're
player,
losing to AP
the plat
Rakan,
player is
how
doing
bad is
fantastically.
Katarina?
The plat player is doing fantastically. I'm a plat
Not
player.
yeah,
so I'm
but
on
none
top.
of them are playing Katarina. Anyway, Darius
That might be
can't
why.
get banned away here by Darkwings, and the volley bear as well doesn't want to give Hikaru any of those tanks. Vayne and Aurelia taken away by Hikaru.
So we're looking at Lee Sins, we're looking at Tristanas, his Aatrox was deadly versus the Tahm Kench. Now that Tahm Kench is out, I feel like Aatrox is just, I don't know. you know this meme of the woman where there's like a bunch of equations happening around?
Yeah.
This is how I feel about Aatrox. He can be played aggressive, he can play defensive. He's like an AD mage where he can farm from distance. He can do it all in the price of 2 for 1.
Yeah. He's very, very strong. There's the Katarina Hobbit. It's not going to get locked. Don't do it. Okay.
Darkwing's, come on. No.
Get
No.
wrecked.
No.
Yone locked in here for Darkwings, going aggressive once again. Hikaru. Let's see if he looks towards those tanks. Mundo has been a favourite of the day so far. Hasn't really always been as effective as perhaps you would want it to be. And into a Yone might struggle a little bit on those like sort of prolonged trades.
Yeah. But the thing is that we saw Mundo with Flash and Cleanse. That didn't work that well. He went for Rune, I think he was playing it, went for the CS. Now the thing is, Mundo is just so strong when he has Ignite because no one expects that overtime damage that he does. Plus the Ignite where you can't lifesteal gain any health. It's cut in half. So I think he's gonna make that Yone's life a little bit of a hell, especially in the early. Then the Bramble Vest, he could actually start Bramble Vest, which means that when the Yone style trades, he hurts himself as well.
I think that's the thing, right? You want to get that Bramble Vest early as barrier mark at the moment for Hikaru. And of course, he doesn't know who he's playing into. Like, he doesn't know that there's a Yone on the other side. We know that, but it's blind pick.
He doesn't know, Pepe Laugh.
Pepe Laugh, streamer doesn't know. But for the moment, we'll see what he does decide to pick up. Hikaru trying to fight through this group right now. Of course, so is Darkwings. You know, both of them looking for these wins, looking to get better seeding in the group. As we jump onto the Howling Abyss for our final group stage matches of the day. Didn't go for the Bramble Vest. Double Ruby Crystal instead.
I'm not gonna repeat it. I think I've said it 3 times today.
Extra auto attacks.
Into auto attack champions, you buy that second Ruby Crystal because it saves your life. And I think, of course, at the start, Mundo is not gonna go for any weird all-ins. At least not with these items. He's gonna have to build the Bramble Vest later on. And a Themas Chains might be something that he could be looking into. It worked on the Tam Kench. It was super tanky. If the Yone cannot kill you, can't he go for the 100 CS roll? We saw it. It was really difficult.
Yeah, the problem is you have to farm perfectly, pretty much, to get to that 100 CS before the Ring of Fire is coming in. So
and then you also have to face the Mundo at the end when the ring is there.
You can look towards it. For the moment, though, both of them just walking into the lane. Bone plating down. 45 seconds on that one. But you can see the trading coming back from Hikaru onto Darkwings. Both these champions able to sustain themselves up, but Darkwings will be waiting until he gets that Vamp Scepter to really have full sustain on this Yone.
Yeah, probably the boots as well to try and get the attack speed up.
It's a really good trade.
It's just so hard to trade into that double Ruby and all that ability power damage that the Mundo has. And also when the Yone charges through with his shadow, he charges into your face. One weakness of Mundo is that players play behind minions, so he can't like his cleavers. But if you do play in his face, he's just gonna cleave you down.
It becomes a lot easier to hit those cleavers. And then obviously if you're up close and personal as well, you have that Electro Zapper, the defib, that can start to do quite a lot of damage over time. At the moment though, Darkwings leveling up is able to use those potions to get himself back to a healthy life total. I wonder if we're going to see another one of those people wait for level 9, level 10 before
Probably.
It's too aggressive.
I think this is probably the case here because the closer you are to your first mythic item, I think the closer you are to your power spike, right? This Mundo definitely with the 2 Ruby Crystals, he doesn't want to be taking any elongated fights, and the Yone knows right now, Darkwings knows that he can't take them yet. Now, of course, interesting.
Yeah, he's going towards the Bramble Vest, right? He just gets himself double cloth, didn't have enough gold on the back to do it, but he had the wave in a good position, so it makes it a lot easier for him to
We're looking at more farming.
Yeah, exactly.
We're looking at more farming, basically. Now, Insta Boots on the other side for Yone. Yone, Yasuo, both Trouble Brothers. They love Berserker's Greaves.
It definitely means that Darkwings won't have as much sustain, though. No Vampire Acceptor for him. Probably won't get to his Mythic either. Just what we've tended to see is if you rush Mythic, you'll get Mythic. But if you tend to buy, you know, a couple of Dorans or you go for level 2 boots, you're not going to be able to get to that Mythic before we see the Ring of Fire come in. Hikaru trading in here, Darkwings doing the same. Fate Sealed is available for that Yone. A lot of gold being picked up as well, 190 actually from that cannon.
And right now, Darkwings is ahead in CS as well, so if it does come down to it, Yone clears the wave much faster than a Mundo would clear the wave. And you can also try to ignore the Mundo completely, right? You ult through, you have your shadow as well. Don't remember what the exact name for it is. But you clear...
Soul Unbound, I believe, is the easier.
That one, you just push forward, you clear the wave, you get to 100 CS. We could potentially see this game get there.
It's definitely a possibility. just it's a little tricky because I think we're both dodging around the fact that we can't see a timer on the screen anywhere.
Yeah.
So it's like we don't know exactly what time it is, and this could be 40 CS at 4 minutes.
It is.
Don't do that. Don't do that trouble.
7:20 CT.
And what time is it in India, huh?
Shoot.
Add 4.5 hours.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure for IST.
Oh, is it 4.5?
I think it's 4.5.
Okay.
But not that matters too much. Darkwing's healing up quite a lot here.
11:40.
Yeah, good one.
No,
it would be 12.
11:50. Sorry, I didn't add the half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hikaru down to about a third HP, but does have that ultimate available for him. And can just heal up pretty quickly. It used to be called Sadism. I can never remember the name of Mundo's new ultimate. It's maximum dosage. It's a bad name.
I prefer the previous one.
Yeah, Sadism's a great name because you hurt yourself to heal, right?
True.
But,
Is it true that he's not really a doctor? What do you think?
Well, if we say that Mundo's not a doctor, we have to say I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure I'm willing to lose that veneer of my personality right yet, so...
So Mundo is a doctor?
Yeah, it's a doctor.
Okay.
No, doctors were originally... surgeons were originally barbers, okay? Like, there's actually this thing in the UK, and while we have a moment here, I'll tell you about it, right?
That's just fine, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, so the medical council in the UK refused to give surgeons the rank of doctor. So all surgeons were Mr. because surgery originally rose out of barbers who were dentists who would do small surgeries on their people getting their hair cut, right? They'd be like, can you pull this tooth for me? And they'd do it, right? And
While you're doing the haircut, you're like, that one is rotten,
it
let's
might
pull
be
it
different
out.
appointments, I'll
Let's
be
pull
honest.
it
I'm
out.
not sure how their appointment system works, but so if you're a surgeon in the UK, you don't go by doctor, you go by Mr. So if I was a surgeon, I'd be Mr. Chamberlain, not
But you'd
Dr.
also have 3 professions. You'd be a barber, a dentist,
a dentist and a surgeon.
And a surgeon.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, it used to be an insult. Now surgeons wear it as a badge of pride. They're like, don't call me doctor, I'm a mister. It's like, yeah, it sounds
Are
about
they
right.
still both barbers and
No,
dentists?
they're not
at
barbers
once?
and dentists anymore.
No.
As far as I know. Hikaru trading though onto Darkwings. Darkwings does still have the ultimate here. Will dodge back with the Soul Unbound. Hikaru popped his maximum dosage, so that ultimate is on cooldown.
Now that could be it. Look at the Yone. He still has his ultimate available and Ignite, which is very crucial. Now the Mundo doesn't have the ultimate up to heal back up, so I really like the back right here from Darkwings. He's gonna go back, possibly get back to lane, try to cancel maybe the Mundo with the ultimate and try to take the trade right there where the Mundo does not have his ultimate up and available.
Darkwings going back to get that Vamp Scepter. Already has the Execution is calling for that little bit of extra damage and the healing
into the
reduction.
Bush. All in it. Run
He doesn't know he's there. Like, it would have been very brave, but very blind to do that from Darkwings. Decides against it and evens out that CS score. Only 2 the difference between these two, but my expectation is within the next minute and a half, we will start to see that Ring of Fire close its way in.
I love the bootyard sale that's happening in
Yeah,
Yone's
just some
inventory.
items,
It's like, I want a bit of everything. I would like some sustain, I'd like something to stop the healing from the Mundo, and of course the Zeal, which is one of the key core items for attack speed bruisers slash fighters.
You want to get that crit as well, really, on a
Especially, yeah.
Anathema's change was completed here for Hikaru, and he can try and turn this one around, but of course the Soul Unbound will just yeet Darkwings back into place. Ring of Fire closing in about 7 seconds time, and we'll see.
Time.
Oh, you got tons of time, right? This reset is actually really good from Darkwings.
Hikaru right here can also take the reset. I don't know if he's gonna choose to stay. He's got an Anathema's chains and he's got Bramble, but he could choose to go back to maybe complete Berserker's Greaves, because I think, Steel Caps.
Steel Caps.
Because I think
I might just be elixirs. Might just be elixirs of both of them. We did see Darkwings popping his. Oh, okay.
More armor.
Yep, Warden's Mail there. Completed for Hikaru. Lots of armor. I believe Warden's Mail reduces attack speed as well. We don't usually have to know about what parts of items do, but I think it's a 10% attack speed reduction. But it may just be ability haste. I'm not 100% sure.
Both good against Yone.
Yep.
Now, okay, I think Darkwings is going for the CS here. Because
he's at 83, and look at where the ring is. Like, I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it as they trade in the mid lane. Fate Seal comes out, barrier pop by Hikaru. Darkwings pops a barrier of his own. Darkwings, no shield bow on him, remember, and Hikaru is just too damn tanky. The shield, though, and the heal on Darkwings is actually going to get them back to about even HP. Hikaru at about 500. Darkwings down to 3, but he's healing off the minions. Hikaru trying to get around this, trying to heal up, and he just doesn't have it. Darkwings takes the first game of the series.
Beef versus dual-wielding champion. Who wins?
Dual wielding. You can cut them up. You got 2 cleavers.
See, it looked like Beef was winning for a little bit.
It did,
but
it
then
did.
in the longer instance of a fight, Yone does sustain, of course, when the Ignite is down, and then Mundo cannot trade through the minions.
Yeah, Mundo doesn't have that prolonged sustain that the Yone had in that situation. Because of that, Darkwings was able to secure that win in this game. Of course, it's best of 3, so we've got 2 more still yet to come.
He's 1 up. He's 1 up.
Yeah?
He's 1 up, which means...
He's not going to play Katarina. Please.
He can burn one. He can burn one. Please play it.
Yeah, but he could just win and be through to the next round.
He can win anyway.
He can win, but why would you do it? Why would you do an extra game? You and Kadril both have this mentality where it's like, oh, we can just lose. No, we're winners here. And winners get their moments of glory presented by the Steel Series. We'll see it right here at the end. You can see Hikaru has the health advantage for the majority of this. Yeah.
He looked so bad until the barrier was popped and he was able to sustain HP while being barriered up. And of course, Hikaru here, he has to run away because he's playing through a big minion wave from Darkwings, which means his cleavers will not find a target and he cannot trade. But due to the range as well of the spells from Darkwings, able to poke, going in for the finish.
Yeah, big win there for Darkwings. And of course, 2 more games, perhaps. Please, like the Katarina thing.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, but I can see it in your eyes. It's there. It's like, Katarina? Anyone want Katarina? Let's see. Yone banned away.
Yes.
Means there's no
That
Yone,
was the replacement.
as you say. Irelia banned away as well. There's the Darius and the Volibear ban. So Hikaru does still have that Mundo in his wheelhouse if he so desires. But we'll see where these final couple of bans go. There's the time catch.
Aatrox, Lee Sin could possibly be. Tristana, we've seen how dangerous he was when Mert played it twice. So I'm expecting maybe one of these 3 to be the ban. Akali, I think, was also a ban that we've seen a lot.
Yes, we have seen a lot of Akali being taken away. Of course, if you play Yone, you probably play Yasuo, so that's always an option for Darkwings. There's the Akali ban, and let's get into it. Blind pick it is. Fiora insta-lock for Darkwings. Maybe just expecting Hikaru to pick a tank again. And like Fiora works okay into a tank, but it might be a bruiser instead, with Olaf being locked in here for Hikaru.
First Olaf that we see, first
It's
Fiora
definitely
that we
first
see.
Olaf on stream. I'm not sure if it's first Olaf total, and definitely first Fiora on stream as well.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I have absolutely no idea how this matchup goes. No idea at all.
Well, let's try and work it out.
I know that they're both pretty good at poking their opponents because Fiora can dash in on her passive and Olaf can start throwing cleavers around. Axes rather, not cleavers. But in an all-in scenario, I'm not sure who wins because Olaf has a stain, Fiora has a stain, but they both are running ignites. And I'm assuming there's gonna be some sort of Bramble Vest Executioner coming into the equation as well. So who can sustain better through this entire situation?
I'm also thinking about Fiora parry, right? Because if you parry the Reckless Swing, the true damage from Olaf, maybe that's enough. Maybe you want to parry the Undertow so he can't get the slow off that as well. It's going to be a very interesting one. Likely to be tight, in my estimation.
I think it's very close. I think it's very close. Not a top lane expert,
No,
but I
right.
think it's going to be very close.
If it had been Katarina and Rakan, we could have talked for years. Literal millennia would have passed.
I don't have to talk about anything
We
because
would have
Katarina
seen-
loses to everything.
I mean,
can't just say
I could talk about how Rakan beats Katarina, right? We would have seen the world
So how
pass
does this
behind
matchup
our
go
eyes.
for Katarina? It doesn't.
I mean, it goes just back to the fountain
It
a lot
goes
of the time.
bad. Yeah, it goes black and white.
Yeah. For the moment, both players deciding on exactly the same item setup. You can see, I think there's some good luck have funs there as well as I saw Darkwings typing. Hikaru here with the Brolaf skin, looking to land those
Pink
undertows.
jersey.
Yeah.
Pink jersey with green. Yeah, thank you. With green details. I like that. I like the combination.
What is he drinking? I never. Is it like Nuka-Cola?
I think it's Red Bull.
It's definitely Red Bull, isn't it?
It's the watermelon flavor.
Oh yeah. I'm a big fan of the winter flavor at the moment.
Ooh, the lime one is good as well.
Lime is good. Darkwings here trying to fight the vitals, but the first undertow hits, and you have to think this is where the fight really begins. Reckless
Dodged
swing, not used with the parry there. Final undertow goes a little bit short.
Ah, you see. Hikaru waited for that right there.
Yeah,
He waited for the parry to finish, and then he went all in. Kaboom.
Vitals available here for Darkwings though, and he will heal himself up just a little bit.
Ignite burnt. That means Darkwings doesn't have an opening here once he gets his level 4 to try and get some of the blood back.
Hasn't got any of his CS yet though, so he's going to wait for this wave to
needs
push
them?
in.
If you
I
can-
mean,
if you
yeah,
can
it's
keep-
like, but the thing is, it gives you so much gold.
It
But
does.
CS is much more of a tool to buy more destruction
Just
than
kill
a
them.
tool to win the game.
Just kill them.
Yeah, just kill
Kill
them.
them and it ends.
Buy items, kill opponent. GG, well played.
Yeah.
Darkwings.
Okay, so now I have a grasp of how this goes, right? Because Olaf can throw axes, can throw through the wave, which means that he gets to push a wave much faster.
Sure.
So because Fiora is sort of having a big wave in front of her, she cannot dash into the Olaf because since she will take a lot of pain back herself from all the minions surrounding him. So I think, at least in the early levels, he seems to be trading pretty well.
Both them using the health relics there to get a little bit of extra mana. You can see Hikaru down to about half. He should be okay, but Undertow is quite a costly spell, so you want to make sure you're not spamming it out too much.
Here it's the opposite, right? You see, fewer minions, Fiora just dashed in, tried to take the trade right there because she's not going to take enough pain. Went back into the bush, line of sight for the creeps as well. Okay, we got this, Medi. We got this. We're in the grid.
Now, how do their ultimates work against each other, you know? It's the big question we've got to answer. Remember when Fiora's ultimate just made her untargetable?
Remember the 6 Tiamat Fiora that she would
disgusting.
ult and destroy the entire team?
Yeah.
It was like a boosted alpha strike from an APE.
Yeah.
It was on steroids.
That was good old days of League of Legends when nothing made sense and it was a buggy mess.
Give me AP
No,
Master Yi
why?
back. Yes.
Why do you hate League of Legends? It's like
Remember
saying, give
Shakara?
me AP Scion.
Remember Shakara with the pentakill? That was the good old days.
Painful. As much as those tinted glasses go on when we talk about the past, League of Legends is a far better game now than it was.
And the grey hair starts to show.
I was there when AP Scion was a thing, where you built Mobes and just ran around the entire map.
Point click stun?
Dear me, yep.
Yeah.
That was bad.
I'm with you.
And you just explode, but it wasn't even really an explode animation, it was just a and then people
You
would
just
die.
died.
But,
Yeah. Agreed. No, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Dark Wings goes back, gets himself an Executioner's Calling. And we'll catch this wave as it pushes in as well. We'll see what Hikaru decides as his first item purchase. Looks like Dark Wings was trying to pull the wave there, but unable to get there in time. And
I don't know if it was that or maybe looking to see if he can cancel the ult.
Yeah, I can see that as well, but Hikaru was hidden away. Goes for a Bramble Vest and a Pickaxe, so a more defensive healing reduction, Grievous Wounds item.
Okay, I love this. I love this because they both go for Pickaxe, which means they both go for raw AD power.
Huge
it's the
amount of
raw
damage, yeah.
all-in AD power. They both have the powerful ultis that they can use, both for sustain. The lower the Olaf, the harder he dies, but that's probably where Ignite comes in to seal the deal.
Right now, Hikaru is controlling that bush. Undertow isn't going to go and pick it up. Of course, you have to pick up those axes to get a reduced cooldown on them to be able to spam them out. For the moment, though, Hikaru just using them to try and chip away at Darkwings as much as he can. It seems like there's a buff that comes from getting the healing totem. Because it looks like they all have Nunu's Blood Boil on them. You know, old school Nunu, where you could give someone attack speed?
Yeah.
But they've all got red hands after they pick up the totem. Ignite's going down here as the trade goes in. Hikaru trying to trade. Double barriers are used. Darkwings with a great parry. Procced the Vital, got the kill. 2-0 to Darkwings.
Okay, now we know how it goes with their ultimates up as well. If Fiora can hit the Vitals, then she gets the proc, then she gains all that HP back, and she wins. So that was a quick 2-0.
It was?
No Katarinas included.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness for that. Good win, though, for Darkwings. Gets himself to 2-0. Hikaru, obviously, they were close. You know, closer games than perhaps you'd expect, but he will be going in as the lower seed to our round of 16 later on. Of course, next round, best of 5 for these players, so a bit more of a grueling affair.
We're probably going to see a lot more variety in the champions that they play, right? They might switch from a tank straight to a mage, maybe to a fighter, to an assassin. We haven't seen that many assassins, actually, like the Akali, Zed we haven't seen at all.
Much more bruiser, as you say. We're going to hand it over to an interview as Master Play is awaiting downstairs.
Thank you very much. Next to me, Darkwings. What a spectacular 2-0. Really, really good. How was the match going for you?
I think it was going pretty well, although a lot of times it was kind of scary because it was so close.
But you made it. You have the 2-0. You advance to the elimination stage where you face off for best of 5s. Is it a big difference between best of 3 and best of 5s in 1v1?
Definitely. There's a lot more picks that can come up in a best of 5.
Yeah, so you have to be a little bit more flexible with your picks, and you have to be aware that maybe some of the picks you already shown on stage could be banned. Is there something in your backhand you've not shown yet without explaining us?
Definitely. There's a lot of picks I'm thinking about.
Oh, I'm so ready for it, and I'm really excited about it. Focusing more on the event, have you ever been to Germany before?
I've never been to Germany, actually. It's
How
really
is it?
nice.
Yeah,
it's really
nice?
nice here, yeah.
Do you like the event so far?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun meeting all these other Red Bull solo queue players. It's been a blast.
Yeah, thank you very much for your words, and yeah, applause for him. You are in our next round. GG will play it, and yeah, we'll see you in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much, and yeah, let's get back to our casters, wrap it up for another match.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to try and drop quite hot into an elimination match. I believe we're going to catch round 2 of it, which we're going to have a replay of, and then jump straight on into game 3 as quickly as possible. I'm sure Pascal, our wonderful producer, will talk in my ear whenever we're ready to get on into that replay. But of course, we are at the elimination stage.
Down to the knife's edge.
Exactly.
Game 3.
It's so close, and you have to be able to pick up these wins in these clutch situations. You have to be able to get through to the round of 16. It's Flamer versus Magico, I believe, and we'll jump into it as soon as possible. And actually, we're going to do it right here. So this is the Game 2 replay, the Moments of Glory. You can see...
Hold on, I thought it was Rakan for a second.
I wish. Xayah versus Varus, so 2 AD players. Of course, Flamer is Faker earlier played the brand. Ignite going in from Magico, very aggressive play. Hits the level 6 in the middle of it, but just ticks down here. And all Flamer needs is like 1 minion, 2 minions, a great root, Magico! Oh, that was very well done.
This was happening in solo queue for 2 weeks straight when they buffed that Xayah queue and everyone was
So
rushing
strong.
Serrated Duck, which is the dirtiest AD item in the game and so filth cheap. You're like, this Xayah is never winning that trade, but the second she pulled the feathers and all 3 of them hit, that HP bar just disappeared.
It really did. I didn't see if Flamer had flash. Obviously, that's the sort of situation you've just got to flash out of it if you do. But a lot of people are taking Barrier Ignite, and that means you do not have that flash as an option. We're jumping into draft here. Yep. It was more your camera height than my camera height for that.
Listen, I had to duck as
You
well,
did,
okay?
you did,
Come
you
on.
did. So Syndra zigs banned away by Flamer as Faker. Magico, our Argentinian representative, gets rid of the Darius himself.
You're duller than
And
a
a tongue
broken
catch.
sandwich.
So we're thinking Mundos, we're thinking Lee Sins. I'm seeing that Flamer is banning out mages. So Vex comes to mind. I think this is a real big lane bully, especially when you keep that fear up on your bar. Heimerdinger, we've seen, actually dominates the lane solo. I mean, you can bring a teammate as well. He will dominate them too.
Yep, he is so strong with his turrets, but not going
Have
to...
you tried ganking Heimerdinger as a jungler?
I don't,
or a
because
support?
I don't play jungle. I'm just support.
Support.
Right?
You're a second jungler, basically.
Yeah, I don't
Have you
move.
tried?
I just play bot lane. Why would I help my team? My jungler never ganks me. Anyway, Mundo is the final ban here from Magico. Now we'll get into the pick. Loser of this is eliminated from the Red Bull Solo Q 1v1 finals. Flew all the way here and will be going home early. Actually, I don't know if they changed the flights. They might. It might be like, nope, not allowed to stay that extra day. We're giving the hotel room to someone else.
We can still spam the airplane in the chat, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Let's see what they decide to go for these picks. Still a couple of moments, and you can see both of them perhaps a little indecisive, yeah.
Game 3. If you pick wrong, you're out of the tournament. You're out. You take last place, and you're out.
Magico might be looking towards the Vex, something we haven't really seen, but does suit that sort of mage idea we're getting from the band so far.
Oh,
Flamer
hell
going
yeah.
towards Jax. So Vex locked in, Jax locked in on the other side for Flamer.
So here's the deal. With Vex, you get to poke down your opponent and push your lane really easy. If you get all in, you're a mage. There's not much you can do, especially if you don't have your fear stacked up. But the thing is, there's one or the other that you're gonna have to sacrifice. Either you use your abilities and then it eats up your fear, your passive, and it has to charge back up, or you use it to bully your opponents. In this case, because Jax has to go for the wave, I think he has to play Flash here, because he needs to be able to get out of the fear. And also, for the people who haven't encountered Vex much, her ultimate is like a Kai'Sa W, which connects the target, and then she can instantly jump on that target and proc the fear with any of the abilities. Usually it is the shield, because it directly connects around you and splashes around you, and pops around you, whatever word you want to use. I'm excited. I love Vex. I play Vex. That's my second pick.
That's your second pick?
That's my second
Yeah.
pick.
Well, I'm glad it's not Katarina. We'll give you a Vex.
And
as
it's
long as
magical.
not Katarina.
It suits him to play mages.
It's true. It's true. He's definitely a mage player. We'll see what he can do in this game with his life on the line. Obviously, on the other side, Flamer going for a more traditional 1v1 champion in the form of Jax. And while you talk for a second, I'm just going to look up all the names of Vex's abilities, because as if I know them.
I know none of them. I just play it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Oh, and he's also playing with the Dawnbringer skin, which makes her look a little bit more emo, which is cool.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
She's
Vex
also-
is the
fun
most
fact.
emo champion we've seen
Fun
ever.
fact, she's also in love with Viego,
Okay.
but she's not admitting it. She says, oh,
Yeah, she says he's
Viego,
cute and such,
he's
doesn't she?
okay, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Jax, I
She's
don't
got an
know.
ability named Personal Space.
Which one's that? The E?
It's the W.
The W. Oh, that's the shield. Okay.
What a name.
So
what a name.
the way that Vex works is that you want to use your E, which covers the most part of the map. Try and get, oh, see the second that Jax pops on you, he gets one part of the passive pop. So you can proc the passive insta, you can fear them instantly, which means that the second he jumps on you, you insta-fear them, the damage level lands, you fear him, and there's also the passive goes up on him because he leaped towards you. So there's a bunch of ways you can poke down the Jax, but if he tries to all-in you, obviously as a bruiser he's at an advantage.
You can see Magico just constantly building up that passive, poking out the lane as well. It's very difficult for Flamer to really get a foothold in this lane. Does have the no magic mantle for a little bit of magic resist, but for the moment he's just going to be forced back underneath his tower. It does have enough CS here to gain an advantage, but you have to step forward into a ranged matchup, and as a melee, it's very difficult to do that. You know you're going to be on the wrong side of some of these traits.
So Vex is one of these champions that any item that starts with Lost Chapter, which is any of the 3 major items, right, is viable. Here, it might even be worth it going towards that Everfrost, just because you want to make sure that that Jax stays at arm's length all the time. And here, you see that Jax is going to lose a bunch of CS. That cannon is probably costs 150 gold that he just lost. And that Vex is, I think, is a whole level up.
She is level 5 to level 4. 5 is just about to be hit here for Flamer. Interestingly, no potions. He went back, he got boots, and he's like, okay, I'm not going to wait around for 50
He's
gold.
going to get bullied anyway, right?
Yeah.
Even through potions. Maybe a shield?
All right, here we go. He's backing for refillable.
Yeah.
That's my expectation. Unless he got enough gold to go Merc Treads, but...
maybe Mercs, yeah.
Let's see what he goes for. It could just be... there he is. Actually, that's not the worst backing in the world. Didn't want to stay under the tower just in case he would die. Gets an early Merc Treads purchase. Wave not in the best of states for him to stay around because it's pushing into Magico anyway, who has gone back and got himself some boots and
he lost only 1 minion.
Yeah.
So that is not the worst. I think it's the best purchase you can make against Vex early game because it negates the time that you are CC'd for, right? Which means you can possibly re-engage and get onto her really quickly. Now, I think Flamer's going to have to find the perfect timing to try for an all-in because there's 2 situations occurring here. And again, he's like a whole level up at this point. 1, Vex is going to have pushed an entire wave under your tower, which means you can't engage. You'll take a lot of pain from the minions as well. And 2, the fear cannot be up. So it's a little bit of a tricky situation because you have to pick your poison basically. And he seems to be in a lot of trouble right now. He's also got bone plating, which means he's chucking that tower down.
Yeah, that Demolish doing a lot of work.
And this could be a situation where he's, oh, that was the all-in call right there.
Missed Shadow Surge.
I don't think that was the right call. The fear was not up and available. You dive a Jax, he has flash, he can 1v1 you under the tower.
I mean, it could just be poke, in all honesty, as much as like, it doesn't, if you hit it, you don't have to take it. You have the choice, right? But you can see Demolish from Magico, wave pushed in, 20 CS lead, 2 plates as well, looking for 3s, just chipping away at the tower.
Doomed. I think this is so doomed. If it continues going like this, I feel Magico is playing this very cleverly. He's not necessarily trying to go and poke the Jax out. He's just forcing him under his tower. And when he's trying to go for the CS, this is where he's chucking him down. So he doesn't give him gold. And he's also forced Flamer back twice, and he's lost a wave and a half. One of these waves had a cannon minion, which costs 160 gold almost.
It's 1,000 gold difference between the 2 right now.
That's massive.
Magico gets back, has a Leandries for the extra tick damage here. The Everforce obviously was an option, but at the moment, Flamer isn't getting anywhere near Magico. Magico is just sitting back and poking with this Q over and over and over and over and over again.
Yep.
And it means that now Flamer, well, you just got a dot on you for basically the entire laning phase.
Yep.
What are you going to do into this?
Magico's just trying to be annoying again. If he wanted to go all in, he'd go Ludens. If he wanted to play defensive, he would go with Everfrost. The second again Jax dives in, I think maybe even a snowball would have been wise here by Flamer, because the second you jump on, if the fear is there, you're gonna get feared away instantly. You can't get back onto your opponent because you've used your gap closer and you take a lot of pain. So maybe it would be wise here. Again, the exact same thing. He's popped
Flamer has flash. He still gets the stun flashes for the heal. Goes for the ignite as well. Magico has to flash away. It's flash for flash at the end of the day, and that usually favors the melee into the ranged matchup here, but still a lead for Magico. He can back if he wants, or he can just stay around, pop those potions, and heal himself up. Now, he does have his ultimate in about 15 seconds time.
That is it. That is it. He has his ultimate in about maybe less than 10, yeah? And Flamer is at a KO HP right now. If the ultimate hits, it's the connecting damage that does more damage for Vex, not when it connects fast, it's when she travels. It's kind of like the Akali Shuriken.
Yep.
When she lands, that's where she deals the most damage. So I think it was very wise for Flamer right there to just take the back and allow Vex to push a little bit more. But at this point, I think the waves are at a pretty good position. They're even in the middle, and they're going to go back to get items. Very wise choice for the Hex Drinker as well. Now, if this game goes on like this, almost 60 CS for Magico, I think Vex is one of the most safe champions. You can literally stay on the edge of the ring and try to take the last CS for yourself, right? Or try to build these waves back up again, but now it's a little bit problematic because you don't have the flash to get away from the Jax.
Yeah, flash is still about half cooldown for both these players, so probably won't be up before we see at least the start of the ring. And as you say, Magico's getting this wave built up. Now it's 67 farm or so. Flamer, full HP, full mana, just wanted to try and deny anything that he could away from Magico. And here we go. Sudden death in 30 seconds time. Do or die, life on the line, tournament position on the line. Loser of this is eliminated. And so far this game has been all Magico, but with 17 seconds ticking away, I wonder if Flamer is going to be able to get back and pick up any items here. Instead, just wants to catch this wave. Obviously getting all this gold will help him out a huge amount.
He's trying to shove him underneath his tower so bad, but you're also so scared of the all-in from the Jax, right, that he cannot walk forward.
I mean, we're getting to the point now where you want to back and get yourself an elixir, right? And that's what Flamer's going to do. Magico could just try and stop this with a Mistral Burst.
There's no way.
But it's so difficult for Flamer because he hasn't got a health potion. He's just used the shrine. Ring is up, and I don't think anyone has time to back now, so don't want to see that mistake that Hulk Smash made earlier in the day. Flamer will be able to farm up this wave, but Flash is still about a quarter of their cooldown away. No, neither of the players really close enough to that CS goal for it to be a real contender. Ring coming in quicker now as we'll see them locked into Dante's Inferno. Jump in, Counter-Strike used. Flamer dodged away from the ultimate. Flash is still not available for either of these players. Jump in once again from Flamer. Look at the damage onto Magico. The Ignite is ticking. Counter-Ignite has been used. Magico going to the wrong side, has the stopwatch. Flamer trying to survive. Leaf Strike available, dodges away. Leaf back in! And it's Flamer who's Faker and makes his way through to the elimination round.
So well played by Flamer. He tried to dodge last second. That Zhonya's could have been life or death for the Jax because the fear passive was back up for Vex. Had he hit that Q right there, Q is very narrow though, you need the shield to make sure that it hits, and I think Flamer played this great. The second he saw that the passive was used with the Q, he just jumped back on and avoided it. I think that was very well played.
Yeah, really well played by Flamer, and of course it means he goes through to our round of 16 to the best of 5s, has another shot. Obviously, commiserations to Magico, who is eliminated from the tournament alongside 2 other players from the group stage. I'm sure the analyst desk will tell us who those players are when we get over to them. And in fact, we're going to go over to them now. Sjokz, take it away.
Hello, we know nothing, but we do have someone who speaks Spanish, it's Cadrol, and we've been mispronouncing Magico all day.
Mágico.
Mágico.
It's got a little G in it, you know.
Yeah.
Spanish.
Yeah, great.
Argentina, I suppose, but it's similar, you know.
Yeah, it is similar, of course. Unfortunately, Mágico is...
I didn't know that was coming. You just wanted me to flex my Spanish bit.
Yeah,
okay, I like it.
People didn't know, besides being like Analyst of the Year, Mark's actually fluent in Spanish, and I believe French as well.
No, not French.
Not French, but you understand
just Spanish.
but your last name is Lamont.
Yeah, but it's Scottish, actually. Lamont is it's a
so
Scottish
Scottish?
Gaelic.
Gaelic?
That's what it's called. A little bit. I can say it's a brorbrich munich nichtenich. That means it's a nice night tonight.
Oh, wow.
That's the only line that my grandma taught me.
Ah, cool. It's almost a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, of the superstar that is Mark, let's talk about the best of 5s we saw, or the best of 3s we saw, rather, and the fact that Mágico is now out. Didn't manage to win a single game, which is super unfortunate. However, we saw some great action so far, especially in this last one. Vex, is this something that you can see viable in a different setting?
It was really interesting to see. We can look at the replay with the dive-ins. Jax is a very viable 1v1 player.
Biggest problem there was Mágico's ult went wide, so when the Ring of Death comes in and you're committing to a full in against the Jax, you're going to lose out on the fight. Interestingly, he has Liandry, so he has a full mythic, but lost out in the end with the Jax jumping back in here. And the thing is, Vex is very good into dashing champions. Yasuo, Jax, Camille, these champs that dash in, you can instantly land the fear and disengage with poke. That's the idea. But when you're forced into the all-in and you don't have the ultimate, that's a game changer. If that hit, you would have won.
Mm-hmm. I would like to focus a little bit on itemization, because both had a very different approach. Jax is using the Doran's items, Ruby Crystal, just this one-bought items, while Vex tried to go very fast on this Liandry's. Is there a possibility to go for a full item on Jax?
I think there is Sunderers we saw come out of Camille. Jax has a very similar build, can go for Triforce Sunderer. That's kind of how Jax and Camille just naturally work. I think the interesting thing about this is they've been playing on the Aram map, Howling Abyss. Now they're on the Snowdown Showdown, which is 1400 gold start, and you get around 200 gold for cannons. So your base timings can be 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold, and you can pick up a full mythic. Shield bows have been the biggest ones, I think, today, where you can get the life steal and things like Irelia. These bruiser champs really favor them. But I think there's normally, when it comes to these 1v1s, you can go for like Serrated Dirks, 4 long swords and a Doran's Blade, and you're all in early game. Yeah. Or you can just sit on your little Amplifying Tome, Lost Chapter, and build it into a mythic. It's all on the timer and how good your champion is early and later.
Yeah, overall, I do like kind of the changes together with kind of the map, the gold, as well as the sudden death ring, because it is making it a bit more interesting for me. I think in the past we saw a lot of kind of very linear 1v1s, but now there's a lot that comes into play, as you say, with the itemization and to think about the power spikes a bit differently.
You cannot train this map, so this game mode was available back in the days, 2014 I suppose. Yeah. There was this 1v1 event. I always wanted it to come back, but it didn't happen. And yeah, so you cannot...
It is back, it's Red Bull
back
Solo
right
queue.
now, but you can't practice it beforehand, so you have to rely on playing Aram, I don't know, which is different.
The thing is, the 100 CS, we haven't seen it just yet. What it does is it rewards you because you have the pressure on them knowing that they have to fight you to win the game, right? Whereas before it was like, I'm just going to ignore you, get 100 CS and win the game regardless. Now it's more of a pressure point as we look at the groups.
The results of round 5, because we of course didn't see everything. Let me see if Potatis, my favorite player ever, was able to win versus Arno, because it looks like potato. It's probably not what it means. I'm going to go ask. Maybe it's something like super bad in Swedish and I'm just like saying it every time.
Hikaru's name, Hikaru Nakamura, famous chess player. Maybe a little bit of inspiration there. Maybe he's a chess
player.
Yeah, maybe he's a chess player himself as well. Hikaru, Bond, 007.
Yes,
Antonio a lot of references
Bond,
here.
indeed, for sure. So there are all our Viggomopsen. Miracle
He made it.
Miracle run.
Viggomopsen,
the platinum player.
Oh yeah, he won out quite a lot of them. I think that's not the only one he won. He won 2-1 earlier today as well.
This guy is smurfing it. It's unbelievable.
Top laner, a lot of top laners.
It's perfect because I saw a thread on Reddit just today and it said, it's not because a player is a higher rank than you, then he or she's better. Viggomopsen is the people's champion of Red Bull Solo queue so far.
Rank does not matter.
No, but I also think it's something beautiful specifically about this competition. It says like, we saw the LFL or the second division LFL players getting knocked out. Yeah. You know, it's...
And that's a very interesting take because if you think about a player, how do you climb in solo queue? Do you climb in solo queue by being consistent, mentally strong? Do you climb in solo queue by being the mechanical god, by having pings for your team and communicating and being the macro guy, you know? So you can not be high in solo queue because you're very good individually, but you lack a lot of team play and you don't really know what to do out of lane phase and you don't really know where to go. But if you have that one skill trait, your elo is kind of irrelevant if that's what your strength is.
That's why top laners are always superior in 1v1.
It's always 1v1. The second the jungle comes, open.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results so far before we head into the elimination game. Meaning that whoever is under the red line is outie. Lingui is not going to be there, as we already said, which is unfortunate for him. But as said, this Group A was super stacked coming in, right?
Definitely. They were very, very good coming ups, and Arno really did well. I'm really surprised by his second match where he could pull off the big win, and I'm really ready for the elimination matches.
Me too. Let's take a look at Group B and who didn't end up making it. Let's see if Rune ended up smurfing it through. Oh, he's in Group C actually. So let's see. Oh no, Antonio Bond, the great name, did not make it.
It's the head-to-head. Yeah, Hikaru and Bond.
We do see that Darkwings in the end and Arnax are undefeated. No, sorry, only have one loss so far. America has 2 people going through to the elimination round, and they won't be up against each other, so that's really great. Perhaps we can also see 2 of them in the final round, because Bradley came into the day saying that would definitely happen. And Viggomopsen!
He made it 4-0!
4-0! You, as a fellow platinum smurf.
Justice to all the platinum players and the people who call us piss-low. Justice to all of us.
This is so great.
Maybe just playing the wrong champion, you know, because no one speaks arena. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah,
maybe that's the problem.
I don't know what like the setup is, but I know that we're gonna get one of the players as a guest here at the end of the day. I want to put in a request for Viggomopsen.
Get him here.
I do. And then Greek reigns supreme. Greece reigns supreme in
right?
Group
Huge
E.
champion one pool. He said it. We have a whole ocean around Greece. I think he's drained a lot of his inspiration from that.
Perfect.
Huge champion pool as well. There you go. Big pool, big sea, big ocean. We got it all.
Yes, exactly. I talked to Godbro a little bit and I was like, what happened, man? He's like, oh, it was not my day. I couldn't make it happen. But he said, tomorrow I'm going to be stronger. Or not tomorrow, in the elimination round, I'm going to be stronger. I actually said tomorrow and he was like, no, it's
no,
actually,
I have to win once here.
Do you not know your own format? He's only have to win one best of 5 in the whole day. I think he's getting ready right now, actually. So that's very exciting. Let's take a look at the matchups then for our elimination rounds. Let's go. All right. Ooh, Potatis versus Roon. That's going to be a difficult one for Brother of Evil. And Godbro versus Darkwings. Oh no. I mean, as said, if you end up at the bottom of your group, obviously you're going to go up against the best of the other groups.
Yeah.
Viggomopsen against Hamboli. I think it's winnable for our Smurf. It definitely is. And Hikaru is going up versus You Murd Bro. I still don't have it because it has to sound like You Mad Bro. But You Murd Bro.
You Murd Bro.
You Murd Bro.
Very exciting is the matchup Bradley with Doxa because they both played against each other on the NA servers. They know each other very well in this 1v1 situation. And I think this is an disadvantage for both because if you know your enemy very well, you can counter him even with a pick and ban phase and know what, if I ban these 3 champions, which one is he maybe going to do, and you can out counter him in your head.
I feel like this makes it even more difficult.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay. He's a Camille main. I'll ban Tamkens, Mundo, and Irelia. He's bound to pick Camille, right? And then you slam him with the counter kick because you've prepared it. But if you ban all his main champs and he's like, haha, I'll bring out my full armor pen Soraka. What are you going to do then?
The legendary SKT EDG match where Faker was baited to play his undefeated LeBlanc and everything was set. Yeah, he was absolutely snapped.
And also, what is cool though is that because they know each other and because they've played each other, that usually does produce the highest possible level of match, right? Yeah. Hopefully. I don't think that's the one we're going to see. As far as I can see, we'll see Godbro versus Darkwings on the stage, and that is also correct. So let's talk a little bit about that one because Godbro's coming in as a huge underdog. We've seen a couple of things, of course, a top lane pool mainly, but now you're up against it and you're best of 5. How does your approach change?
Have you played Clash?
Once, but I was out immediately, and all the rest had crashed. So
usually, anyone who plays Clash, what do? They'll play 1 or 2 solo queue games. They're like, okay, let's warm up. If your solo queue games go fantastic, you get that sweet plus 30, because if you get in any more than 15 LP per win, you're cheating. So you get that sweet plus 30, and then your Clash goes to hell. It literally goes 0-7 in whatever lane you're playing, and it goes to absolute hell, okay? But if you lose everything in solo queue convincingly, you get that skin at the end of
So you're
Clash.
saying Godbro has the upper hand?
He's playing Clash after losing in solo queue, yes.
All right, cool.
It would be interesting to hear what he has done in this half an hour between...
Took a picture with him.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That is preparation.
That's he's going to win everything from now on.
I have a picture with Sjokz. I will destroy them now.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But let's hear a little bit about Godbro himself.
My name is Godbro. I'm 27 years old and I come from Denmark. Compared to the normal 5v5, then in 1v1, you need to really focus on trading, and then you like screw up the wave management, then you can completely like lose the tempo and the game. So the difference is like you don't need to think about junglers. You don't need to think about that can come TPs and anything. So it's only you that can make the difference.
I love that saying. It's only you who can make the difference. You're completely alone with your thoughts, with your champion. So you have to make it happen. But, you know, as a pro player with experience, that should be a bit easier than for others.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few tournaments where you cannot flame anybody else than yourself. It's impossible.
And also you can't go 0-7 by support and jungle ganking you the entire game, right? Yes. That's a good part.
Absolutely. We've already met him, so I don't know if there's another video for Darkwings or if we've already seen it. Probably not, because we've already seen it. He's from Canada, as said, a lot of practice with the NA players in general and probably also on the server, but specifically in 1v1, they practiced inside that group, and that makes me put him actually, I don't want to say immediately in the next round, but it's going to be hard to beat him.
Yeah, I suppose him to be the favorite in this matchup, but being underdog can help you out. If you're supposed to lose, everyone expecting you to lose, then you as a person has nothing to lose. So you can play much more free, much more open, and maybe this helps him out for this best of 5.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's like an A at Worlds, right? They go in no expectations. They make it out of Roon.
Wow,
really
crazy.
Amazing. Participation trophy, indeed. We can't blame them this year. They knocked out Roon.
They were good,
I mean, an A is doing pretty good in this tournament.
True,
I can't say anything.
doing great indeed. Maybe this is where the future lies, just in the 1v1s, not something else. But only 8 players. We continue on to tomorrow. There we have the grand final of the World Finals of this year of Red Bull Solo Queue 2021. We'll have a ton of best of 5s and also a best of 7 to crown the champion. And again, to reiterate what we talked about at the top of the day, Master Play. First up, to make it here, you got to go first up through your country qualifiers and your country playoffs and the regional qualifiers as well. And then now here you got to play all day. So everyone who made it to the next stage already, congratulations. Everyone who's knocked out also already, congratulations.
Course. Yeah, these 19 people are the best of the best in their respective country. And there were some international qualifiers for regions and countries who have not the player base for his own qualifier. So everybody could qualify. And this is also a good chance for some of the players out there if you want to participate, and I hope Solo Queue will come back next year. It would be great.
Oh, I hope so,
yeah,
for sure.
Would be so great.
How can they not? It's just so entertaining, for sure. What have you two picked up in terms of 1v1s? And are you sad that there still has been a Katarina yet?
Okay, I'm a little bit... Okay.
I mean, it's trash. You said it yourself.
Listen. Darkwings cannot do this to me, okay? Because he flashes the Katarina and then he installs Yone. Like, this is... No. No, you can't show Katarina and then either pick Yone, Aurelia, or Yasuo. That is blasphemy, okay? Because they smack her, all 3 of them.
Yeah.
I am sad that I haven't seen Katarina, but I understand that she's really, really bad into every matchup. Like, she thrives in team fights, cool. When she's back up, it's really bad in the 1v1. And so far, I've seen that tanks are prioritized a lot. I was thinking I'm going to see Bruiser, AD Assassin, but I think tanks have been more prominent than fighters or assassins.
Yeah, for sure. I also think, we've seen one-time Kench, I think, at the top of the day. It's so annoying to play against as well, rightfully banned. We get into the best of 5, so I think we're going to see the players perhaps take a bit more risks here and there. Maybe try and play their favorite if it's not banned out, because you can go 1-0 down. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter, but in the scope of things, you can rectify the situation.
It's not directly the elimination round where you have to think about, oh my god, I have to win this one. And I heard it in the interview before, because he said best of 5 is very difficult based on champion pool, because always we saw it right after every match. If you win with a specific champion, this one is banned for the next round. So you cannot rely to play 2 rounds with the same one.
Yeah, we've seen that in other iterations of Red Bull Solo Queue also in the past years. When it gets to the best of 5s or best of 7s, sometimes the last game is kind of just a dud, because obviously one of them doesn't have nothing left anymore.
Also, if it's your last breath here, right? Because these guys are fighting for that spot. You have to pull out your pocket pick. Yeah. Like, if it's 2-2 and it's the last game and everything is banned, you have to pull out your pocket pick, which means tomorrow you won't have that pocket pick.
True. Everything is on the line here. We're going to dive into our elimination games, and on stage we have Darkwings and Godbro. Once more into the fray with our best of 5. Take it away, Kadril and Medic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. I don't know what we're going to do.
No, there was a beat there, but then there wasn't.
Yeah, I kind of messed it up.
You did it what?
I messed it up.
You messed it up. Yeah. Okay.
I fudged
You fudged it up.
I fudged it up.
Okay, no, that's
100%.
fine.
Yep.
That's fine. 2 players on stage. Darkwings versus Godbro. Katarina versus Echo. We saw Darkwings play a lot of assassins. Still yet to see what Godbro's got up his sleeve. I know him as a Quinn player from back in the days, and Quinn's been banned against him a lot of the times.
Yeah, no surprises that they're banning things that he used to be a pro on. You know, it's like banning Malzahar against you. You may have messed up a couple of times on it, but he's still a very good player. You want to make sure that you get rid of some of those comfort picks. Something we've seen very importantly throughout the rest of Red Bull solo queue is those comfort picks. You know, if someone's a tank player, you get rid of the Mundo, the Darius. You get rid of some of these power, the Tahm Kench. If someone's an AD player, you get rid of the Kalista. You get rid of the Akshan.
What would they get rid of against you?
Rakan.
Okay, useless.
That's it. That's why there's only one support.
You're a Rakan one trick? You're
Rakan one trick,
I can dress
Thresh
up.
one trick, and you want to do Zyrakan?
Yeah, you want to be the Zaya to your Rakan?
I mean, 100%.
Okay,
I have to
now
tell
we're
Vedi.
talking. Huh?
I have to tell Vedi.
No, you don't have to.
I mean, okay, sure.
You don't have to.
Anyway, Darius and Volibear banned away here by Darkwings. Godbro removes the Yone from the pool. Of course, we've seen Darkwings very successful over the last few hours on this stream. Irelia taken away from him as well, though.
Yeah, bruisers. Tahm Kench taken away from Godbro. His Quinn is up. I guess the only real use for Quinn is your bird will take you back to lane quicker, so you can get the wave
Also,
in
you've got
time,
a blind.
and you've got the damage
You've got a blind, right?
from the pelt down from the ultimate, which is great. I'm not sure how mana regeneration works on the Rift. I wonder if you get like bonus mana regeneration similar to things like Aram.
I don't think so. I don't think you get bonus mana. We've seen people kind of mess around with their mana, but into Heimerdinger a lot.
Ooh, Godbro just goes for the Heimer. He's going to go for Lost Chapter, he's going to push in the lane, maybe go for something like a Ludens, depending on what he's against. And he's going to just put his towers down and Arcane.
Just going to Arcane it.
I was going to say an Arcane thing, but it's a spoiler, so I don't want to spoil it. You get me? But Fiora into Heimerdinger.
Darkwings played this against the Olaf in just the last series that we watched. So
I mean, to Olaf, it's pretty good because you can slow his attack speed down pre-level 6.
Yep.
And you can W maybe one of his E's if you time it very, very well. Then it does a lot of damage to him, especially with the stun. Can maybe W a Q here and there. But against Heimerdinger, the only real thing we're going to see W'd is the Heimerdinger E. So it's all on that. Can Darkwings use the riposte on the Heimerdinger E? If he can't, he's going to get one shot. If he can, then he's going to stun up Godbro and he has that damage to kill him, right? There's no exhaust, there's no flash on either.
the question is, will Godbro be able to survive on that
Is he a
Heimerdinger
god,
longer than
bro?
he did in Arcane?
Sorry, what?
I mean, Heimer's still alive in Arcane. He's kind of just dejected.
I want to talk about Arcane, but I don't want to spoil it.
Look, okay, it's 2 weeks since the end of the series.
Okay.
If someone is watching a League of Legends show now and hasn't watched the end of Arcane,
Yeah, it's
firstly,
true. It's true.
After this ends today, go watch the end of Arcane. Secondly, spoilers. Caitlyn and Vi are in love. Echo almost dies. Jinx almost dies, is brought back by Silco.
Whoa.
Spoilers, lads.
Whoa. You just, dude, I can't just mute you, huh? Maybe
I mean, they can.
Maybe you're on a home screen TV on full blast and they're chilling on the sofa. How can they mute you?
It's their fault for watching League of Legends.
Oh man, you ruined it for some people, but maybe you...
There's no way I ruined that for anyone. There's
I bet there's
no
one
way.
person.
But I even gave them a pre-warning. I was there.
What if the producer hasn't seen Arcane? He can't mute you.
Actually, yeah, Pascal, have you seen Arcane?
Have you seen Arcane? Oh,
He
he has.
said-
Okay,
we're good. We're in the clear.
Have you seen Arcane? Have you seen Arcane? The camera guy hasn't seen Arcane.
Yeah, but I don't think he's listening to us. So
Okay.
I think we're okay, man.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so Fiora into Heimerdinger. Here we go. Lost chapter for Godbro. Probably wants to keep up the push. Have the turrets down. Now notice how Godbro places his tower. A small thing for Heimerdinger. One behind him, very far in the bush in case he has to run away. Two next to him, not too far forwards where Fiora can hit them, but far back enough that he can run backwards if Darkwings commits. Small little mechanic for Heimerdinger just to make sure that you're in a good spot for the lane.
We often see Heimerdinger just put a turret in the front of that bush as well on their side, just to gain some extra pressure in the lane. 3 turrets down for Godbro. Darkwings trading in with the Vitals, and Godbro, that's a barrier popped. Maybe thinking that Darkwings would be a little bit more aggressive as he dashed in.
Thinking emoji with that barrier there. Maybe he just wants to negate. Maybe he thinks the cooldown is so low. Okay, I might be wrong here. I think barrier cooldown is 180 seconds.
Sure.
So with the 40% summoner spell reduction, it's around 100 seconds, 110 seconds
Sure.
cooldown, which is around a minute and a half. So if you can barrier a burst of damage every minute and a half, that's pretty damn good. Look at Godbro's barriers. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's just going to keep
Just
tossing out
harassing.
the summoner spells because of the cooldown reduction on them. They will be back up by the time Darkwings even finds an all-in, so just using them not for kill threat, but for poke threat, and to make sure he's as healthy as possible.
Darkwing's able to step into the edge of the healing circle there, so it gets himself a little bit of HP, but for the moment, Godbro just constantly harassing. Hasn't done too much damage to the tower as of yet, but still doing a lot of work.
The biggest problem Godbro has is, yes, you're pushing in the lane, but look at the CS. Like, Darkwings is still up in CS. Godbro's missing a lot of these creeps that he's actually forcing into the tower. Darkwing's eventually going to back, but Heimerdinger can push these waves in really quick. Will he be back in time for this cannon
Yeah,
wave?
that's the question, isn't it? It's the cannon here, because if And you see Darkwings being like, oh, it is the cannon, yep. Godbro perhaps expecting the Darkwings had left, used the ultimate rockets there to try and clear out of the way, but Darkwings has stayed around, will be able to pick up this cannon wave.
So Godbro is just playing tempo heaven, as I like to call it. Just push, 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 use everything to push, poke, 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 use all summoner spells. Barrier is going to be back up again. But the problem is, again, it's not netting him any huge advantages. He's going to base, pick up the healing reduction item with Oblivion Orb, but his CS is just the same as Darkwings, who hasn't used anything, so Godbro needs to be careful for some kind of all-in.
What's the BPM in tempo heaven?
The BPM?
Yeah, it's like a 120.
That's not my tempo! You seen that?
Yeah, it's, oh man. The thing about that is, it's not his tempo.
No.
The tempo is actually... Well, no, but it is. The movie's very good. If you haven't seen Whiplash, go watch it. I'm not going to spoil it because apparently we don't like spoilers here.
Whiplash, how old is Whiplash?
I know, exactly.
It's in like 10, 15 years?
Yeah, it's probably 10 years old.
Mate, you spoiled something 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Man, you're not going to spoil something from 15 years ago?
No, I respect Whiplash.
Okay, fair enough.
Not that I don't respect it.
Okay, now we've dug ourselves a hole. Let's go deeper in this
I think
hole.
we could. This is the mute cage draw button, so I'm just going to talk about League of Legends for a while I hold down the mute cage draw button. Yeah, so now you can't pick it up anymore. No, they can't hear you either.
What, I'm muted?
Yeah, you're actually muted. They shouldn't give me control of the button. We back to League of Legends? You accept League of Legends?
Can I mute you?
No, we're good.
Yeah, I can mute you.
There's no mute for me.
Okay, Medic's muted. Godbro gonna get the push here. Still up around 5 CS, but big wave for Darkwings. I'll unmute you. Oh, Ignite coming in. You need to play by play.
Godbro looking for the damage here. Parry is going to stop that grenade from coming in. Counter Ignite. There's the barrier down. The Vitals available for Darkwings. Can he get it in? One more lunge would be enough. But the turrets are doing so much work. The upgraded turret as well just dodges to the side of that damage. Both players very low as they fight it off in this elimination match.
Cheeky little sidestep there from Darkwings from the big tower. He would have died. All in coming in. You can see the damage Darkwings does. All he landed was 2 Vitals, I believe it was. Maybe hit the 3rd towards the end, but almost took down Godbro instantly. The Heimer is squishy. It's just about whether he can get on top of him or not. But CS will continue to be a problem for Godbro. I think this might come down to the ring of fire again, where the ring comes in. The Heimer is going to put the ult down. Can the Fiora proc the Vitals? What's the CS going to be like? Because I think the Fiora is definitely going to be favored, but I'm not sure how perfect this CS number is.
I don't think we're anywhere near 100 CS win con for either of these guys. I think the CS more is just a gold advantage for Darkwings. It's probably sitting about 500, 600 gold ahead right now, although Godbro has been able to pick up a single tower plate. He's looking for more as he pushes in with the rockets once again.
Yep. Keeping up the hard push. Does he get the cannon? Does he get the cannon? Yeah, 194 gold. Look how Heimerdinger walks. It's so cute when he has his hair flowing in the back.
He's quite swag.
You could pull off a Heimerdinger if you pulled your hair out a bit.
And if I was your height. Cannon minion there missed for Darkwings. I don't feel bad about that one because you were just saying you could look like a Yordle. And so I don't feel bad about
his hair was flowing in the wind. Yeah.
So does Vander's. You could be like, hey, Medic, you could look like Vander.
Why don't you spoil who Vander is for us?
It's literally the first episode of Arcade. There's no spoiler there.
Okay. Well, you may as well. You've done everything else. Anyway, Darkwings. Not building towards a Mythic just yet. Has Vamp Scepter Pickaxe and a Negatron Cloak. Maybe he wants to look for some kind of early Ravenous Hydra instead of going for a Mythic. We'll have to keep our eye on that. Otherwise, he can build the Pickaxe into an Iron Spike Whip and go for a Gore Drinker. Lots of options. But still up 9 CS. There's 4 creeps there for Godbro, so net positive around 5 right now for Darkwing, so in the driver's seat.
Nothing catastrophic for Godbro though. He should be pretty happy with this state of affairs. The question is, will he be happy when the ring starts closing in? Because he's not going to get the tower down. There's still 3 plates remaining on that. He's not going to win a CS battle, though Darkwings takes the tower shot. Parry coming out, there's a sudden death, and Darkwings needs to get out of this one. No flash for Godbro means that Darkwings can just dash away, gets towards the health potion.
I think Darkwings is in a great spot if he can just base right now. There's still 15 seconds until the ring comes in, and Godbro doesn't have ultimate right now. So if he can base, get back on the map, maybe pick up some kind of boots, because it looks like he's struggling to gap close right now, and then get himself back into this lane. There's the Iron Spike Whip and a longsword, so he's completely
Godbro's going to go for a plate and then recall.
Is he going to go for the tower?
No way. There's no way you get this.
Nah, there's no way he can get the tower.
It gets bulwark.
Ooh, the plates are falling off! Oh my god! He's getting in the tower!
Oh no way! The plates come off and Godbro takes it! The first tower victory we've seen!
Calculated, baby! The plates fall off as Darkwing tries to regenerate his health bar before the showdown. And down goes his tower.
I mean, that's a mechanic that we haven't seen utilized that much, but if you know the plates come off just as the Ring of Fire spawns, you can position to harass your opponent down and then be like, well, No plates, no bulwark, because every plate you take increases the armor and magic resist of the tower, making it harder to take down. But when that falls off, it's putty. It's butter in your hands.
Num num num.
Num num num.
Yeah,
delicious butter.
Having a tower obviously can tank the tower, so your creeps can live for longer, and it does damage. Yeah, great play from Godbro.
Really was.
It's also interesting where it's like, you do a 1v1, the enemy person's at higher HP than you, but both of you need to base, so he preemptively bases, and then you cancel your recall, push in, and take the tower while he's in base. Yeah. I think only a few champions can pull that off. But we see it here again. As you can see on the right-hand side there, 7, 6, 5 until the sudden death comes in. So we thought, well, there's no chance to get to the tower now, but then 1, 0. Plates are gone. Free tower. Godbro must have known this. Even if he didn't, I think staying there is better.
Everyone would know.
But as we see,
all of these players would know this, right?
Moments of glory by Steel Series. Big glory there for Godbro as he dances with all the little poros around him. And no one dies.
No one dies. Is that the true ending?
No.
You know, if the bad ending is both players die, if the medium ending, the apathetic ending is one player dies, one player wins, is the true ending pacifist run?
No.
Is this Undertale?
No.
We've had genocide runs for the rest of the day.
I've answered the question.
And this is pacifist.
No. Someone has to die.
Why?
It's an octagon.
You're such a capitalist.
Ring of glory.
Someone has to die.
Take the crown. Slay the enemy.
I mean, you're literally just naming all of the LEC slogans for the next 10 years. I don't know how you could
I didn't say king.
Mate, you've leaked all of these.
I didn't say legacy.
So take the crown. Yeah, we don't use kings or
Take
legacy
the crown
anymore.
2021.
All we do is we use things that sound like it, that don't use those exact words, and the public doesn't understand.
Sit upon the throne.
Exactly.
Well.
Claim the peak. Climb the mountain. All of these things are the same as kings, legacies, dynasties.
What about climbing a hill? Why a mountain?
Because hills are smaller than mountains.
Why not climb a underwater mountain?
Yep, that was going to take some time to process. Just give me a second here.
Yep.
Climb an underwater mountain.
Yep. Thoughts?
So are you sink to the bottom? Do you have weights on or anything? Because
No.
wouldn't you just sink to the bottom of an underwater valley?
Well, if you're cheating.
Because I've climbed an underwater mountain by being above the water.
True. Wait, so everyone's climbed the mountain?
Yeah.
As long as they step on land.
This is the motivational speaking you guys really deserve from Red Bull.
Everyone
Solo
is a
Queue.
mountain conqueror.
Yeah.
No, but my idea is...
Okay.
So you can't cheat and blow out the oxygen or have weights on.
Okay.
So you have to have a one rubber ducky, on the arm.
Okay,
And you
yes.
have to climb the mountain underwater, upside down.
Okay, so you're descending the mountain.
Descending the mountain while climbing.
Descending through the valley
Yep.
with a rubber ducky on.
So, yeah.
It sounds like freediving.
No. Because you have to use the rocks.
Oh, you have to use the rocks. Okay, well, let's get into the second game.
I'll
of
think
this
about it
best of
more.
five.
I'll think about it more for next game. I'll
mold that
theorize
one.
it. Yeah.
You put that one in
there's
the,
a niche there. There's the $1 billion idea.
Put
It's a
that one
niche.
in the brain jacuzzi and see what bubbles up, We'll work out
Okay,
what's
I
going
like that. I like that one. The brain jacuzzi and see what bubbles up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yone and Himelia Banda get away once again by Godbro. Hymeda get immediately taken away by Dark Wings. Doesn't want to see the Donga on the Rift once again, and the Volibear and Darius removed.
yeah, last ban coming in here for Godbro. He is the real life thinking emoji right now. He's trying to ponder what would be Darkwings' go-to here. Callista taken away from Darkwing, so
okay.
a lot is up. Godbro,
Kench is
we've
up.
seen his Lee Sin earlier into Irelia. Did win out on that one. Goes for Emax Lee Sin with Grasp, but I think when he sees if Darkwing does go for a ranged champion, he might go for something a little bit different.
Well, he won't. He's blind pit.
No, he will see. So when they lock in the champions,
Oh, instead
they
of
see,
Emax, you're talking
yeah.
about. Okay, yeah.
So no, so when they lock in, I think they have around 20 seconds
You
to see the enemy
champs,
champion,
yeah.
right? So they can decide what runes they go for,
Oh, okay.
right?
I thought you were talking about the Emax, but yes.
Yeah, maybe it goes for
the grasp here. Yeah.
I mean, Emax is just useful to push the wave,
Yeah, 100%.
and contest the push, which is just really important in this game mode. But that's going to be a Victor lock-in. Godbro, is he going to go for the mark? You talked about it earlier. It's a bit of a problem with Lee Sin where you can't ward jump. But if you can mark in, then Q, E, Q, and then W away or something, there's something fancy to be done there. Maybe drop a Q, hit a creep, get your energy back, Q back in, there's a lot of cool
but
things.
you could mark behind you, Q in, hit, mark back.
Okay. He walks past the wave, you Q him.
Yeah.
Then you mark behind him, hit the creep, kick him into tower, Q.
Yeah. It's like the
Yeah,
Chinese
yeah.
insect that we saw a lot before Worlds last year.
Except without a ward on an ARAM map in a winter snowy map.
So
with
that
a
makes
Poro.
it even better.
It's the Porosec.
The Porosec, very nice.
I don't want to call it the Mark sec because that's my name.
No, you have to do it as well.
Yeah, you have to
That's
do
the
it. You have to do
problem,
it. Like, you don't get the name unless you do it. The Poro sec, I like that a lot. We'll
So
see if we can pull it off.
We could see the Godbro sec.
That tech is possible.
God
though.
sec? It would be the God sec.
It would be the God
It
sec.
would be the God
It would
sec.
be
The epitome of all sec.
Medic. Okay, let me cast this again. You take
The epitome of all insects is what I meant to say there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, Grasp is... you take a breather. Grasp has been picked up by Godbro. Grasp for the Victor as well. Grasp Victor with bone plating. Full tank.
I love this from Godbro, by the way. I talk to and watch a lot of, best ARAM players in the world because there's hidden MMR and there's ARAM tournaments. Rejuvenation
tournaments?
Yeah.
5v5?
Like full on,
comps?
and they do full comps,
See,
they
now,
try hard.
Here's the
man.
hole in the ARAM tournament.
Yeah.
It's all random champs. So it's a draft diffy every game.
I mean, sure, it might be Howling Abyss tournament.
Ooh, God, bro.
Some of them
That's a lot of
make
damage.
As you say, Resonating Strike, Sonic Wave does connect there. Dark Wings forced away. Tempest Cripple doing a lot of work. Does get the Grasp proc, but I love Rejuvenation beads. I think they're incredibly strong. On ARAM, when you can't back, it's actually better to get a Rejuvenation bead than either 3 pots or refillable. Obviously here you can back.
Yeah.
The Godbro just using it because he knows he's going to take harass from the Victor.
He got Dark Wings as bone plating there as well. He could look for a dive, but he's putting points in W. So Godbro's playing this a little bit safe. So instead of Wing to creeps because he won't get the shield, I expect him to put W on himself when he goes for these trades. The only issue is this kind of wave state for a mini champ.
Yeah.
You can't jump onto Dark Wings because you're obviously, if your Q doesn't hit, you can't go on him, and you can't walk up because you're just going to take free damage. So you just kind of have to stand here and a little bit cheeky there though.
I mean, I love it because you're jumping in. You know you have the ward jump back if you need it, or like you can jump to your minions. You can always hit the Tempest Cripple, gets you that extra damage, gets the slow. And Godbro just harassing Dark Wings wherever he can.
Yep. Interesting rune choice from Dark Wings. Like, we talked about it before, the Sorcery Tree just sucks.
Yeah.
For 1v1s. Scorch is alright, Comet can be good on poke champs, but for Victor, things like Airy are fine for the early trades, but the benefits you get out of maybe even like Revitalize from Victor's Q, maybe Overgrowth with Grasp and a Bone Plating or something like this, just more useful you have to expect in a 1v1 situation.
For the moment, relatively even between these two. Both of them worked all the way through their potions. Godbro actually able to pick up both of the relics, meaning he's a little bit higher on HP. Those rejuvenation beads doing a lot of work as well. You can see 3 to 4 per second HP he is gaining. Godbro dodging in and out, but level 6 now hit for Dark Wings.
Yeah, you can see Godbro's trading pattern. He knows he can't hit a Q on Dark Wings because, well, he should never really be able to as long as Dark Wings stays behind his creeps. So it's farm with Q. If there's no creeps that are low, hit the caster minion, Q in, drop the E, auto attack him, and then W out. That seems to be the combo here. But he's putting points in W still, as Darkwing's just gonna ult the wave for a base here. Godbro could freeze it if he wants to, because the wave spawns so quickly. He could hold this wave here by Wing himself when it's up, but instead it looks like he's just gonna
putting
push.
that out, isn't he? Getting all the gold for himself. Will be slightly ahead in gold over Dark Wings because he's got a couple of extra minions. Waves will match in the mid lane once again, and Dark Wings will be a bit quicker out onto the map.
Here's a 50-50. Which minions hit the right minions at the right time? It looks like red team's winning out on the minion fight, but the minion's gonna die. It's a 2v2 in the front line now, but one of them's low. Cannon's focusing him down. The RNG looks to be slightly in favor of red side.
I mean, this is good for Dark Wings though, right?
Ooh, where's the cannon's gonna aggro? Oh my god, the cannon got a bad
it
aggro.
switched.
If it got the front caster creep there, it would have one-popped it, but red team is winning out on this, I think. Cannon's low though.
Wait, doesn't Dark Wings actually win out of this because the red minions were stronger? So Dark Wings has more minions to farm when he gets back into the lane.
The good thing is they didn't focus the cannon, so Godbro was later on, but he got the cannon. You saw
both of them still
you see the RNG, right? Like Dark Wings came back earlier, but the cannon was lower. Small RNGs, it's a 50-50 at times when the waves crash. It's like when you start up a custom game and you just stand in base, and you see which lanes in him dies first.
Bot lane always like pushes in so much.
It's a complete 50-50.
It's the McDonald's of League of Legends plays, something you are pretty used to, being on the McDonald's LoL Pro team, I believe.
I am on the McDonald's LoL Pro team, yeah. Did get picked up alongside Leader. Sven was on our team, but I think C9 took him back.
I think Niski and Jensen are on there as well.
Yeah,
though.
Niski. We've got a pretty star-studded lineup for McDonald's. It's basically me, Mickey, Jensen, Niski, and Leader.
It's pretty good. No way to carry though. Maybe it's your role swap.
Have you seen my Yasuo bot lane?
Yeah, you go back down there. Godbro and Darkwing still trading with each other. Godbro actually on the losing side of a lot of these, has gone through both of his refillable potions, and I wonder how far Darkwings is along towards his Hex Core upgrade.
I think in a 1v1, maybe Q upgrade is better.
Yeah.
Move speed kiting, no phase rush into a melee champ. E-max is E upgrade on Victor is obviously the best in the normal game because you can push the wave faster, but push doesn't seem to be a big deal right now because the wave's in such an even state and Lee Sin isn't maxing E, so.
And you're only going to get one, because you need 100 stacks to get it. You get 1 stack per normal minion. I think it's 2 stacks for a cannon, 25, or maybe 5 stacks for a cannon or an epic monster, and 25 for a champion takedown. At the moment, he's at 68. So he's on his way there, but it's possible we'll only get towards that Ring of Fire when he gets that Hex Core upgrade.
Yeah, the reason Dark Wings is winning is because Victor wins in shorter trades because he can poke. Lee Sin in an all-in is more favored if he can hit his Q. But it's just a case of getting onto the Victor, which is almost impossible at this point. But I love the buy here from Darkwing's Liandry's, and then going for the Ruby Crystal Cloth Armor, because, I mean, Godbro doesn't really have that much AD, has no serrated Dirk either, so no base lethality or whatever coming out to shred through the Victor. So he's playing a lot more of a defensive build here, so again, this could be a creep score game. And as much as you can't win on creeps, it pressures the enemy player to all-in you.
Godbro hasn't found the position that he really wants to get a good kickoff. He's pushing forward once again, but the Sonic Wave, Darkwings, all he does is stand behind the minions. That's all he has to do. You mentioned it earlier. Godbro has to try and clear out the waves quickly, but Darkwing's very willing just to stand behind those waves, use his Death Ray from range, and Godbro's going to push him once again, but can't even get in range for the Tempest Cripple.
So what Godbro is trying to do is, he's trying to W Darkwings' E at the same time to shield it off the damage, because you can see the shield's pretty big. And then also just use the lifesteal from the W2 to just heal up through the damage if it does hit in the end. So no one is really taking that much damage. So sudden death's beginning in 30 seconds, but 61 CS is Godbro right now. Normally we've seen players at around 75 at this point.
4 more of Mamortius for him though, and the Elixir.
Yeah, I think Elixir is a big buy there. Just go for the null magic instead of committing to like a Negatron, a couple potions, or an extra longsword or something. Let's just go for the Elixir of Wrath. It's better for the all-in. Has the Maw too, but the damage Maw gives you is very small as just a standalone item. He's popped the Elixir.
Really interested that Darkwings did not recall before this Ring of Death. He had time, puts down the Gravity Field, looking for the Chaos Storm there as well, and Godbro is ignited, ticking down.
Ooh, very smart.
Try and get away. Great Chaos Storm. Godbro, there's the Maw proc as well.
This was a very smart all-in. Not only has he procced his Maw, but Godbro can't base anymore.
He's looking for the kick. Not going to be able to get it. He manages to get the kick in the end, but the Gravity Field into the barrier. Godbro pretty healthy. Darkwings has a barrier of his own. He's life-stealing with that Iron Will, as you say. Barrier coming out from Darkwings, but Godbro, even with his Maw procced, was still able to pick up the win.
Ooh, you heard Godbro down there. He was screaming, let's go! Yeah, he knows he's 2-0 up in this best of 5 now, winning out both times. Really good all-in there from Darkwings, I thought. But if you think about it, he all-ins with healing reduction with the Ignite. Godbro's forced away. What does Godbro do? He turns, uses W2 to lifesteal up. There's no healing reduction. Lifesteals practically everything that Darkwings throws at him, and then sustain through. Yeah,
really needed that more healing reduction. You needed either the Ignite to come in later, like after, so you proc the Maw of Mamortius first, get rid of that magic damage shield, then you Ignite and look for the final kill.
Yeah.
Or you need an Oblivion Orb or something.
I think you said it correctly. Maybe he should have based when Godbro based, you know? Either wave, get it in as quickly as possible, try to get your Hex Core upgrade or something, base, come back out with plated steel caps or an Oblivion Orb, because the initial burst looked good in the moments of glory by Steel Series, because you land the stun, you land the Ignite, you land all the damage, but just look at the healing Godbro does when he turns this back around.
So I really think no Ignite there changes it a lot. Because Godbro goes in, knows he can
Imagine Ignite here.
Yeah, he can WW, then here, one auto on the minion, tons of healing. Barrier coming out, healing, grass, 30, 21, 28, 40, and it's just too much for a Victor who is predominantly like a rotation caster to be able to deal with.
Feeling himself there, Godbro is in the zone.
I mean, he went
Godbro,
0-4.
he was 0-4. Now he's 2-0 up in the best of 5.
In a best of 5, 1 game away from making it to the Day 2 to our quarterfinals.
Top 8.
Top 8 in the world of solo queue.
In 40,000 players. 1 game away from being top 8 in the world.
Crazy. And of course, grand prize €5,000 as well. It's a pretty spicy one.
But also, I feel like we haven't seen everything out of Darkwings just yet. I feel like this series is not over yet.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely have one more game at least.
Okay, Medic, you know what I mean, right?
I do know what you mean.
I think there might be a... But he starts with...
You know what we need?
What do we need?
Sjokz! Does it start with success?
60 to like 600, right?
Okay.
Okay, no, it doesn't. It doesn't start with
success. That's
Maybe
a
it does. Maybe it does. We'll see if it starts with the Howling Abyss. Or the Snowdown Showdown.
And success is all about Godbro.
Do you know the rest?
No.
Okay.
Do you?
No.
You just need, whenever you meme, you just need the first line of something.
But at Worlds, you know what I noticed at Worlds? Every one of my predictions, the opposite happened.
Okay, so what you predicted?
Okay, not
you
everyone.
predicted Silver Strape, so this is their 3-0.
Oh, god damn it. It's going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, that wasn't your prediction.
Yeah, it is.
You can't just say a line and be like, I predict.
I just told you my prediction.
Oh, that's true. You look like Michael Scott in The Office. You know, where it's just like, you can't just declare something and it's true. It's like, I declare a 3-0.
Medic, I would love to vibe with you and joke off that.
Do you not know that you've never watched The Office? I'd recommend it. I think it's overblown.
When I started watching recently was
good.
Scrubs.
That's very good.
Really good.
Scrubs is the most accurate social situation of a hospital I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah. The medicine, totally hoonanny, not true at all. But the social situation is very true.
So, Dark Wings bans out both champions that Godbro has won on so far. Heimerdinger and Lee Sin taken off the board. Yone and Irelia response so far from Godbro.
And the question is, like, what has Godbro been playing in the matches we haven't seen as well, right? Because he could have a litany, a slew of other things that he has been playing.
I'll simplify it for you. A lot.
A lot, yeah, exactly. I always use litany for some reason, but litany is it's a Bible that you read from in like Catholic Church. For some reason in my head it means a lot, but it really doesn't. A plethora. We'll go with plethora.
A plethora. That rolls a plethora. Yeah, you know the L words that roll off the tongue nice.
I mean, it starts with a P, but sure.
No,
Godbro used to be known for his Casio. Ooh. Remember when he was playing back in the LCS, EU LCS? I remember him playing a lot of Casio then.
Yeah, because I think that was season 5, 6, 7. That was Casio, Rise, Corky kind of meta.
Good old days where he's going to lock it in here. Lots of sustained damage. Doesn't mean he's had quite a mix as well. He's had the Heimerdinger mage. Now he's got the Casio mage. He's also had the Lee Sin, who is, I guess, an AD caster in the way that he's played.
Quick fun fact. Do you like fun facts?
I love fun facts.
Dark Wings was first in his group.
Yes.
Godbro was last in his group.
Fourth, yes.
Well, fourth last year. And now he's on the cusp of just 3-0ing him.
That's not fun. There's no fun fact.
That's a fun fact.
How is it fun?
Because F is for friends that do things together.
It's true.
U is for you and me. N is for anyone and anything at all.
S is for shut up. So Dark Wings goes back to the Fiora into this Casio. Obviously doesn't know any miasma. So good into Fiora because you just ground her. She can't do anything.
You
she can't get out of it.
Ground her.
You
like
just ground her.
She's just stuck.
It's like, you go sit on the naughty step, Fiora. You're grounded.
This is what I have to deal with all day long. All day long. The naughty step.
You went for F is for friends who do things
Have you
together.
never seen SpongeBob?
I've never seen that episode. I knew it exists. I've heard of it.
SpongeBob and Plankton. No?
Are we going back to singing now?
No.
This could be the final game of day one of Red Bull Solo
It's
queue.
not gonna. Maybe it will be. Cassio is pretty good into Fiora. Depends on how she uses W though. It's all about, again, if Fiora can get on top of the range champion, then of course she'll one-shot him, and it's all about his movement. Dodge away the Q, he'll win the fight. W misplacement, Fiora will win the fight. Cassio ult, if he can riposte it or sidestep it, he will win the fight. But I think Dark Wings probably wants to get a maybe like level 8 and 9 and get a mythic under his belt to win out on this matchup. Get some boots, Merc Treads early, might help out. Lifesteal will help out, but early on, I expect the Cassio, if she hits the Qs, to win. But you can see PTA for Dark Wings, he knows it's short trades or it's a kill.
Conqueror going for Godbro as well, looking for those extended trades. Of course, the dot from his Noxious Bite. No, his Q, what's this called? Noxious Blast? Probably.
There's two things I'm very bad at in the
ability names
lore
and playing.
And ability.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop. I apologize. I was being way too harsh on you.
Buddy, you're bullying me up here.
I mean, the thing is, you're a lot better than I am.
I got nothing.
Apart from, a challenger rank, played in the LEC, analyst of the year. I can hype you up.
Yeah, but you've got a beard.
I have got a beard.
I haven't got a beard. No, I've got.
No,
I can't say it on air.
Hey,
but it's just.
You've got a beard in progress. No,
this is maxed out. This is all the. I'm full gas here.
If you water a flower, do you dig up the dirt every day to find out if it's growing? No. We're watering your flower of a beard right now.
What?
And eventually.
No, hang on a second. You dig up the flower.
Yeah, but my point is, right? You don't check on the progress of something every single day. You don't say, why isn't this happening every single day with something like a flower? And you're a beautiful flower. Your beard is a rose amongst
No,
thorns.
you can't just be nice to me after what you've been saying over the last 10 minutes. The only thing I want to focus on now is the game.
Okay.
Because I'm done with you.
Okay.
Dark Wings got hit by a few other Qs. And he got a bit chunked out. Goldbro's winning out on that. The Lost Chapter helping him out early when he hits level 5. He can afford to use the mana. And Dark Wings wants to get in range. You can see him. Yeah, it is. Yeah, he wants to dash forwards to dodge away from the Q and then get on top of the Cassio.
Of course, if you twin Fangs someone who has a poison stack on them, goes a lot quicker. There's the ignite. We've seen Godbro do this before, you know, just use those summoners. Just be like, okay, you want to try and go in on me? I'm just going to ignite you. And it'll be back up in 100 seconds time or so.
Yeah, the only danger is if an all-in kicks off. So Godbro needs to play very respectfully here and just make sure he's max ranging Darkwings. Doesn't give him any kind of opening. If he lands the Q and then gets the E slow, I think Godbro is going to have to kite out, because if Fiora can W the Q or something, Godbro is as good as dead. No mobility, the Q gives him movement speed. That's his ticket out of here. But he will hit level 6 first. Darkwings might have to be careful. One creep away, I think. He will hit 6 first.
There it is. Of course, Darkwings can riposte the Petrifying Gaze or can just dodge away from it. Godbro not actually yet used the Miasma, as far as I can see. Petrifying Gaze to clear out the wave.
And surprise, surprise. Uses his ultimates, his summoner spells early to make sure he's in a good spot. And just avoids all-ins all the time.
I mean, it's worked so well for him. Of course, the last couple of games have been close. Of course, the Heimerdinger one, a great tech to take the turret early on. Oblivion Orb now.
Would you say it's a Hex tech?
I'd say it's a Hex tech. That's a good one.
Yeah, thanks.
Although, obviously, Heimerdinger against Hex tech in general.
Is he, though? Isn't it?
He just wants more
rockets called
research.
Hex tech rockets?
Yeah, they are now.
So he was against it and then joined it?
Yeah. You can change your mind about things. No, you can change your mind about things. He wanted just more evidence-based research, you know?
The power of progress.
He wanted a double blind study. And in the end, didn't get it. Darkwing's now level 7. He's yet to back, though. Oblivion Orb on Godbro means that healing from the Fiora has been reduced. And Darkwing's going to dash forward. Godbro, no ultimate, no ignite for the moment, but will gain it back pretty soon.
Yeah, the E2 there with the PTA did a lot of damage. I mean, Darkwings didn't even hit a single vital, but he still took Godbro down around 30% with the Q auto and then the 2 Es. So, not too bad. Darkwing's still yet to base, though. He's going to try to do so now. We'll see if Godbro Qs the bush to try and cancel it, see if he's there. Ends up not doing so. And again, Godbro has the push, it feels like, when he's in the lane. This time around, he had the base. But he's actually behind in CS, so he's ignoring creeps just to keep the push, to make sure it's under tower, ulting the wave, doing whatever he can to make sure he can always be the one to base first. Tempo heavy.
Yeah. Always just getting towards that first part of an item, first component. He's going to go back once again here. Now, Darkwings will catch this wave. Has an Iron Spike whip, and actually going for the Executioner's Calling, which I quite like. Some people underrate the healing that Cassio gets from her Twin Fangs, but if you're poisoned and she spams those Twin Fangs on you, she's going to heal up an absolute ton, especially with Conqueror.
Yeah, she is indeed building towards the Leanderies. Will do a lot of damage once she gets that picked up. And Darkwing's last game didn't even get his Mythic complete. He was just building components. We saw the similar thing coming out here. Vamp Scepter he had earlier on. Iron Spike Whip, Executioners. Is he going to complete the Mythic?
That's a good question, K-Drop.
I think something like Stridebreaker could be good, I think, in this matchup, if he does opt into it. Just Q forward, Stridebreaker, auto E, and then just make the Cassio make a mistake by Wing or sidestepping something.
Just get the slow as much as you can. Keep that range with Cassio as small as possible. Godbro here respecting the fact that Darkwings has the lane advantage, has to push in the lane. Will pick himself up that health relic, didn't really need it, but of course the extra mana does come in handy on someone like Cassio. And you can see Twin Fangs now starting to hit for Darkwings. He dodges back in as the Noxious Blast and the Poison times out. This is a big wave stacking up towards Godbro. I wonder if Darkwings will want to make something aggressive happen.
Yeah, just playing max range as Godbro. This is going to come down to Ring of Fire again. The Ring of Fire always, it's like the alarm bell. Ding, ding, ding. Do something. Are you going to base? Are you going to stay and push a tower? Are you going to get that extra wave to make sure you have the gold for your Mythic? Are you going to take an aggressive trade and all in before the, you know, it's all a thinking game.
Ooh.
And everyone's forced into a decision. Godbro maybe thinks Darkwings is based
I don't think Godbro knows he's based. You can see him respecting it. He's like, okay, yep, haven't seen you in a little while. I'm going to respect the fact that you might be around. Puts the Miasma and can just clear out this wave. Just looking for that little bit of damage. Miasma on a long cooldown. Petrifying Gaze, there's a stun. Twin Fangs, one more would be enough. Barriers come out, but Godbro, a clean 3-0 for Godbro.
Yeah, just punishes the mistake there from Darkwings. As he dashes in, Godbro just tosses out the ultimate instantly. And Godbro clean sweeps it. His strategy of using the ultimate early, using the cooldowns early, using the summoner spells to get the push, early poke, didn't net him a CS lead, but I guess it got him better bases.
And just seemed to always, when it came down to that clutch factor, always when it came down to that final fight, he had the advantage, had the upper hand, and of course his experience is always going to play into that as well, Pedro.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely is. Lost in groups, but wins in the knockout, and does make it to the top 8.
That he does. We're going to hand it over to an interview with him right now.
Thank you very much, guys. Next to me is Godbro, and I don't know, doing the Fnatic at Worlds. Slow start, but then you pull it all off.
Yeah, I guess it was calculated.
It's insane. Sjokz told us that you were a bit, lacking in the start of the tournament. You had problems with the first matches, but you were still confident. What happened between your last best of 3 and this best of 5?
I guess I just wasn't prepared. Like, I didn't really know what my opponent was playing, but I saw like what Dark, what he was playing, and then I knew what I was spending, and then I knew what I knew what pick would be good against it, and that's why it went that good, I guess.
You are a very, very experienced player. You know how to play in the professional scene. Was it an advantage for you to keep your mind free and don't care about the 0-3?
Yeah, but I actually thought we had to play tomorrow, so I guess we both were tired, but I was like, I'm just gonna drink a lot of water and then just keep focusing, and that's how I managed to win it.
It was great, really, really. Best of luck for tomorrow. Then will be the next best of 5, the next elimination round. What is happening tonight or in the afternoon? Is there some preparation or just rest and keep your head clear?
I think I'm gonna be more prepared compared to yesterday, because if I prepare and I know what they can pick, then I can know what I want to pick, and then it will be a little more easier for me tomorrow.
Last question, do you like the tournament so far? How is the experience here in Germany?
Oh, this tournament is so fun. I never had so much fun in a tournament before, actually, so I really like this event they have made.
Thank you very much for the kind words and for the interview, man. Best of luck for tomorrow, best of 5 series for the quarterfinals, and we are ready to sum it all up. Back to you guys at the castle desk.
Thank you very much, and what a day it has been. Of course, some of the games still going on. We are going to try and catch some of those as soon as we can, watch the end of them. But it's been a long day one. It's only going to get longer tomorrow because we have quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the finals, best of 5, and then best of 7 to round it out.
Yeah, a lot of best of 5s, and Godbro talked about it there. It's like some of the players are kind of tired. I mean, they played most of them played 4 best of 3s. And they go into this, and if they were winning, they're playing a best of 5, right? So that's a lot of games to have played, especially if they're not clean 2-0s.
And you've flown over here.
Yeah, and you've flown over here. All the research you have to do against the players you're playing against, keeping eyes on other games to see what the meta is, trying to fit champions into your pool that maybe things that you want to pick or take away, and then drafting into each player. Like, he picked this, and this, and he was banning this, so maybe he's going to ban this. There's a lot of things to think about. And you're on your own. No coaches, just you.
And it's blind pick as well, so it makes it even more difficult to you've got more factors to think about. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down the day. Sjokz, take it away.
Thank you so much. We are coming back to you, I believe, for the summary, or maybe we're going to cover it, I don't know, because this was extremely fast and much faster than anticipated with the 3-0, especially for Godbro. I know you just did the interview, but I know you were talking to me privately about Dark Wings and how good he was, and then in playoffs and whatnot. This is so crazy.
I'm really surprised, and it's cool to see what a pro player relies on. Preparation. Know what is your opponent doing, and the first 3 games he said he was not prepared. He was not knowing whether to pick or whether to expect from his opponent, and here was it clear because Dark Wings showed some champions already in the qualifier.
Yeah, it looked like the best of 5 or the three games here. It was a bit too fast for Dark Wings. He drafted himself into a little bit of a hole every time, it looked like.
I know that obviously it's blind, but I felt like even when he was in a disadvantage in a matchup, he would find the opening, he would find that micro play that would put him ahead. I felt like when Casio was being picked, I'm like, okay, Dark Wings might be like, I'm out, I'll pull out the Katarina, or I rely on this champion because I know it really well. Casio insta slaps Katarina. There's nothing you can do. You just leave lane, you never go back. But remember what we said. If you mess up in solo queue before clash, you're bound to slap your way through clash and get that skin at the end. And this is what Godbro did. He lost all the 1v1s, the single matches, but where it counted in the clash, in that solo queue, in that best of 5, he came out on top.
It's really crazy, and he talked about it. He said as a pro player, I know how to test my limits. I know how to preserve my energy, as you say. You look at what is important for them, but it's really insane. Danish Dynamite, man. The players from Denmark, how do they do it? We'll see if the Viggomopsen, the Platinum player, also advances or not. Also, this does mean that Darkwing is out. And we still have, was Darkwings from Canada or from the USA?
USA,
The USA as well.
Bradley.
So they only have one left in Bradley then. So we'll see. They've been halved all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's the elimination round. It's really fast. If you lose this best of 5, you're out. And we're going to get 8 players for tomorrow. But I think to sum up the Godborough team, I think he is now ready for quarterfinals, semifinals. He can go very far because now he knows what matters and what he has to do to be the upper hand.
Yeah, really, really interesting development here. I think we're going to look at a summary of one of the other matches now. I don't know if we're going to look at it or the casters are. The casters are. So go ahead, Medic. Apparently we're not good enough to talk about the game.
Look, it takes a lot of experience to make jokes at Kadra's expense, and I have us down to a T. Hey, Kadra.
Are you going to compliment me now?
Yeah, I complimented you a ton, and then you wouldn't even take it.
No, the thing is, what I've noticed about not just your jokes, but everyone's jokes is they're recycled. Recycled jokes. We got to be a bit more creative, you know, the Malzahars, the height, you know, all that stuff. Good, yeah?
Yeah.
But not good anymore.
Okay, we'll try some new ones. Can I be inventive?
No, you
can.
can.
We can try some new ones. Viggomopsen versus
Tomorrow.
Viggomopsen versus Hamboli, of course, an elimination match. Viggomopsen, favorite champion Malphite, a platinum player from Denmark, went 4-0 in his group, now facing up against Hamboli, who was in one of the groups with 5 players, so was able to get through. And he's on his Yorick against the Volibear of Viggomopsen.
On his favorite champion, Yorick. How is this one panning out? Grasp of the Undying for the Volibear. Has a lot of health crystals. 2 crystals, you can see by the health bar and the items below. And obviously Yorick scales a little bit better when he hits 6 and he has his wife, and he can start to fight you back. And he relies a lot on poke with getting his Q stacks and E across. If he can't do that, it's quite a horrible lane phase.
That's barrier already down for Hamboli. We'll come speed forward a little bit. Of course, this is a summary, so there's more highlights.
Here's the fight.
There's the Maiden in the Mist, but Viggomopsen going in, only level 5. Huge shield on him, but he's going to get caught up there.
Big damage.
Pops the barrier. Mobsen, though, just frenzies the hell out of him. Mobsen takes the kill. Stormbringer used afterwards as well for a little bit of show off.
We got a repeat.
Rematch. I think if Hamboli didn't step forward and just let the Maiden and the Ghouls do their work, Hamboli would have had that one.
I think level 8, 9 onwards after Mythic, I think Yorick starts to win, especially if he gets Triforce and Sunderer. But in the early fights, it looks like Volibear is winning because he can sustain through Yorick's damage with the W heal. When Ignite is down, he is free to do so. With Grasp, we saw Godbro do something similar on a different champion, but around this stage is when Yorick's trading might be a little bit better. We'll see what happens though, because the Ghouls are going to jump through now. The wife is hitting.
The thing is, if you stand in those Ghouls, Titan Stormbringer coming out, Viggomopsen looking for an aggressive trade, but that's just an ultimate burn. I mean, I guess the Maiden's going to go down forward at least. Hamboli stepping in. Barrier Ignite still available for both these guys, and Viggomopsen trying to do what he did in game 1.
Yeah.
Just doesn't have the damage.
He's gonna back off. I think he needs Sunderer to win. Now he has Sunderer. I think now it's a little bit better for him, but the problem is Viggomopsen has more healing reduction because he has the Oblivion Orb and he has Anathemas Chains on him, so it hurts a little bit more to get the damage through, but he has Sunderer. Whoa, look at the burst! Health, but percent HP coming through.
Ghouls will come up. Maiden in the Mist not available. Viggomopsen just brings down the claws and bites him to death. Mobsen 2-0.
That matchup looks horrible.
Yep.
Oh my lord,
and
Volibear.
you can see Volibear insta-ban next time.
Just tanking straight through all of Yorick's damage. I thought with Sunder and the E stacks with the little ghouls would help, but there's Hamboli pulling in Viggomopsen.
Set into Darius.
Oh, he pulled him in with the punch.
Comes in, looking for the damage from the tower. Haymaker already used. Barrier and Ignite popped by Viggomopsen. Would really want to go back here, but there's a big wave stacked up, and he's only on 3 CS right now.
Yeah, Viggomopsen's 2-0 up, right? So one mistake from Hamboli, and that's it. It's going for the dive.
And that might be enough. He manages to get the kill. Hamboli will die afterwards. And once again, we move into game 4. Hamboli now back on his Yorick. Viggomopsen sticking on the Darius with that Volibear band away.
Okay, the E-poke coming out. This is when it really hurts Darius. He needs to get his full stacks up to be able to win out on the trades.
Oh, just escaped the cage there. Comes back in with a Decimate, gets 1 hemorrhage stack. But as you say, Darius really not as strong unless he gets through those 5 stacks. And brings down the Nazi Guillotine a little bit early. Barrier popped there by Hamboli as well. And Viggomopsen is forced back underneath his tower. Hamboli surviving. No summoners either side.
Yeah, you can see how Hamboli wants to play. He wants to lock him in a cage and let the ghouls do the work. The wife is so big. I mean, Vigo needs to kill it if he wants to win on the 1v1, I feel like, as Hamboli can just play the range game. Unless Vigo gets full stacks, that's really going to hurt.
Hamboli able to keep the cage away, locks himself in it, walks around the side. Maiden in the Mist pushing forward. Viggomopsen once again with the Decimate will heal himself up just a little bit. Anathema's Chains coming in.
Oh, big burst!
And that was more burst than I think Hamboli was expecting. Noxian Guillotine enough to take Viggomopsen through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Darius, full stacks, bleed, ignite, you're low HP, Noxian Guillotine at that level. I think they're level 11, level 12. It's so much damage.
It wasn't a tanky Yorick either, it was Triforce.
Triforce,
so.
yeah. Yorick kind of needs to... I mean, Yorick is more of like a, split push, take tower, hull breaker kind of champion, the current meta. In a straight up 1v1, it feels like he wants to just get his cool stacks and then EU, poke you down, lock you down when you have no flash and play the range game against a champion like Darius, but in the end, he wasn't able to do so.
Not quite enough. That is the wrap on day one.
Vigo
though,
3-0.
Vigo with 3-1.
3-1, sorry.
3-1. Viggomopsen, great job. Mobsen, that's the one. Great job overall. Words are difficult. We've been here for a long time. Let's hand it back over to the analyst desk to round out the day. GG's.
We have him. We have the man, the myth, the legend himself, Viggomopsen. Wow. I mean, listen. I'm such a big fan of you, dude. Coming in here, smurfing as platinum on everyone. How did you do it?
I think just I don't play solo queue really, so I'm probably a bit better than my rank, and I also did a lot of preparation coming in here, so I was pretty prepared for anything people could throw my way.
What is that then? Is that then the OPGGs and especially the counter picks, or the what is it?
No, it's mostly just the way the map is. So the amount of gold you get, how many Cs can you manage to get in 7 minutes, and prepping like what items would I build into different matchups, what champion picks could I use. I haven't really prepared like any of the opponents. I don't know what any of them play. I've just prepared, what I play.
You can't see it anyway, what they pick in the end.
Exactly.
So anyways, you also had a question, I think,
yeah,
about...
there's one big thing we had in the qualifiers, and back in the days it was Z with S. So this champion was played so much, or permabanned, and now today we saw him once or twice. Why is it?
I think maybe the qualifier also has this amount of gold, but I think the prevalence of good armor items, especially like early game armor items, makes it really, really hard for Zed to beat somebody at the fire circle. So the thing is, if you're against 200 armor target as Zed, you don't do damage.
Yeah.
You only have the true damage with W. Like you could even take cleanse against him to counter that, and you just stomp him. So I lost against Zed today in an embarrassing way.
Yeah.
If I don't fight level 1, if I chill, if I get to late game, I win this matchup.
Okay.
So should have been a 3-0, but that's what's happened.
It was funny to see regardless, but still very impressive so far. That's the only game you dropped, in fact, all day. That's crazy. You were also saying that Yorick was actually much stronger than you had anticipated. What was it specifically?
I think specifically the maiden HP. I thought it would be easier to focus down the maiden right before fire circle, because as far as I know, it only goes on cooldown after killing the maiden.
Yeah.
So killing it right before fire circle spawns would mean that he wouldn't have ult for that, and he would just lose the fight. But then I suddenly see 2.5k health maiden walking towards me, and I'm like, shit.
Oh no.
Let's run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You dropped the first S-bomb.
Oh yeah,
It's fine. Just don't say it again.
Yeah,
I think we get one per day, maybe.
But
and
the
one
worst
F.
thing is, I even asked producers yesterday. Oh, are we allowed to swear? Oh no, you can't swear at all. I'm like, okay, I'll make sure.
It's fine. Secretly, it's only once or twice, I think.
Okay,
Don't say it again, though.
So this is I got the one
Yes.
S-bomb for the broadcast.
But you also deserved it for how you did so far. I think that's really nice. Also, you're just great at talking about the game. You should join the desk sometimes or something.
I'd love to.
It's really great, yeah. Good stuff.
I gotta have something to do after a tournament like this,
Yeah, so tell us then, what is it about Denmark? Because some of our best pro players ever come from Denmark. Continuously, you and Godbro make it to the next round.
I don't know. Good internet infrastructure and great social programs.
Oh.
That's probably my best idea.
No, but that's also
That's
true.
really
That's a
good,
great
yeah.
answer for sure. Absolutely. Do you know who Fisho is?
Yeah, of course.
What do you think
Big
about
fan.
him? What do you think? Big
I
fan?
love the man. I love the man.
Yeah, we all
I've been
love
watching League of Legends since season 1, so
wow.
I was really a big fan of all Danish players early on. From the same city as Björkson as well, so big fan there.
In that regard, how cool is it to be a long-time viewer of League of Legends and then get to come to an event like this? Because now you get to feel like a pro for a little bit, right? You have your practice room, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice. I didn't really expect to be here, just because I don't play solo queue at all. I don't practice the game that much, but I like to watch the game, like to talk about the game, like to know stuff about the game. So I was actually a bit surprised to make it this far, but I mean, now I'm just going to win it all, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Master Play, let's talk a little bit before we see the results coming in, because they were still being played. Of course, what has been a kind of champion pick or maybe a strategy that has surprised you so far today? And what do you anticipate we will see because of that tomorrow?
I would say Vex was really surprising. I was not expecting her to be picked, and also surprised that Caitlyn is out of the pool because, yeah, Summoner's Rift, other stats, and now in the Howling Abyss, we already discussed it with Casual. It's just a bad champion, and I don't know. I think I am right. No one finished with 100 CS. We had a tower once and First Bloods. Yeah, we had one tower and First Bloods, but nothing about CS.
We have had 2 players now finish with 100 CS just now while playing these
finals.
finals.
Okay, you have the inside scoop. Well,
Perfect.
Let's take a look at the results because then maybe you can tell us who it was. Potatis made it over Roon though.
Oh, that's sad.
Too bad for our German boy. He's now a sad boy, but Potatis made it. Arnax made it over Shakara. Darklings, of course, out versus Godbro. Hulk Smash redeemed himself.
Yes.
That is great for him, of course. Viggomopsen, of course, made it. Doxa, Murdbro, and Arno against Warmboy.
Both USA players are out of the tournament.
Crazy.
Darkwings and Bradley, and I saw them coming so far. They were so great in their respective regions.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, I actually think the person who I was most afraid of was Warmboy in my group, and he's already out. I'm really surprised. I legitimately thought he was the best player here, but yeah, apparently not.
It just goes to show that it's completely different once you come here and have to play on stage. And as you also said, I was tired by the end of that best of 5. It all plays a part.
Definitely.
Yeah, and also the 2 Americans out. That means they're going to have to rally behind Doxa from Canada now, which I probably don't like to do. But
yeah, just come over tomorrow and give him some love.
Yeah, and of course they can still, come here tomorrow and chill and have fun and coach the others, of course. So tomorrow we then will have the World Finals Grand Finals Day. Let's take a look at the bracket and see who we've got going up against. And from now on, it's for all the marbles. It is direct elimination, best of 5s all the way to the Grand Final, which is a best of 7. Potatis versus Arnax, Godbro versus Hulk Smash, Viggomopsen versus Doxa, and Murdbro versus Arno. What do you think of your matchup?
I'm really looking forward to it. I think he brought out some picks that I wasn't really prepared for. Mainly the Yone. I've seen some people play. Like all the North American players have played him. But I think if I prepare against that, I've got it in the bag pretty easily.
Do you have a favorite after seeing the matchups for tomorrow?
I go with you, man. You are my man.
I like that. I like that very much.
Let's go for it. Will you prepare something tonight, or is it just keep the rest and get your mind clear?
I'll prepare a little bit, just some of the new picks that jumped up. But I think my read on the meta so far has been like 95% correct. So there's a little bit of adjustment to be made, but I'm pretty secure. I'm pretty confident about tomorrow.
Oh, that's lovely. Go ahead.
Was it a problem that we play on patch 11.22, that you have to go 1 patch behind preseason?
I don't think it's a problem. I think it just changes a lot. Like the absence of the new lethal tempo makes a big difference.
Yeah.
But it wasn't hard for me to adapt. I just got to get in a different mindset and think about picks. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us on the desk. We'll see you tomorrow. We're going to say goodbye to everyone who watched us all day. Thank you so much for watching, by the way, guys and girls. I hope you had a lot of fun. It was a long day. It was a fun day. And we'll be back tomorrow for the grand finals. Tons of best of 5s, best of 7, an amazing show. We do start an hour earlier than we did today. So set your alarms, no matter where you are in the world. I mean, if you're in Europe, probably you don't have to set your alarm to get up at 3, but I'm not judging your life. It's fine. You can do what you want. I'm not your mom. Thank you, Masterplay, for hosting with me today. You are absolutely amazing, and I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow. So good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.